We are live. This is the Code Breakers. This is Paradox, the
This is
Diplomat.
D. This is DC, the reformist.
I'm gonna be the Diplomat today.
The reformers with the big pen, man, not the little pen, man. The little executive order pens, man. Take them pens away, man. Take that bic out of your hand, man. Put a real pen in your hand, man. Sign something into law, man. Stop signing executive orders, man. Go to Congress for something. He don't waste no time. He go directly. You want to do something, he just goes do an executive order. Like he he refused. He refused to try to get some kind of legislation passed. Period. I don't want to do that. Let me just. I got the little pen. Let me just sign this little pen for two to 3 years and
Takes
call
too
it a
long,
day.
bro. Congress is too slow. It takes too long and too porky.
This is insane. Anyway,
I mean,
man,
he's constitutional. He can do what he's doing, so it's not like he's doing something illegal.
let's get to it, man. Let's get
Even
to
though
it.
they want to claim it's illegal, but I don't know if we're gonna have a Trump chatter too much. I guess we will, right? It's gonna be some Trump stuff, I guess. All Trump. I don't know.
Well, it ain't necessarily him as it is the people that he got in charge of the intelligence agencies and different things of that nature.
Yeah,
That's
but this is
causing
the
the
thing.
problem.
This is, but again, there's no problems here. Nothing's happening, bro. Nothing's happening, bro. This is just DC drama that you're watching. You got to be very. I always say you got to be very careful separating the drama. In my opinion, I consider it drama from reality. It's a
Can I
lot of
ask you?
drama, man. It's a lot of
Can
whining.
I
It's so
can I ask you a question?
difficult.
No, hold
Sure.
on. I need to pause you, man, before you go on your riff. Okay, before you go on your riff, this is nothing, right? If you take the talent that is Jasmine Crockett as a talent politically, and you weaponize her on the right, and these same things happen, and the Republicans were the opposition party, this would be just flame, bro. They would go through all kinds of America's not safe, this and that other, we are at risk, blah 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 blah, and the same thing could have happened. The exact same thing could have happened, and you know this, by the way. So I have a way of looking at this, and I think that pretty much I pretty much have code broken this a little bit, in my opinion. The Republican Party works as the opposition party at its best. This country is ran better when Democrats are in charge and power. Hear me out, and that they can get flame broiled by the right, and they can get things done. It appears to be that way. When Republicans are in charge, things get missed because they need power absolutely. They don't get things passed. They don't work with the other side. They don't know how to negotiate. It's all power based. Our government doesn't work that way. Not not on a real true scale. And what happens is things get missed. I guarantee you, with this particular situation, and you know this, Paradox,
What situation are you
there is
talking about?
the signal issue. We talked
Well,
about this week.
just
Yeah.
drama.
Hold on. Hold on.
I got you.
We're just talking about the news cycle, okay? I guarantee you, bro. Somebody said this is not a good idea. That there's no way that we should be handling a call or a meeting of this nature on Signal. No way, no how. There are too many security issues with this. Number one. Number two, what I'm thinking, this is my opinion, I don't know this for sure, is that somebody that did not have clearance or necessary clearance or any kind of, I would say, political power to be in the room, somebody there of high influence, one of the leaders in that particular community, wanted those people or that person to be privy to that call. Hence, they can skip the red tape. That's why I was saying that the power has to be absolute, so where nobody would question it. Because I know, you know this. Somebody can be like, we're not gonna close this off to just silence. Like there's nobody else outside of this room that would know about this, that don't run up the chain. Like we can't run this on a commercial platform. Period. Just that won't work. And the fact that that was done is the issue, more so than the information. Because all of those people that were in that particular call or that's on that particular call are some of the most powerful people in this country as far as government is concerned. You have your leader of all the major intelligence agencies in America on that particular call. All of them, including the number 2 person in charge of this country. JD Vance was on the call, right?
Yeah.
So that alone, bro. That alone. Now, as far as the main stuff that happens or the main thing that goes on as far as like America being threatened and things of that nature, that remains to be seen as far as what can happen, what cannot happen. But that mistake right there is crucial, bro. Crucial. And I'm saying this, and I listen, I understand where you're gonna go with this, but I'm telling you, bro, the Republican Party, as is set up at this particular moment, do not work well in power. They work better as the oppositional party. Democrats, on the other hand, suck as the opposition party, as we see henceforth, which is the reason why I support Jasmine Crockett, as ridiculous as she is on a lot of things that she do. She is a person that diverts their attention because she plays by their rules. She plays by their rules. She don't have the power that they have. She don't have the platform. She doesn't have the engine that's basically following her. MSNBC don't support her, ridiculously, automatically, just like how Fox News basically have everybody there that supports the right. It's not the same thing. So she's kind of out there floundering by herself. AOC don't really rock with her like that. Bernie Sanders and them don't really, Bernie Sanders don't rock with her like that. So you got a whole branch of the Democratic Party that want her to be, exiled somewhere. So I think that it's a very unique situation, man, that happened this week with all the things that goes on, and hopefully we can see some videos to kind of get some of this thing cleared up. But I'm kind of interested in to see what your take is on what happened this week, man. Some of the news that came out. So go ahead with your flank. Go ahead with your
I'm not gonna spin it. No spinning. I'm gonna keep all this. I'm gonna put the spin to the side. Since you've already kind of set me up, so I'm gonna spin it.
Hold on. How did I set you up? Because I went first. You didn't bond first on me. You did Tupac the whole thing on me. You like you like F the click, get a click. You can, all that kind of shit. You hit him up. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
But no, to be honest with you, I watched a little bit. We're gonna play some of it. I watched a little bit of the what were they? I don't know if it was in a subcommittee or not, but when they went to Congress, they had to answer some questions. The DNI, DOD. But I kind of avoided a lot of it because I know that mistakes do happen, things happen, and it gives the Democrats, at least the ones, who do the spinning, it gives them something to sink their teeth into. And it's gonna happen, obviously, right?
This is politics, man. Hold on. You telling me that wasn't done with the Joe Biden? I mean, come on, man. Let's come on. This is not. Let's kick the ballistics in, bro. Like, come on, man. The right would have ate off this, bro, and they would have.
I'm trying to be a little measured here.
They would have done a tremendous job of doing it too, because they are built for it. They are built because here's the thing, though, right? Because they can't even criticize it because it's so juicy. They're just looking around like, damn, we can't even talk about these people because we're going to have to spin it. So now we're going to have to do what the left do. We're going to have to defend the bullshit. And they are horrible at it. Hold on. Listen, this is what I'm saying, though, Paradox. They're horrible at it because they are in power right now. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. When Newt Gingrich trying to kind of reformed the party into what it became in the early 90s, this kind of aggressive, all gas, no brakes, you know what I'm saying? Balls to the wall. We don't care. We don't, you get in office, we can just talk shit, blah, blah, blah. Even though it was done on a highbrow kind of sphere. When Donald Trump got into office, it was kind of like, shit, let it go. We got our avatar. We got our person that we can kind of filter things through. He can talk stuff. He's Teflon Don. It doesn't matter. Things bounces off of him and this and that other. See, what they should have did was just kind of defer to him and then let Donald do his thing in the media, because he knows how to handle that kind of thing. That deflection, we're like, hey, I don't know. What are you talking about? Like, things happen all the time. You know what I'm saying? And it kind of goes away. But when you get them Tulsi up there, because here's what I'm saying, right? So Tulsi, right? She's originally a Democrat, so she's doing a lot of explaining. You got a lot of explaining to do, Lucy. So she's up there explaining, and because she went. Remember how hard she went about how the intelligence agencies were hiding things. We're talking about Tulsi Gabbard, right? Now she's over the intelligence agency department. So when they drilled her, she was like, "Damn, I'm in the seat now." You see what I'm saying? She was heeing and hawing, homina. You know what I mean? So that is what I think I said it like maybe 2 weeks ago, that once you get in that seat to where you're making the decisions, it's on you. You're responsible. Now, the grievance that you had before, you have to deal with, because you're the ones that's going to be making the changes. You're the ones that's over the security protocols. You're the ones that's responsible for how that meeting took place. You're the ones that basically responsible if that gets out and it gets leaked. You're the ones responsible to figure out who's on the call and who's not on the call. That's you guys' responsibility. You're the intelligence agencies that run America. And if you have all of the information to your disposal, which they do have now, you would agree, correct, Paradox? That they do have the information now that they didn't probably have before. They have the clearances of clearances, right? They have all those people that was on that call. We're not talking about assistant director. We're talking about the director of the CIA, the director of the FBI, the director of the intelligence agencies, the security of defense. Pete Haskell. Oh my God, how did this happen? But you have all of these people in here, and when somebody, and this, Paradox, now you know this, bro. There is no way that somebody didn't say, we probably shouldn't be on this channel. To be honest with you, like, we can't do this here. And what was probably said was, don't worry about it. It's okay. Just make sure that everything is secure. We can make it as secure as possible, right? But even though we're making it as secure as possible, because of how the actual app is, or the actual how can I say this? The encryption of how they have Signal, it doesn't work to close it off to where it's totally closed. It can be hacked, basically. So if it's something that's unhackable, it's not open to people that's outside of the security clearances that has to go through the White House channels. That's the reason why people have security clearances. So if that is not the case, like I said, either they wanted somebody to be privy to that information that doesn't have a security clearance, because that's the only reason that makes sense for me to have it on that particular channel, because they're not having all these meetings on Signal. Why that one? Or maybe they wanted to see, we talked about it offline. Maybe they wanted to see how much they could get away with when it comes down to security protocols.
Yeah, they got, yeah. I mean, it's hackable. I mean, they got Pegasus, but I mean, it's they got Pegasus and Pegasus 2. They can definitely hack Signal, but not to go into details about that.
Yeah,
but,
let's not do that. But yeah.
But yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I think you're coming from it from a political spin perspective, which I get.
How am I spending? Tell me how I'm spending it, man. Just tell me how I'm spending it. What did I say that was spin?
It's just how you're framing it. That's all. It's all good. I mean, if you support a Democratic Party or progressive,
no. See,
forcing me to do it.
No, I'm not
forcing me. I don't want to do this.
No, you do. You love it. No, I'm not spinning this, bro. I'm sitting up
You don't even know, you're spinning it, or you don't know. Maybe you don't know that's what you're doing.
This is unbelievable, man. Okay, so give me your perspective on what took place, bro, and why you think it took place.
Yeah, like
now,
I
want to hear the why, because the Atlantic, he happens to be a journalist. The Atlantic journalist on there. You telling me that nobody knew about that? You don't see all the names basically on the call?
No. He was invited.
That's what I'm saying.
Mike, whatever his name is, he literally sent him an invite, and he accepted the invite, and
that's what
they put him on the chain. He put him on the chain,
and the name pops up, right? Don't the name pop up when you do that?
Yeah. But no, listen to what I'm trying to say though. I don't really. No, I'm saying I don't. That's what I'm saying. You're spinning. Is my whole point. You're spinning. You know how like. They're the opposition, so you're already pre-programmed and wired to find
pre-programmed
and then go after it, right? So it's kind of like, well, I didn't want them in charge anyway. Now that they're in charge, hold up, let me lay it out. I'm gonna tell you what you just said in reverse.
Unbelievable.
So they're in charge now. So Tulsi and RFK and Vince and everybody's in charge now, and Patel, everybody's in charge, right? And so all these are the same people, including Trump, who was just complaining. Now you've caught the car, as we said, right? So the dog has the car. What do you do now, right? So it's the same thing, right? It's like, well, okay, I got you. They're in charge. Once you take over the federal government or a corporation or whatever, right? Or even a small business for that matter, or if you even take over somebody's family, right? Stepchildren and stuff. The thing is that when you take over something and you're in charge, you're making the decisions. I can spin it all type of ways at that point as the opposition. So I can say, oh, nobody's perfect, right? Nobody's perfect. So they're going to make mistakes or do things intentionally and then have to cover for it. That's the reality of being in those very powerful positions. And remember, it's only been 3 months, and these people don't have that level of experience, meaning that how when Bush had his cabinet in charge, everybody had 30 years experience.
Crazy experience, yeah.
Worked
with Daddy. They worked with Daddy, yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Right. So they know all the moving parts. They know all where the body's buried. They know how everything operates, so they can be very effective of whatever they want to do, right?
And the first Trump administration was the very same thing, because he had Mike Pence kind of in the lead, kind of making sure that everybody was intent. Yeah, it wasn't just Pence, but I'm saying he had the regulars basically. I would call the regulars. Yeah.
Yeah.
Extreme still, but the regulars.
And I mean, in some cases, people think that's a good idea. I think it is, and it isn't, because I've seen very experienced people do horrific things.
Absolutely.
And because of Bush's brain and his team, they invaded a country illegally. I mean,
absolutely,
it is what it is, right? And
made it distinguished. And they spun that out of control, and they made a distinguished black man that served in the military for 65 years sit up there and basically almost ruin his whole legacy up there. Straight up.
Right.
That's spin, bro.
And so my point is that, so even with a lot of experience, you can do things that can hurt economies. I mean, if you look at what Clinton and Bush did by implementing the housing nonsense that Obama had to deal with, with the housing crisis and the banking crisis, et cetera, plus all the other corruption on top of all of that. So, I mean, I can see how inexperienced people or experienced people in the government, especially a government like this, can make mistakes, have to learn. It's learning curves. Everything is a process. So I don't know. I know from a media perspective, I can make you, DC, I can make you feel all type of ways, right? So you're sitting down there watching Rachel Maddow.
I ain't watching no Rachel. No. see, you done went too far. I ain't for the slat of the day, bro.
She's very good at creating emotions.
I don't even watch Rachel Maddow. I don't even like Rachel. Dude, first of all, you're not gonna sit up here on so-called internet and sit up here and cause me to try to defend Rachel Maddow and her old so-called talking points. I don't listen to Rachel Maddow. I don't listen to none of these people, Pod Save America, and these other so-called white liberals that you're talking about. I am not part of that so-called chain. I'm not a person that support Bernie Sanders. You never heard me sit there and say that Bernie Sanders was going to be the person to lead us out so-called revolution or AOC being a big up for them. You know what I'm saying? That's not my lane, bro. Not my lane. Absolutely not.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think a lot of things are before you get in power, a lot of things are theoretical. A lot of big talks, a lot of ideas. But when you actually get in charge of the government, like I said before, things are a lot more. Obviously, it becomes more complicated. So I can separate political rhetoric from. I can do political rhetoric from when you're running for office versus when you are getting into office, and the difference of the two.
Exactly.
And so
that was my point exactly. Though that's my point, though.
If you don't have a ton of government experience, and then you're talking that talk, and then you actually imagine, man, you getting put in charge of the FBI or the CIA, like you're gonna. You got that. I mean, I take it. But I'm just saying though, is that you may have. And it happens to presidents a lot too. Once they actually get into office and they kind of see, all the threats that are out there, having to understand the history of America and its position in the world currently, and then all the negotiation that it has in place with different countries, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Economically and military strategics. When you look at all of those different scenarios, it is difficult once you get into power that you have to deal with things from that perspective of you now being in charge. And then how do you look dealing with that? The media is no friend, right? The media is not going to be much friend, at least on one side. So a lot of people are having conversations through how the media sets it up. So if you made a massive mistake, maybe somebody should just get fired and we move on from it. But no different than how the Republicans massacred Hillary with Benghazi, or with the email server, which is, okay, you messed up, we found out about it. Politically speaking, we're going to take advantage of it, and we're going to hammer you and hammer you and hammer you. And they hammered her so much that I still have nightmares about Benghazi because I watch the stuff all the time, right? And so they just hammer and they just hammer, they just hammer, and it was relentless.
Did me or you defend Hillary and the shenanigans that she did with the emails or Benghazi? Period.
No, I didn't understand.
We both know. I'm saying, and we both know that that's true. And we both know that was true. Nobody defended her. Not on this channel. We didn't defend her. So don't give me the spin business when it's on the oppositional side.
I'm not spinning. I'm just structuring. I'm just structuring the conversation.
But I want to be clear though. That was a mistake. Regardless of whether it was done intentionally.
Well, I don't know if it's a mistake or not, but either mistake or intentionally,
But that's here what I'm saying.
We want you to be transparent in a democracy. We want as much transparency as we can get.
and that was Tulsi. And see, the thing is, I'm thinking that they probably was okay with it when it ran up to them and they was told about the risk. They said, "We're fine. It's okay. If it gets out, we'll handle it." Right? This is my point though about this. Once everything gets kind of like out in the wash, and like you said, when the overriding things as far as figuring out, okay, yeah, maybe some things we do need to keep locked in. We can't have everything out like that. Like there is a such thing as security, national security to a degree. No matter how we look at this particular type of meeting, just not out of so this is what I want. This
one, right? Is that we cannot the people who are out here running their mouths, be it Rachel Maddow, Steve Bannon, Sean Hannity, whoever, pick a person, right?
Tulsi Gabbard was like that too. She was one of those too.
Of course, she was one of the ones, right?
She was one of those ones.
Is that, but as you know, when you get put in charge, all of that is going to go away because this is not play.
Yes, not play at all. Right? Absolutely not.
So you're really in charge now. You're not out here as a civilian.
You're not speculating no more.
On a podcast. On what I'm saying.
You're not on the 5. You're not on the 5.
Right.
Looking for a talking point to regurgitate, and the fact that they try to turn it into a so-called talking point and then go reverse back to Biden and all this, like that's what?
But that's a good way to. That's how you have to spin out of it, though. I mean, that's just like I said.
But that's what I'm saying. That's the spin, though, Paradox.
But you have to do that. So I don't even like you say. That's just something you expect those statements to come out already. It's already pre-set up.
They're good at it. They're perfect at it. The only thing is,
not only that, it's the media. But remember, the media, in my opinion, remember it's some things that are happening here. The media are structured to press a certain way. Now they're creating a perception because they're very corrupt, deceptive, and they're very wealthy people, and they're in cahoots with a lot of different powerful people as well. But they're pressing on things to push their own agendas and to drive ratings and to sell ads, right? So they're asking questions to me a lot of times, and this, like I said, on both sides doesn't really matter. And this is just a perfect example of it. They're pressing and asking things that I'm not totally sure if it really matters, but it does get people excited. They will run a bunch of polls. If you watch MSNBC right now, they're running, and CNN, they're running 1,000 polls a day saying Trump is down in everything. And everybody's unhappy about everything. It's like, what are you talking? I mean, most people don't even care. Only 30% of the population voted for Trump, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, only half the people voted in the country. So I mean, like, relax. First of all, it's a class thing in a lot of ways, right? So like, they're doing a lot of things sort of in the bubble of the media people. But that's not the majority of the country. That's not even really paying attention to anything. So I had to keep that in perspective. Is my whole point. But for Gabby and them, when they're in charge, me and you both knew it was going to be things that's going to happen, and you're going to, like I said, when you're 100% in charge of everything,
right?
There's going to be pressure that live in reality that you got to deal with, and as you learn and handle those things, if you get worse or it gets better, that's all we can measure it off of. I mean, it's only been, like I said, a few months, but say a year from now, they're still getting leaks, they're still making mistakes. You know what I'm saying? They keep getting pulled into Congress and having to explain what they're doing, right, to different committees. Then that's what I mean about how you'll sort of know where everything is from a structural perspective.
Let me ask you a question, bro. Do most presidencies, left or right, Republican or Democrat, do most presidencies have this many loyalists that are ahead of intelligence agencies that are across the board, where there's not a Republican, there's all Republican or it's all Democrat? This hasn't happened in a while, bro. This hasn't happened in a while. Most of the time.
No, we're being manipulated. That's not true. No, they're all loyalists.
Listen, that's what I'm saying.
They're all in the pockets. They're all of them are. It's just that what you're talking.
They're loyal to the country.
No, they're not. What you're talking about is the difference of Trump creating an avenue for people to be more divisive and for people to even be more open about what they're doing versus prior to that, I'm gonna put Bush Jr. to the side when I say this. By the way, that's a whole mess right there. But anyway, generally speaking, as far as in our lifetime, I would say. And prior to that, a lot of people didn't really know anything that was going on in the government, which is a very different conversation that we should have, by the way. Because us being more engaged in politics historically wasn't even necessary, and things were operating and functioning. And you can look at it good or bad, but we live in a time now where we have more access. But in our lifetime, presidents have done a good job, I think, of masking everything and creating a perception of things, and have certain traditions and things in place to kind of create, keep the image going, right? Keep the image up. The reason why Trump is problematic to the system is he's breaking norms, not laws, not even really rules, but just norms. And so it causes agitation in the media class and in the political class, and even some level of, and I wouldn't say necessarily maybe the corporate class per se, but even maybe in the financial world as well. You can maybe throw that in there too, and even obviously globally, right? So I think he shows you that, okay, we've had the world has had certain agreements to create a certain type of perception to get messages delivered and to move the system in a certain direction. And he just sort of counter to that. It makes everybody uncomfortable. Since we're below everybody else, they tell us how to feel, how to think, how to see things. They create that reality for us, and then we respond back to that. Because without them, you don't know anything. So you have nothing to say.
Yeah, I don't
so
understand.
They're the ones that are pulling it.
But I don't understand the need to even go through all that, because of course,
why not?
That's the case. No,
because people don't know that.
But
people don't know
you're saying that. But you're saying that in a vacuum.
Obama had all loyalists. Are you serious right now? Do you want me to break down what the people that he put in place?
James Comey was not
the loyalty that they had to the
Comey was not loyal
to Democratic
to Barack Obama, bro. He was not. How would he be loyal? How would he be loyal to? It's not the same thing, bro. Having a moderate in charge of an intelligence agency that don't care about politics, that's apolitical, and that they just strictly about the country. Most of those people.
Are you sure you want to use that name? I don't think you want to use that name.
Which one? James Comey?
Right now. Yeah, you don't want to use that.
Come on.
He put his thumb on the scale of our election. Are you serious right now?
And why did he do that though? Think about it. Why did he actually do that?
Don't tell me because he has integrity.
No.
Why he was out here hustling his book after he quit?
Integrity don't got nothing to do with that, bro. Integrity didn't got
getting
nothing
his golden parachute.
His viewpoint of what the country was, or what he wanted the country to be, that had everything to do with it. But no, I wouldn't say integrity. Bro. I would not say integrity at all. I would not say that. But I'll leave it. I'll leave it at that. But what I meant by what I'm saying is that everybody that was in that
typical bureaucrat. What you're trying to say, basically?
No.
Yeah, he's
exactly.
Bad, sure.
But everybody that was in that particular room are going in the same direction. There was no opposition to whatever was going on as far as up the chain. So if they have that kind of unilateral kind of agreement amongst themselves, that is a serious breach of security.
Yeah, but there's tons of
gotta have somebody.
There's tons of guardrails in place. Presidents can be impeached. People can be removed. I know that.
We're talking
as if we're living in that progressive. You say you don't listen to that stuff, but you're talking like them.
Well, hold on.
World's coming to an end. We're fascist. There's no rules anymore. What are y'all talking about?
Did I say that? See, you stretching it too far. Don't press me farther than where I've already went. When I go there, but I'm saying when I go there, let me go there. But
right, I told you I knew where you was going to walk to. You're walking me to that progressive, proverbial walking plank.
What you want to do? You just want to pivot without traveling, but that was a travel. You want to move your feet around like you got the dream shake and hip hop and all this. No, bro. Like no. You moved your feet. You moved your pivot foot. That's all that is. You got caught. So what you should do, or what people would tell them to do, and if you had the so-called moderate, lean, right person, they'll be like, we just need to eat it and move on. But no, they don't eat it. They talk about the Hien and Han and all that because they were so hard, because most of these people were TV people that's in charge now. The person that's in charge.
I know. I know that it is funny. I know it's funny to watch them make mistakes, huge mistakes, mega errors. I do get you what you're trying to say.
All right, bro.
Am I not?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
How are you trying to frame it then? Maybe I'm misunderstanding. How are you trying to frame it?
What I'm saying is
a bunch of inexperienced, incompetent people that Trump put in charge of that are loyalists to him and gonna do whatever he says.
No, this is outside of Trump.
And go to jail.
Hold on. This is outside of Trump, by the way. This is outside of him, right? I think he just totally left them in charge. Y'all in charge now. Go ahead and do what you do.
What you gotta do?
Josh Patel, was Tulsi Gabbard, Pete Haslett, all these people on this call, right? What's the other gentleman of security?
I can't remember their names.
So all of these folks, JD Vance in there, Vance. You know, the vice president, bro.
Tell you one thing, he won't be president. I'll put it that way. That shit's hilarious. So, bro, you got I know you like him, but I will not. He's not got the minus touch.
Listen what I'm saying. We still, that still remains to be seen, bro. Things can, he has something. I don't know. I can't really put my finger on it, but he has a pulse of an electorate. Nah, man.
Nobody's gonna vote.
Nah, bro.
Trust me on that.
You don't think he's gonna run?
Doesn't matter.
Do you think he's going to run? Okay, but do you think he's going to run? It does matter.
He has no choice.
If the other side, if the Democratic side doesn't put up a formidable candidate, then JD Vance will be the president, bro. Period. The people that voted for Trump are the fallout is going to, not all of them, but the fallout for people being dissatisfied with what the Democrats are putting out and not having a clear vision about how the country's going to move forward and not being being the opposition party.
Right, but the Republican Party is trapped.
Will lean towards JD Vance.
But the Republican Party's trapped. And the thing is that when you're drunk on Trump, the hangover is going to be massive.
It's going to be crazy.
Unfortunately, JD Vance would not be the cure. That's all I'm trying to explain to you right now. Understanding the level of how deep we're in here. That's why I made the title third term for Trump, because he's going to have to run for a third term because which is Steve Bannon has already put out there. And we'll play that video if we get a chance. But
oh, my God.
The thing is that he some people got something. It's something there that will connect. Remember, Trump is very authentic. And so the problem is when JD tries to be authentic, it's no different than your boy down in Florida. It's just you can't be, because your authentic self is so weird.
Yeah, it's creepy. It's creepy.
It doesn't work. So I'm telling you what I mean by that. When JD Vance walked into Greenland and to meet the troops, I don't have to say nothing else. Just watch that 3 minutes, 2-3 minutes of that. Just watch that for 2 minutes.
Uncomfortable.
My point is that's just not going to work. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm watching him operate and trying to see where, can this translate to where you would get real support from people? And I'm gonna tell you something, because of where the mindset of America is, I don't see him plugging into it.
How old is Vladimir? Because he cannot be in charge with Vladimir still around like this. I got to see how old Vladimir is.
Vladimir will still be in charge unless the oligarchs kill him or something.
I
Generals take him out, maybe.
Because he's been in power for a long time.
Yeah, 20 years, 25 years, something like that.
Yeah, but
95.
He's in good health though. I can tell. He's 72, but he a young 72, huh?
Hey, you listen to the left-wing media during COVID, he had cancer. He was dying.
He's 72
they
years
put out
old.
so much. Our spy agencies put out so much bullshit. This is crazy.
So let's get to the videos, man. Let's get to them early so we can kind of go and dissect, man. But yeah, I'm ready.
What video did you want to do? Do you want to do the Tulsi Gabbard video?
Let's do Tulsi first. Now I want people to remember, by the way, she said that it should be open. Now this is what she said. That's how I know that this ran up the chain, that somebody told them that, hey, what they're doing before we do this could be a security breach. So go ahead, you can play the video.
I gotta go pull it up. So yeah, a second.
Oh, okay.
But you're just saying that
all these people, literally, all these people talked about the deep state. Now they see this. Yeah. What are they now, though? Paradox. Can you technically? What are they now? Say that they're not, I wouldn't. No. You know what I mean. What do they have access to all the information now?
Say that again.
Do they have access to all the information now?
Some of it, yeah, not all of it, no. But okay. Yes, a lot of it. Okay. I mean, again, you're talking about individuals going against the bureaucracy, bro. I mean, it's not that cut and dry. You know, and it requires certain things to be able to get access to things, and even that doesn't mean you're going to understand it or be able to process all of it. Because, like you said, when a security breach happens, what happens so like you said, you're playing this game, right? And now you're in charge, and it's going to automatically happen. You're going to realize how serious things are, and that when you try to do certain things, there's real consequences to it. You're just not talking on the podcast. And right. So I do think that it's clearly going to be a tremendous difference. Even if you're trying to somehow corral the deep state and try to expose things, in a lot of ways you can't. So Trump learned it the hard way, right? So when Elon sent that email out, he may have cost lives just by sending the email, in my opinion. Right. Because people are getting things that they probably shouldn't be getting in their email. They shouldn't be getting it should be no contact with them. And so then Trump had to come out and say, oh, well, yeah, we made sure that those people, the State Department, et cetera, made sure that those people didn't respond because they're doing X, Y, and Z. The thing is that, and matter of fact, this is what I was talking about before we got on the call. Mm-hmm. This is what I was talking about. This is this exact thing where when you America is what it is. And so there's things already in place. And we're doing things, so you can cost American lives, which is going to destroy your presidency, destroy everything. So you can't, it sounds good saying things, but when you actually start to break things up, the pressure of chaos, we have millions of people who are in the international community that's Americans, right? They're involved in all sorts of things. And so when you start to disrupt a lot of those things, you're trying to call it the deep state, which is call it whatever you want to call it, but you're in reality now. And if you're creating security concerns, if our agents don't feel safe, et cetera, you could get infiltrated by other governments. So it's not like we don't. What's interesting about it is that's what I was telling you before about how a lot of people, even though Steve Bannon, whoever you want to pick, a lot of people are out here running their mouths, but you're not a secret agent. Right? You're not a spy. You're not involved in shaping and moving the world. Like we're already in that, deep in that. And so I don't know how you can. So right. So imagine the president come out and saying
balls deep.
We're gonna stop spying. We're gonna stop giving access to information. We're really gonna disconnect from the world. Like that's not happening. It's not real talk. It's just not real, right? And so these are examples of that. So you leak it out. Why don't y'all say, well, who cares? Whatever. I mean, they kind of is saying it actually, but they know behind the doors it's consequences to that. So you can come out to the front of the media and say, oh well, what about Hillary Clinton? That doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything anymore, right? You could run that a few more months, but 3 to 4 months from now, you can't say Biden no more. You can't say Hillary no more. It's just not going to matter. It's not going to connect. Even if they're based 20%, 30% still will buy whatever Fox News says.
I want you to remember what you said right now. We'll see.
When the economy is dropping by 5,000 points and we're losing, $6-7 trillion, at the same time you have a massive security breach. I mean, to the point where we'll see how it's going to play. I won't make a prediction yet. I want to see what's going to happen in the next few months here. But if those concerns start to take place, it affects more of the real stuff that me and you talk about, the global stuff. When you start making those kind of mistakes, you can play with the economy, you can play with money, you can do some of those things, of course. But when you actually get down to things that are more physical and tangible, which is really military strategy, you have to be very careful with that. And they will learn it the hard way or not, right? And it's already starting to be a hard way, which is you got to be very careful because we have certain things in place globally to maintain order. And it sounds good from a Steve Bannon, yelling and screaming about, America first or whatever, which is whatever, right? But we're a globalized system. And so even if America contracts to some degree, say maybe contract 10% or 15%, we still be the global hegemony. Doesn't matter, right? You're not getting. Right. No one is giving up their level of power unless the power is taken, or the system.
Or we collapse from within.
Collapse on itself. But it won't be Steve Bannon. It won't be Donald Trump. It won't be X, Y, and Z. Because there's powers at play. No different than Russia. There's powers at play that will take you out. Period. I mean, however you want to, whatever that should look like, be it assassination, be it firings, be it prosecution in prison. There's things in place that supersede the president. But
which is why we have such a bureaucracy. That's what I'm saying. Right. Which is why we have such a bureaucracy as we do. Yeah. Like, okay, you got the little pen, you can just call things into existence, literally. But when somebody else comes into office, they can just eliminate everything that you just put forth in executive order if it's not passed into law. That's the negative side of it. So it's almost like, you had that power for that short amount of period of time, and you can kind of do what you will on a broad brush deal. But even if it doesn't pass the muster of Congress or through the House and through Senate, then it doesn't have a lasting effect as far as your legacy is concerned.
Got it.
So let's go ahead. I really want to get into the Tulsi and then some of the stuff that John Ossoff said. I think he's a very interesting character. I see him as being if he I'll leave that to later. I think I'll let that rest for a little bit, but I see what's at play with him too. He's a very interesting person. If he can stay off the traps that kind of got Beto O'Rourke caught up when he was kind of like that shining beacon light for a while. You got to be careful, bro. Like you showing your hand a little bit too early. It is, like you say, we are in the first 100 days. Things can change, man, very quickly, But whenever you're ready.
Trying to find the first day. Day two.
What about the clip I sent you? You still have it from C-SPAN?
C-SPAN. Is it the full?
It's a smaller clip with
Oh, it's condensed.
Yeah, it's not the full clip.
Yeah, I thought I had.
I sent it to you via text message.
Yeah, I saw the text, but I don't have none on my phone.
Oh, okay. Let me send it to the chat then. I'll send it to the chat. If I can, hold on. Can I forward this over to the chat? Yeah, there we go. Let me send it to the chat.
And then they're trying to deport everybody who would own visas and stuff. So I think that's also interesting. Watching everybody get all butthurt about it. And I said, you have courts. You can go to court. You can consider unconstitutional. You can consider the First Amendment protection for visa holders and actually anybody who's on this land, really.
Well, won't they try to pass immigration reform? Do you think they're going to try to do that or no?
I don't know.
Or just leave what's on the books and just say, well, we're just going to enforce our laws to the full extent of the law.
Yeah, they're doing it at the borders from my perspective. That's what's happening. But I mean,
because you still have those protections in place. People with green cards, they got to go through a certain type of channel. So some of the stuff that they are doing is not legal. Now that is true as far as what they have into law right now. They can enforce it,
right. That's what you
but
have
I'm
courts
saying
for.
that. But that's what I'm
So you
saying.
go to
Once they
court.
go to the court, they it gets kicked out. But then that would create this log jam of things where it's not a smooth, streamlined transition into either citizenship or you taking your ass back to where you're from if your shit ain't straight.
I mean, it's a problem. We're not the easiest country to even become a citizen in anyway, when you look at the rankings. But I think that, going after visa, I mean, they're really targeting the Jewish, the Palestinian stuff, really. But obviously, it's going to affect other people. I mean, that could be enough to get everybody turned up. Thank you to all the black people in the world. I'm glad that we're chilling. I appreciate y'all. Let's not get involved. Let's just observe. I love it. I don't know if it's my energy reaching the whole world, but I'm happy that so far, outside of your girl, by the way, but I'm happy so far that most of us, it's a trend on TikTok. I'm happy about it.
Who's my girl, by the way?
Oh,
come on, man.
I'm just saying. I'm just happy that they're not. I pray that we do not get riled up, get sucked in to any of this stuff. I just keep praying. It's been working so far, for the most part. But I keep praying that we just sit tight and let these folks fight their own fight. I'm gonna tell you the amount of times I've heard the word black out of the mouths of Muslims and Jews and all kinds of people, Indians and Arabs alike, and Turkish people. All people just talk. I'm like, do not engage. So I'm very, very happy about that. We got our own problems. Let's just focus on us. I don't know how long it's going to last because they're very good at manipulating us. And they're hiring people. What's so funny is that Trump is doing things that me and you have talked about for years, which is, who are these people at these protests? Who's paying these people? Are these really students? Are these really this? I mean, what's going on? We don't know. And so I know people are being sucked into things and you just don't know. You maybe just be mad about something and then you join something and you're not really become radicalized per se, but we'll say like an acute radicalization. So, it's just a little short term and then you go back to living your life or whatever. And so what's sad about it is that I know in the past that governments have known that there's people who are buying, influencing situations to make them what they are, and then exacerbating the situation, hiring people to burn buildings down, whatever. I mean, it's disgusting, bro. Because, when you look at chaos and things that are not organized, you cannot trust it, in my opinion. Like these so-called self-revolutions, it's like, no, the CIA is there. The Green Berets are there. They're doing things to activate people, giving them resources and stuff to overthrow governments and stuff, and it looks natural. They've been trying to do it to Iran for 30 years now at this point. And so, and all over the world, really. But it's just a lot of this stuff really isn't organic. And me and you watched, I don't want to talk about those right now, but, we've looked at things where we're like, well, who are these people and how did this start? Where are y'all coming from? Where are you being funded by? No one asks those questions when you're on the ground just being mad because you've seen the video, right? And you didn't got gaslit. So anyway, did you send the thing over yet? I don't see it.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it, man, here for some reason.
I can send the long if you can't send it. We can just play the long one. You said this is the one you got is shorter?
Yeah, I want to send that one shorter.
Yeah, because it's 2 hours and 30 minutes.
Hold on, let me make sure I got it here.
You want to just get to the juicy parts.
Yeah. It's a couple of we can send, but
I always say though, you gotta be careful for clicks when it's feeding what you already believe. By the way, because you see clips and you be looking like this is crazy. But
Well,
when you watch stuff in full, when you watch things in full
you let me
detail,
know.
and then when you go watch,
You let me know those people sitting at that desk. You let me know whether the clip I send is suffice or not. If it's basically a spin, I'm not spinning anything. This was some C-SPAN. Ain't no commentary on that. So go ahead with that, bro. Nah, bro. Nah. This is just the fact.
Clips.
This is
then
just
it's like
the
when
facts.
the media picks up the clips, the media
This
runs nonsensical
is-
stories, bring
Yeah,
a lot
of
of
course.
so-called experts on to create
doing
more
it.
nonsense.
They doing it.
But then when you watch something, when you have somewhat of understanding, and then you watch something, then you can understand why it's being answered the way it's being answered. They had to be prepared. Nobody wants to go to jail here. You got to be careful what you say. It has to be done a certain way. And like you said, you're looking for them to even make a mistake just having that conversation. And so, some of that stuff, bro, that's all I'm saying. Like, you gotta. Yeah.
We can go back and look at from a longer context, but I really want to kind of focus on this one here because this gets to the
because it fits your narrative. CNN.
No, it doesn't fit my narrative at all. Don't fit my narrative at all. I mean, come on, Newsmax, like Newsmax, CNN. You make the choice. So you tell me what you tell me.
Oh, this is a 5-minute clip. This is definitely suspicious. But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and play it.
Come on, bro. You want to play the whole thing?
It's a 5-hour.
You want to play? You want to play the whole thing?
Nah, we'll play your little clip. We'll play a little 5-minute clip.
In fact, if I knew where the actual timestamp was, we can kind of go back forward to the beginning of it, because the beginning of it was even more juicier. This is just kind of like the crescendo of it all. But go ahead and play it. You let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for joining us and for your service. Just to make sure I understand some of the basics here. So, Director Ratcliffe, you were a member of the Houthi PC small groups.
Let me say this though. I love this stuff. You know what I'm saying, right? I'll tell you what's funny. Let me tell you what's funny though. You know what's so funny about power, right? In this country, is that you do got to do this, and basically y'all in trouble.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's just like what we said. Like,
if you don't link it, this don't exist. This reality doesn't. This timeline does not exist.
Now, you got to remember, Tulsi is on the other side of this. She was the one that used to.
I know.
But see, that's what I'm trying to say, bro. That's what I'm trying to say.
But what are you trying to? But they're doing their job. So what are you really? What do you say? Are you the news media now? What are you talking about? What are you trying to say?
No,
they're doing their job.
What I'm saying to you is that
if you was on that signal, if you was on that, hold on.
Let me just say this. I'm really gonna get you on this one. It ain't no fun when the rabbit had the gun and the hunter is on the run. If you go back to what I said from the outset of this, the Republican Party works best when they're the ones doing the grilling. When they're not, this is going to prove my point. When they're in this position, the hen and the han, that's why it looks, because it looks like you don't want to self accountability. You don't want to say, yeah, we was wrong. Hold on. That whole sequence, you're not going to see any of them admit to that. They're just going to obfuscate. They're going to just move it over.
They don't want to go to jail.
All right, man.
I mean, what are we talking about right now?
All right, go ahead.
They're not going to got lawyers. The statements are prepared.
Over this paradox. Come on.
We don't really know what else, but we don't know what else. When you're looking, this is tribunal level stuff, bro. We don't know what's going on. I mean, I haven't, like I said, I didn't watch everything yet. I'm trying to pace myself.
I watched the whole thing, bro.
What I mean is that more investigations of because we still don't know. We don't know why he's on the. We don't know why he's on there. Why did he put him on there? Do we?
Exactly. That's what they're trying.
So what else is going on that we don't? Okay. Right. That's how you go to jail. That's all I'm trying to do. That's how you get in a tribunal, especially. Right. Come on, we're talking about right now. You got to be very careful. You got to spend as much as you can spend. You got to take as much pressure off your spouse. You got to redirect everything. You need a hurricane or something to happen, right? You need something like an event to take place.
And I'm telling you, if she was sitting up on the high chair, she would be like a pit with a bone. You already know, like you
right.
Get the pit with
you know what's so funny? Right, you're right. Because what's so funny about it is that when you're in this seat. One thing I always liked about Hillary is that her level she is at such a high level that you can put her in that seat and you can't
She,
tell the
she
difference between
yeah.
her being there.
Oh
She'll
my
put you
God.
on trial and you in the hot seat. So that's her skill set, right? It's very interesting. Not just her, but I think
for
some really
her,
good people really cook.
for her ability to do what she did out of the Benghazi stuff and how they had her
Uh-huh.
on, and they can
Had her.
only spin it media wise, and she didn't get more heat
That's it.
from that than she actually got, and still was able
Only
to
the
run for
media.
presidency, and still
That's
able to
only
run
the
for
media.
presidency. That
Right.
is insanity, bruh. So you ain't gonna get no argument from me on that. Now spin that. Now spin this clip real quick. Let's get to it, bruh. Let's get to it. Yeah.
I was, yeah, and so were the
Revenge
Vice
of the
President, the
Sith.
Secretaries
Revenge of the
of
Sith.
State and Defense, the National Security Advisor, and Ms. Gabbard, correct?
I believe so. I don't have a list of who was invited to be
And
on.
so was national political reporter Jeffrey Goldberg, correct?
I don't know that.
Pause it. Pause it. Pause it. Pause
you
it. Pause it. Pause it. Pause it. Pause it. Pause. I can't. I'm pressing my. I'm about to lose my mind, bro. Yo, Paradox. That's what I'm trying to say, dog. Like, come on, bro. Come on. What do you when we walk? Listen, we're nothing. We're nothing. What do you get when you walk into a meeting of this level? Who's going to be there? There is no mistakes. You know this, dog. You already know. Everybody gets a sheet. Everybody. So you want to talk about lying to the American people? That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm trying to say, dude. Like, come on, man. Come on. There's no way that Tulsi would have let that happen. Right when he said that, dude, if that was somebody, dude, it's no way. It's no way, dog. Fox News, anybody, any of them. That's what I'm saying. That's why it works best, because they hold the feet to the fire when there's any mistake that's made, which keeps now I see why Biden was so quiet, because Biden didn't want none of the stuff that he was putting through to be held in such scrutiny, that he did so much shit that nobody even knew what he did. He did a whole lot of stuff in his first 100 days, a whole lot of things. You know that. I'm talking about getting laws passed, like actual laws, not the small pen, the big pen. But go ahead, play it, man. Let me not. You got something to say though?
I don't know.
You got something to say right there? Hold on, pause it.
I've already touched.
You got something to say hearing this guy do what he do?
No.
Now this puts Tulsi. Now you got to remember, this puts Tulsi in a bad spot now, because now it's like
she did a lot of obfuscation. They probably gonna show that.
That's why you hate. That's why you hate when it goes left to right, because you're like, yo, what this man says, if we're not all on the same, like literally, like.
I think, but like you said though, if they get through this though, this should make them smarter. You know what I'm saying? More careful. I think that's what this will do, in my opinion.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for joining us and for your service. Just to make sure I understand some of the basics here. So Director Ratcliffe, you were a member of the Houthi PC small group signal chain, correct?
I was.
Yeah, and so were the Vice President, the Secretaries of State and Defense, the National Security Advisor, and Ms. Gabbard, correct?
I believe so. I don't have a list of who was invited to be on.
And so was national political reporter Jeffrey Goldberg, correct?
I don't know that.
Yes, you do.
I don't know Jeffrey Goldberg, and I've already testified. I don't know whether or how he was added.
Okay, well, he was a member of the signal chain, and the discussion included the Vice President's private opinion on the wisdom of proposed U.S. strikes in Yemen, correct?
I don't recall.
Vance, quote, I think we are making a mistake. I am not sure the president is aware of how inconsistent this is with his message on Europe right now. There was a strong argument for delaying this a month. You don't recall?
I don't. As you
don't recall seeing
Please,
that?
please pause it. Pause it.
It included the.
I'm trying. I know you know. I am trying, bruh. I'm trying to be a good
This is the
steward.
red meat you wanted, so go ahead and turn up.
I'm being a better steward than you've been to me. I have been good. I've been nice, man. I've been I've been nice, biding my time like Obi-Wan Kenobi, bruh. I got the high ground, bruh. Like, don't do it. And you still want to jump? Mannequin. Like, no, like, bruh, you good, but you're not that good. You got the force, but the force is with you. But how Yoda say, you're stronger than the force, but not that strong. Not that strong, man. Like, dude, this is not Fox. This is not Fox 5 and Friends. You cannot get away with stuff that they already know to be true. They already know this to be true.
Yeah, but you don't want to have to, like I said, you got to be careful. You don't want to go to jail and get fired.
The private opinions of the Secretary of Defense on the timing of strikes in Yemen, correct?
I don't recall.
Director Radcliffe, surely you prepared for this hearing today. You were part of a group of principals, senior echelons of the U.S. government, in now a widely publicized breach of sensitive information. You don't recall whether the Vice President opined on the wisdom of the strikes? That's your testimony today under oath?
In that setting, I don't recall.
Here's what Secretary Hegseth said, quote, waiting a few weeks or months does not fundamentally change the calculus. Two immediate risks on waiting. One, this leaks and we look indecisive. Two, Israel takes an action first or Gaza ceasefire falls apart and we don't get to start this on our own terms. Your testimony is you don't recall the Secretary of Defense sending that message or reading it?
I recall there being an exchange. I don't recall the specifics as you're reading it.
Well, let's put it this way, Director Radcliffe, a discussion by senior U.S. officials on the timing and risks of a proposed military campaign and disagreements between the president and the vice president about U.S. plans and intentions would be of obvious interest to foreign intelligence services, would it not?
Yes.
And they were discussing the timing of sending U.S. air crews into enemy airspace where they faced an air defense threat, correct?
I'm going to, Senator, defer to the other principles that you're referring
Director
to
Radcliffe.
about what the meaning and the context of
They're
what they
talking
were
about the
auditing.
timing of U.S. airstrikes, correct?
Yes.
Yes, and therefore the timing of sending U.S. air crews into hostile airspace, correct?
Yes.
And therefore the time period during which enemy air defenses could target U.S. air crews flying in enemy airspace, correct?
I don't know that.
You do know that. Let me ask this question, General Hawk. You lead America's signals intelligence collection. Would the private deliberation of foreign senior officials about the wisdom and timing of potential military action be a collection priority for you and the U.S. intelligence community?
Senator, it's our job to do indications and warning for both the plans and intentions of adversary leaders and for military commanders.
And would not information about the timing of airstrikes allow a military to pre-position or cue air defense systems to shoot down enemy aircraft?
I think, Senator, from our perspective, any advance warning is something that we certainly are trying to protect.
Director Radcliffe, this was a huge mistake, correct?
No.
A national
Hold on.
No, you
Let me answer.
no,
The
Director
answer- the
Radcliffe.
reason
I
I
asked you
say
a yes or
no-
no question, and now you'll hold on. A national political reporter
You can
was made
characterize it how
privy-
you want.
was made privy
The White
to
House has
sensitive
made
information
clear
about
that there
imminent
was an
military
inadvertent
operations against a
mistake,
foreign terrorist
Inadvertent
organization.
mistake of adding a reporter.
And that wasn't a huge
to a
mistake.
seal.
That wasn't a huge
Well, I
mistake.
think they characterize
This is
it as
an
a mistake.
embarrassment. This is utterly unprofessional. There's been no apology. There has been no recognition of the gravity of this error. And by the way, we will get the full transcript of this chain, and your testimony will be measured carefully against its content. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the witnesses again.
Now we come to learn that people in the most dangerous and sensitive jobs on the planet put extremely specific pre-decisional discussions about a military attack on Signal, which could be intercepted by the Russians and the Chinese. Everyone here knows that the Russians or the Chinese could have gotten all of that information, and they could have passed it on to the Houthis, who easily could have repositioned weapons and altered their plans to knock down planes or sink ships. I think that it's by the awesome grace of God that we are not mourning dead pilots right now. The two general officers sitting at the table and the people who work for all of you know that if they had set up and participated in the Signal chat, they would be gone. And they know that there's only one response to a mistake of this magnitude. You apologize, you own it, and you stop everything until you can figure out what went wrong and how it might not ever happen again. But that's not what happened. The Secretary of Defense responded with a brutal attack on the reporter who did not ask to be on the Signal chain. Yesterday, our former colleague Mike Waltz did the same in the White House and then went on Fox to call Jeff Goldberg a loser. What do you think the people who work for you are seeing and learning from that?
I want to address briefly the Signal chat issue that I know many of you are concerned about.
Can you pause it? Can you pause it real
President,
quick? I want people to understand that the person that he was asking the question to was the CIA director. Now, I know that people may not know what that entails, but it's impossible. I mean, it's impossible that the basic questions that Senator Ossoff, the respective senator out of Georgia, by the way, that asked him, that he is not privy to in a more direct, intimate way, especially when it comes down to international affairs. That was the CIA director, Ratcliffe. He knows everybody. He knows everybody.
and National Security Advisor Waltz held a
CIA stands for the Central Intelligence Agency. The Central Intelligence Agency. It's their duty to know everybody and not just on a kind of background check kind of basis. I mean, intimate details about everybody and about everything that you do. In the dark, in the light, whatever. So I just want to leave it at that. So just know who he was questioning was the CIA director. Take it as you will. Let me not spin that. I mean, let me stop the spin. I kind of got in the wash a little bit. I got
press
that
conference yesterday
today.
with a clear message. It was
Hey,
a mistake
Paradox,
that a
man.
reporter
Paradox,
was
you gotta let me cook, baby. You gotta let me cook, man. What's up with you, man? What's all this, man? What's all this?
You're going. I'm letting you rock. You rocking?
Go ahead.
But I thought you paused that you want me to play it.
No, go ahead, man. Go ahead and play. Go ahead and play, man.
inadvertently added to a Signal chat with high-level national security principals, having a policy discussion about imminent strikes against the Houthis and the effects of the strike. National Security Advisor has taken full responsibility for this, and the National Security Council is conducting an in-depth review along with technical experts working to determine how this reporter was inadvertently added to this chat. The conversation was candid and sensitive, but as the President National Security Advisor stated, no classified information was shared. There were no sources, methods, locations, or war plans that were shared. This was a standard update to the National Security Cabinet that was provided alongside updates that were given to foreign partners in the region. The Signal Message app comes pre-installed on government devices. In December of 2024, CISA stated, quote, "We strongly urge highly targeted individuals to immediately review and apply best practices provided in the guidance to protect mobile communications, including consistent use of end-to-end encryption." And they named Signal as an app, as an example of such an end-to-end encrypted messaging app. Ideally, these conversations occur in person. However, at times, fast-moving coordination of an unclassified nature is necessary, where in-person conversation is not an option. I'm also aware that a lawsuit was filed yesterday on this issue. As a result of that pending litigation, I'm limited in my ability to comment further on that specific case. My Office of General Counsel will be in close contact with the Department of Justice on this matter. The most important thing to the American people and to all of us is the success of this military operation against terrorists who have been and continue to attack American service members was extremely successful, thanks to the leadership of President Trump and the actions of our brave men and women in uniform.
If there's something I care as much about as the national security of the United States, it's the powers and prerogatives of this Congress and its oversight duties. So I want to spend a minute or so on yesterday's testimony in front of the Senate and direct these questions in particular to Director Patel and Director Gabbard. Yesterday, Senator Heinrich asked, did this conversation, referring to the Signal chat, include information on weapons, packages, targets, or timing? Director Patel, you said not that I'm aware of. Director Gabbard, you said same answer. This morning we learned that the Signal chat included the following update, forward-looking update from the Secretary of Defense. Time now, 11:44 Eastern Time. Weather is favorable. Just confirmed with CENTCOM. We are go for mission launch. 12:15 Eastern Time. F-18 launch. First strike package. 13:45 trigger-based F-18 first strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location, so should be on time. Also, strike drones launch. MQ-9s. 14:10. More F-18s launch. Second strike package. Do either of the directors want to reflect on their testimony yesterday in the context of what I just read?
Sure. One, I was not on that Signal chat. Two, I have not reviewed it. And three, as you just indicated, that was made public this morning.
But Director, you didn't prior to yesterday's Senate. You were on this. You were on the Signal chat, correct?
No.
Okay, but did you review the material on the Signal chat?
No, I wasn't on it.
Director Gabbard.
As you can see there, that is the director of the FBI. That is the director of the FBI, the Honorable Kash Patel. He has a documentary out too, by the way, called The Deep State. Go ahead, play.
Yes, Ranking Member. My answer yesterday was based on my recollection or the lack thereof on the details that were posted there. I was not, and what was shared today reflects the fact that I was not directly involved with that part of the Signal chat and replied at the end reflecting the effects, the very brief effects that the National Security Advisor had shared.
So it's your testimony that less than 2 weeks ago, you were on a Signal chat that had all of this information about F-18s and MQ-9 Reapers and targets on strike, and you in that 2-week period simply forgot that that was there. That's your testimony?
As a point of order, I want to ask you this. These directors are over large intelligence agencies, the most powerful American intelligence agencies in America. Who's the only person that they report to?
The president.
Let's pray, please. Press play, please.
Moni?
My testimony is I did not recall the exact details of what was included there.
That was not your testimony. Your testimony was that you were not aware of anything related to weapons packages, targets, and timing.
As the testimony yesterday continued on, there were further questions related to that, where I acknowledged that there was conversation about weapons, and I don't remember the exact wording that I used, but I did not recall the specific details that were included.
Director Gabbard, you've reasserted that there was no classified information. I think we can all agree that that information shouldn't have been out there. But let me ask you this. Are you familiar with the ODNI's classification guidance?
I'm familiar
I've
with
actually
it.
got a copy right here. If I read you a part of that guidance, I wonder if you could tell me what the level of classification indicated is. I'm reading from your classification guidance. And the criteria is information providing indication or advance warning that the U.S. or its allies are preparing an attack. Do you recall what your own guidance would suggest that be classified?
I don't have the specifics in front of me, but it would point to what was shared would fall under the DoD's classification system and the Secretary of Defense's authority.
So let me help you, because there's a very clear answer.
And what is not.
I guess you don't have it, but information providing, this is the ODNI guidance, information providing indication or advance warning that the U.S. or its allies are preparing an attack should be classified as top secret. Do you disagree with that?
I don't disagree with that. I just point out that the DoD classification
pause it real
guidance
quick.
is.
So everybody that gets a job as so-called job or whatever, what's the thing that you get, like what is it called? A BCOC, which is so-called the Business Code of Conduct, right? And if you are in breach of the BCOC, what can happen to you, Paradox?
You get fired.
Is it your responsibility to know these things?
Of course.
Don't they give you like some kind of test or quiz? Some companies, they even go so far to give you a test or quiz over the things that you learned in your BCOC, so you have at least a little bit of fairly decent knowledge about breaching, any kind of business code of conducts and stuff like that, right? Like, you have some kind of knowledge about what you're getting into. So if these things happen, you will be under review and possibly under termination.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And the people that write up the BCOCs are normally who?
Bureaucrats. Well, HR, the company's perspective.
The director,
HR,
right? Do you think the director? Do you think the director would have an idea about what the BCOC entails?
Yeah, but the corporation will have it put together,
Right. But I'm saying
But yeah,
they
they
would.
have to be aware. They should be aware of it.
Okay. Go ahead and play.
Separate from the ODNI's classification guidance.
Do you think it would be
and
materially different?
Ultimately, the Secretary of Defense holds the authority to classify or declassify.
Do you think it's likely that DoD guidance is materially different from what I just read?
I haven't reviewed the DoD guidance, so I can't comment.
Director Gabbard, a lot of this suggests sort of a lack of sobriety. When there's punch emojis and fire emojis, it's a lack of sobriety. I don't mean that literally. But I have one last question for you, because I think people really listen to what you have to say. You, on March 15th, as DNI, retweeted a post from Ian Miles Chong, who is listed on RT, that's Russia Today's website, as, quote, a political and cultural commentator who has contributed content to RT since at least 2022. Director Gabbard, do you think that it's responsible for you as head of the intelligence community and the principal's presidential intelligence advisor to retweet posts from individuals affiliated with Russian state media?
That retweet came from my personal account, and I would have to go back to look at the substance of the tweet.
Can I, just so that we don't have a lack of confusion amongst our allies and enemies and us, can I act perhaps that you not think that you should be saying one thing on your personal account than you say officially?
I maintain my First Amendment rights to be able to express my own personal views on different issues.
Mr. Ratcliffe, or Director Ratcliffe, formerly known as Texas, from this Mississippi guy, I'd like to give you 30 seconds if you have anything to respond to what Ms. Gabbard just, Director Gabbard, I'm sorry, just said.
Well, Mississippi, it's good to see you again. And I appreciate the opportunity. You know, there's so much talk about this Atlantic article and about things that were said and that could have happened instead of a focus on what did happen. So my responsibility as CIA director, one of its responsibilities is to kill terrorists. And that's exactly what I did along with President Trump's excellent national security team. That's what we should be focused on. With regard to that article, I also would appreciate.
That's how you answer that question. Let's focus on the execution. We took the terrorist out. You know, our troops were safe. We're good money. That's what the focus has to be on, not all this other, you know, spin stuff that you've been doing for the last hour.
Appreciate the opportunity to relay the fact that yesterday I spent 4 hours answering questions from senators as a result of that article that were intimating that I transmitted classified information because there were hidden messages. Those messages were revealed today and revealed that I did not transmit classified information, and that the reporter, who I don't know, I think intentionally intended it to indicate that. That reporter also indicated that I had released the name of an undercover CIA operative in that signal chat. In fact, I had released the name of my chief of staff, who is not operating undercover. That was deliberately false and misleading. And I appreciate the opportunity to reflect that my answers haven't changed. I used an appropriate channel to communicate sensitive information. It was permissible to do so. I didn't transfer any classified information. And at the end of the day, what is most important is that the mission was a remarkable success, is what everyone should be focused on here, because that's what did happen, not what possibly could have happened.
Tulsi, you and I came into the Congress together in 2013. And Cash, you and I was serving on the Intelligence Committee when you worked on the Intelligence Committee. And John, you and I are both from Texas, and we both served together on the Intelligence Committee. You know, the idea that this information, if it was presented to our committee, would not be classified, y'all know is a lie. That's ridiculous. I've seen things much less sensitive be presented to us with high classification. And to say that it isn't is a lie to the country. I want to ask the generals now. The NSA is principally in charge of intercepting things like signals intelligence from other countries. General, I want to ask you, if your organization, your agency, intercepted something like this from Russia or China or some other country, would you consider this classified information?
Representative, we would be classifying based off of our sources and methods. So those would be the things that, in terms of how we process, how we would be able to obtain the information and how we'd report it,
Sure.
we would classify based off of our source and method.
So if you knew that the Secretary of Defense and the National Security Advisor of Russia or China and the head of the Foreign Ministry and all of the folks who were associated with that signal chain, if you intercepted that information, General, would you consider it classified?
So it would be classified based off of our collections.
So the NSA would classify it, would
Based off
determine it as
of
classified.
the protection of our own source and method, not necessarily based off the content, but how we collected that information.
But it would be classified.
Well, we certainly wouldn't be collecting on a U.S. person conversation.
No, I understand. I'm
You're
saying if we,
collecting on
but if you did your job and collected it from the Russian Foreign Ministry and the National Security Advisor and the Secretary of Defense and the President's Chief Advisor, there is no way, having sat on this committee for 9 years, that somebody would come in with that information and give us something that says unclassified, you can walk out of this room with this information and give it to whomever you want. You know, with all respect, you and I worked on the committee at the same time. Tulsi, you and I came in together. I've never had an issue with beef with you. John, you and I are both from Texas. Y'all know that's a lie. It's a lie to the country.
Director Gabbard, you said no classified information was included in the signal chat, correct?
That's correct.
And President Trump also said there was no classified information in the signal chat And Secretary Hegseth said nobody was texting war plans. There was absolutely no classified info in that chat. Lieutenant General Cruz, I'd like to talk to you about a couple things real quick. Executive Order 13526, Section 1.4a. This is the Trump administration's executive order with regard to classified information. It says, information shall be classified if its unauthorized disclosure could reasonably be expected to cause damage to national security, including military plans, weapon systems, or operations. You don't disagree that that's accurately quoted, right?
That's an accurate quote from the executive order.
And DOD 5200.01, this is the DOD's manual on class.
Pause real quick. My point in all of this is simple. What's wrong with a simple yes? Yes. But. Yes. But. Then your rebuttal.
If you say yes, what happens next? I'm just curious.
Let's play
that out then. Okay, so they say yes. Then what's the next? What's the next thing they're going to say then? What do you think they're going to say next? I'm just asking.
We'll
This
never
is how
know.
the world works, man. What are we talking about right now? This is not preschool. It's not elementary school. It's not middle school. It's not high school. It's not college.
Hold on. So
grad
it's
school.
okay. It's okay. It's okay when you do it, but when I do it, come on, man. Come on now. This doesn't make sense, bruh.
This is
this was
standard operating SOP, baby.
I thought
Standard operating procedure, man.
Yeah, of course, I know that, but I'm saying
If they get up there and start saying, of course it's supposed to be classified. The next statement is what? Should the president of the United States resign? Should Vance resign? Should you resign? Should you be brought up on charges? Should you be prosecuted? That's literally will be the next question. The moment you say yes,
somebody got to go. Somebody got to go. Somebody got to get up out of here. I'm leaving out of here with something.
Right.
I'm leaving out of here with something. It's all
you open up a whole. You're gonna open up a whole nother situation.
Out of here with something. Shout out to Denzel Washington. I'm leaving out of here with something. Pete Aslett, you're the least qualified out of everybody here. Everybody here has worked in the government in some kind of capacity, except for you, outside of your military record. Everybody else, you got to go, bro. You got to go. This is on your head, bro. You got to get up out of here. Yeah, you got to run. You got to roll. Yeah. You got to go. But like I said, man, I'm leaving out of here with something. The Democrats are too nice. Period. They are. That kind of love and extension he said, we both from Texas, all that kind of crazy. And the Mississippi guy, that MAGA rat, this is gonna sit up there and throw a lob to his boy. Then you gonna try to eat off that? Are you for real, bruh? Yeah, Mississippi. I mean, didn't even call themselves by their name, Mississippi and Texas. Come on, dog.
But look how this works. What are we talking about right now?
Oh my God. All right, man. Go ahead, play.
How it works, you know that.
Go ahead, play it, man. Go ahead, play it, bro.
Classification says, quote, information shall be classified if its unauthorized disclosure could reasonably be expected to cause describable damage to national security. This includes military plans, weapon systems, or operations. You don't disagree that I quoted that accurately, right?
That's also an accurate quote.
Can I show you I'd like to show you the text that Secretary Hegseth actually published to the world. Now, Lieutenant General Cruz, as Ranking Member Himes said, it says, time now, weather is favorable. Just confirmed with CENTCOM, we are a go for mission launch.
Pause it again.
And it says at 12:15.
Pause it again. I really can't reiterate this. I just want to make sure that these people, anything that they discussed, you have. Is everybody up there that's getting questioned? Are those all directors are there associate directors up there?
No.
All of those are so-called. Those are the top, right? These are the top people. Correct?
Correct.
They are in charge of the whole department. Not the director of operations in Seattle, not the director of New York not any of this. We're talking about the people in charge.
I know some CENTCOM folks too. People are pissed about this, obviously. But...
Yeah, absolutely, bruh. I mean, you can't even go down the chain. The only thing that can happen to them is the president. That's who they report to directly. Nobody else. Everybody else is their colleagues. Either they're their colleagues or they're below them. Is that? I mean, that's just the fact, bro. So I'm just trying to grasp it, bro. Because like I'm saying, like these are the directors that they're questioning about a military operation, Paradox. And we're talking about whether this is national security or not. Go ahead and play it, bro. Go ahead and play it.
You can argument here.
18 Eastern, F-18's launch first strike package. F-18s are military systems, correct? Weapon systems.
They are.
Okay. 1345, trigger-based F-18 first strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location, so should be on time. Also, strike drones launch, MQ-9s. MQ-9s is a weapon system, correct?
They are.
Okay. I think applying the executive order as well as the DoD manual to this fact pattern, we clearly have weapon systems that have been identified. That is classified information. Now, the reason why it's important that this information not be disclosed is that we don't want the adversaries to know what's about to happen, right, sir?
Well, I would draw a small distinction there. You referenced and asked if that platform, those two platforms are weapon systems. They are, but those terms are used all across the globe in a lot of contexts. So it's really about how they're used in the context of this particular document. I just wanted to clarify that the use of those.
I understand.
Yeah.
In this situation, those are operational details.
They are operational details, but again, as you quoted the DoD instruction, it's about operations. So as you further go down into what are the operational details, I think as we had a discussion yesterday, the important aspect, I think all of us are very familiar.
This is classified information. This is classified information. It's a weapon system as well as sequence of strikes, as well as details about the operations. And so I think that just piggybacking off of what some other members have said, using the DoD's manual, as well as the executive order in operation today with the Trump administration, this text message is clearly classified information. Secretary Hegseth has disclosed military plans as well as classified information. He needs to resign immediately. He needs to resign immediately and in full.
I can't make it up, right? That's what I was saying.
Investigation needs to be undertaken with regard to what?
Say what?
No, I'm saying I'm leaving out here with something. I mean that
I
clearly
was telling you,
he was the
on the
target
way.
of this so-called confirmation hearing. He was. But I'm saying he was the target of the actual. He's the easiest and the most gettable target out of everybody that's there. He's the head of security and defense. Basically, it runs up the chain. He's at the end for the security breach of the country. He's responsible. The Secretary of Defense when it comes down to it, bro. So technically, it would be the Secretary of Defense that they possibly can report to, but still, these are directors.
Look, when you watch Chelsea Gabbard talk, what does she keep saying? If you watch her interview on the first day yesterday, she keeps saying DOD, part of defense.
Yeah,
she's saying that for a reason.
Yeah, yeah, I know. I know. She don't care.
Y'all supposed to be boys.
Yeah.
What y'all doing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Whether other similar signal chats are occurring in this administration.
General Hawk, the NSA recently warned its employees not to use the Signal app. Is that correct?
What we did, Congressman, is we put out cybersecurity advisories on a whole host of systems.
Now, me and you have known about the Signal thing for a long time. What's so funny about it is that you remember he said something very funny earlier. The other college person said something funny earlier, which was what did he say? Because anyway, I don't want to get too much into that, but we do what we do on the opposite side of that because other places use the technology.
Right.
And so people know that what Russia has what their capabilities are when it comes to this stuff. But anyway, let's see what he says.
On the Signal app that was included in that advisory, right?
What we've done is we put out an advisory on how to use the Signal app and other encrypted applications because we do encourage our employees and their families to use it.
Because there's risk to that app.
There are.
Okay. General Cruz, DOD also issued a warning about vulnerabilities to the Signal app recently, correct?
That's correct.
Director Gabbard, you were on the Signal text chain in question, correct?
Yes,
As was Mr. Witkoff, the administration's lead negotiator with the Russians, correct?
yes.
And at the time, Mr. Witkoff was actually in Russia during this chat discussion.
By the way, I wasn't sure if that was true or not, by the way. I was going to bring it up, but I wasn't sure. Was he really in Russia or not? So they did confirm that he was in Russia. That's just interesting in
Right.
itself.
Right.
Was he not?
Right. Very much.
I was
so.
not aware of that.
Was he on his personal phone at the time?
I don't know.
Well, it's my understanding that he was indeed in Russia. Director Gabbard, you were also traveling during this discussion, correct?
Yes.
And where were you?
I was traveling through the Asia Pacific region. I don't recall which country I was in at that time.
You don't remember the country?
I'd have to go back and look at the schedule.
Director Gabbard, I want to direct your attention again to.
By the way, she's not. That's the other thing with her. You know, when you look at someone, you're like, well, how strong do they present or confident?
Right.
You could just tell. You could tell that the CIA director how much more savvy he is relative to.
Absolutely.
It's very funny because. You know,
You
she
can tell he
is
passed
so
a couple
scared.
of
She is so
polygraph tests.
scared to make a mistake. Right. Oh, he's definitely is.
The
But you
master
can
of the
tell that she is
polygraph, right?
so scared because they're looking for the trap is set. And so you
Yeah.
have to walk. So if you're not used to it, like you
These
said
are
on the other
loaded
side of it, it's all loaded. It's all.
Yeah,
It's
she-
all
Yeah,
it's like
she's
I
used
don't
to
know where I
being-
was at. I was somewhere in
Hold
Asia. Somewhere in Asia. I don't know
Right.
where.
Like you
You don't know
have
where
a-
you was
like
at.
you don't have a whole
It was a week ago.
itinerary. And not only that, you remember succinctly, especially when you took
It was
that.
so funny.
Get out of here! Get out of here,
It wasn't a
man!
year ago. It was a week ago. 2 weeks ago.
No,
What's
get
that
out of
fucking-
here with that! Like, come on! Like I was somewhere.
I don't know. I
uh,
don't know.
we was right over the
Yeah,
Bermuda
no,
Triangle. You know how that go.
You
Bermuda
know, because you know what the
Triangle.
problem, right?
Get
Like
outta
you
here,
said,
man.
the problem is you're so scared, and that's how she's presenting, at least to me, right? You're so scared to say anything wrong. You just say,
thought
I
you
don't
was
know nothing.
tough. I thought you was good for it. You said you was tough. All that. Oh, look at Kamala. Look at Kamala and all this. And
Because your general counsel, they're gonna tell you that you can go to prison. But so you know what the consequences
Yeah.
are with some of this stuff, right?
Yeah,
That means
absolutely.
it's stuff. But that's what I was
Yeah.
saying about the level of seriousness is that.
But
Go ahead.
paradox. What I'm saying is to sit there and to not acknowledge some of the basic facts is what I'm saying. Like the basic facts. Like some things you cannot get out of because it's going to come out once they drop the full, dossier of this thing, and they're gonna be like, you asking questions. You said you didn't remember nothing about you. You told us you had no recollection about what was going on primarily to this, and y'all dropping questions, when it's gonna go, how it's gonna, what's gonna be the casualty possible, civilian count, because that's normally what people are worried about when you deal with kind of strikes like this. I am
Civilian casualties. Yeah.
yes, civilian casualties. What's your kill rate and what's the civilian count? But I'm just so kind of just.
So what they're trying to paint a picture of it. They're trying to paint it's very clever from the left, meaning, and I wouldn't even say the left or the right, just from a national security perspective. So it's all political, of course, but to take off the political piece of it, you have to be very careful, because if you look incompetent as leaders, you lose your people, basically, right?
Yeah,
so you have to be very careful. If you're at the top like that and it shows incompetent, it does trickle down. People lose confidence in you, and more stuff starts to leak out, by the way. So that's how that happens, by the way. Because now people are thinking that you're not really in charge, you don't know what you're really doing, and then they start telling everything, all type of stuff starts to come out in the future.
Because what's so crazy about it, we can't even, you can't hold water, and not only that, you don't look good under pressure. That's
very basic.
That's what this job is all about. This is all about pressure.
And one thing I've always loved about like Colin Powell or Rumsfeld, like those guys,
exactly.
Even though I know that I'm getting messed with
Dick
at
Cheney.
the highest level, it's still that they still have that. I'm a strongman person, so it is what it is, right? And so I like, or even Condi for that matter, I like the ability, or Hillary, I like the ability
And it was the
to
same.
be
Yep.
able to maneuver in these type of positions because there is a way out, but you really have to know what you're doing when you're having this kind of conversation. This is a
Mhm.
massive. It's not that it's the because you know from a national security perspective, this is a very on one level it's a very simple thing. Like you can't get the simple thing right. So when it gets very serious, I mean the strike itself, of course, is serious. I'm just saying that when you, it's like, well, if you can't get something a simple strike that we're doing correct, and it's getting leaked out, people in other countries, you're sending messages. We know that the Signal app can be hacked. Obviously, we've known that for forever, and so because even when they was trying to sell the idea of it, which again we don't have to get into that, but even then it was like, come on, bro, there's this other thing. It's not secure, but anyway. So what's so
Right.
funny, that's old news, by the way. That's the funny part. But anyway, if you can't do this, the natural next question, right, or the next series of events that happen in the next, say, 6 months, it will connect right back. Because if you can't get this right, you know, then what's next to come, basically, right?
Right.
So you don't, even from a left perspective, you don't want to remove you don't want to remove all the confidence out of the agency. Right, you want to corral and put all that focus energy around the individual leader, basically, right? And to see will they crack under pressure, will they continue to make mistakes, do they know how to handle the pressure? Did they interview Pete yet? Because I don't know if I can find. Did they pull Pete up? Because I heard him
No,
talking.
they don't have Pete on. Let me see. Hold on.
They
Let
don't
me
have
see if
him
they
yet.
have it on here. Right.
Because he spoke. I know he gave a speech, but I don't know if they pulled him in yet or if he's refusing to go.
I'll send it to you. Hold on. Let me see.
Because I've been kind of, like I told you, I watched a little bit of this, but I've been kind of ducking it because I know a lot of it's going to be, a lot of it's going to be theater on some level. But the series, it is extremely serious, though, obviously. So, because even like you said, like Trump on the surface can play, trade games, trade warfare games. He can say random things about Canada or whatever, right? Or even about our allies on the surface. But if it drops below politics and gets into the real things that are happening around the world, you will also lose confidence in other agencies globally, right? It can cause some serious issues around the world, which having to, you have people in place. We have people that we trust in certain parts of the world, and they're providing certain information, and those things have to have a level of confidence behind it, security behind it, trust behind it. Because if something this simple leaks out, well, if I have information, do I want to share with America now? So it can now. If I'm a Democrat, and I didn't hear the minority leaders speak. He made some interesting comments. The House minority leader. What's my man name from? I think he's from New York, right, or Jersey? Oh wow, not Cory Booker. What's this guy's name? I can't think of it right now.
Who you talking? Oh,
But
you're talking
anyway.
about Hassan Jeffries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
Is
Jeffries. No. Is it?
What's his name? I think that not Hassan Jeffries. His name is not Hassan, but I think it's Hakeem, something like that. Hakeem Jeffries or something like that.
Hakeem Jeffries. There we go.
Yeah,
Who the hell is Hassan?
Yeah, no, I was thinking about Chink's nephew. My bad.
That's what I figured you were thinking about. But anyway, I know he had made some comments as well. But from a Democratic perspective, like I told you, I've been sort of looking at some other things this week. I should have been more focused on this, but I got distracted with some other stuff.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Yeah, Hakeem. I got kind of distracted, so I was letting everything kind of play out before I dig in heavy. But did Hakeem? I know he came out and gave a speech as well, but I'm not sure. And I watched some of MSNBC because Fox is they're lost at this, but you can't duck it with this. So they're literally spinning. So that don't even matter, right? We put them to the side for the moment. I watched it. I was no. What are you talking? What are you saying? I mean, they're doing what they're doing. The economy's in the tank. They're just talking at this point. It don't matter, right? Once you know how this works, right? Democrat, Republican doesn't matter. Remember, we're only talking about a compressed amount of time. So we're talking about, say, a month, right? So just a short amount of time in the long run of history, of course. Just talking about a short amount of time. But in this little section of time, the Democrats, this would be what you would take. but I'm surprised so far, and maybe I'm missing something, that is not more aggressive. And what I mean by that is I watched some of the left-wing shows, not progressives, but just because the progressives hate all this stuff, but just some of the standard left-wing stuff. I don't know if they're truly at this point capitalizing, if that makes any sense, to really send a really hard message to the American people of what this means, because it is kind of like, you know what I'm saying, right? You have to make it make sense to everyday people to make them understand, because on some level, why are we, you can start to ask questions about why are we striking, why are we still doing empire, why are we still doing imperialism, why are we still attacking, and you can sort of make they're terrorists. You can sort of make those arguments, but really trying to take advantage of the mistake, specifically incompetence, right? So I would argue the Democrats would need to, and I don't know if they wrote it out yet. They should be working on it if they don't have it yet. And I didn't hear my boy, what's my boy name from Louisiana? I haven't caught one of his clips. I know he's had to discuss this already. He's probably super pissed. But I wonder and I see that the numbers are down on Trump and his people, but I don't know if I've seen a really solid message to really target incompetence, inexperience. Trump made a mistake, and tie those three things together and just run that, right? Without it being so highbrow. That makes sense, right? Like they start talking, it gets too out there. Like, nah, simplify a little bit more, because I watched some of Morning Joe and some other shows, and I'm thinking to myself, well, this not really resonating with me. I'm not feeling what she's saying right now, right? So they bring on the experts and they're trying to say why it's bad and this guy leaked, and they interviewed the guy who's on the text chain. But I'm like, has anyone choreographed a really strong message to the American people so they can trigger some energy, right? Does that make sense? And have you seen that? I may have just haven't. I may have just.
It's what I said. That's the reason why I wish.
I don't know if I've caught it yet.
We could see the contrast between the only reason why Hillary Clinton didn't get just totally engulfed by that is because she's a Jew. She's a Jew. She's a political Jew. You got to give it that.
Yeah, she's next.
She's
Michael Jordan.
cold.
She's Michael Jordan, bro. She's Michael Jordan. It's nothing to talk about. We can't even discuss her.
So I mean, at all the stuff that they
I watched this woman put the entire committee on trial, bro. She's a monster, bro. I mean, it's like on another level. It's like the level of impressiveness of her interview, bro. I'm telling you, it gives me chills. I got goosebumps now. That's how effective she is.
If she was herself, she would have ran. She would have won. If they did try to make her into some kind of feminine type of vessel instead of what she truly is, a cold, calculating strategist of political leanings.
Yeah. I think men carry it better than women, though. That's the thing that Americans have to adapt to.
Of course, that's a fact anyway.
But you know why? Because she's a mom, so the mother thing is still a thing. So you can't.
Right.
I think it's difficult still to get to that point where, like, I respect Hillary. I respect Hillary from a perspective tremendously, right? Because of how she is. But in a female body, because with men, we run, well, not us per se, but men run everything. So it's been going on for, at least in the Western world, for outside of some queens and stuff like that.
But she would be
we've been doing it for so long. It's a natural understanding of being ruthless and balancing it out with a soft hand. For her, and like I told you about the interviews that she's had where she said, well, if I was like this, it wouldn't work. And that's her perspective. I think that she's just wrong. Yeah. But she doesn't believe that being that way will work because she's a female and how she processes it.
It would have been spun out of control. It would have spun it. But
right.
She was trying to run cover on what a true personality is at the end of the day.
Well,
at the end of the day, a lot of people will say she's tougher than Bill Clinton.
Right. Hitler, Stalin, Mao, George Washington, pick somebody, right? They were, they was created by a female. They weren't creating the test tube. So a woman produced that energy. So it's just interesting how we interpolate it through male versus female when the female is producing, quote unquote, the savage or the monster or the genocider, right? Like it's very fascinating how we can separate the two. And I'm like, how does that work? The energy of her is in him who runs that nation who may have genocided 20 million people or whatever, right? That's still coming from a mother. So it's very interesting. And so, but it's just weird that when you twist that to where she's now in charge, we're not, it doesn't, I don't think it resonates correctly. Even with Kamala, when she kept saying we're going to have the most lethal military, it even made me a little cringy because it's a female saying it just didn't feel right? It's like, what does that mean? I don't understand you. It doesn't sound because we're just not used to it, in my opinion.
Could you play the clip that I put in there, man? I think this is a good one too, because this is from the second day, if I'm not mistaken, that they had the hearing, and I think that this is when Mr. Crow went at him a little bit and kind of hammered it. You could tell, like, they had a whole sheet there about some of the things that they did get some information there. So some of the stuff that you was talking about clears up a little bit, some of it. But go ahead.
Let me let this last little section. I want to see what he has to finish and I'll get out of it.
To the text chain where it says, just confirmed with CENTCOM, we are a go for mission launch. Does that indicate to you that there is about to be a military operation?
Yes.
Director Gabbard, earlier in this hearing, we heard about the DoD's classification standards. I want to now turn my attention to your classification standards. You're the Director of National Intelligence. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence classification guide says, quote, information providing indication or advance warning that the U.S. or its allies are preparing for an attack, end quote, is to be classified as top secret. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Director Gabbard, have the Houthis indicated an ability to shoot down American aircraft?
Yes.
They have in fact done so, haven't they?
Yes.
Including MQ-9 Reapers, haven't they?
That's correct.
And that was one of the systems used in the attack recently. That's the subject of this discussion.
Yep.
Is it not?
Correct.
Yep.
General Cruz, are you familiar with this system?
I'm not wearing my
This is-
glasses at the
you know
moment,
what-
but
Well, I'll help you out. This is an
All-
SA-3 anti-aircraft system.
This is actually the one, so we could just leave it. This is it. What I was going to play. So go ahead, play it.
This dude just said he don't have his glasses. It's hilarious. But I will say this: they are very lucky that Russia didn't get their hands on it and get it out.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna tell you why I say that, because somebody would have lost. We unfortunately would have lost one of our soldiers, unfortunately. But it's interesting that they're see, because like you said, right, the job is to elevate this as high as possible, then set the responsibility, right, then to crush you. So the CIA director, he's worked his way out of it, right? Patel is like, I wouldn't know nothing. I'm out too. I'm here, but I'm out. I'm here for
I'm domestic.
They're trying to package.
I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Basically,
I'm just here so I don't get fined, bruh.
And what's interesting is that once they can, like you said, they're trying to fit this on somebody. Now, unfortunately, Democrats and Republicans, doesn't matter which side, President Obama, pick somebody.
Don't matter.
They're gonna somebody got to hang. Now, Trump
Somebody
is
gotta go.
clearly Trump is in a position that he's obviously much more loyal this time around so far, and so I wonder, can they generate enough pressure to where he has to give up somebody? Because that's really the goal here, is that who's going to take this and get pushed up out of there
And get the story, narrative out
Trump,
of there.
and can you get Trump to pull back? That's not Trump's play. I want to find one. I know you got to video him somewhere around here. I want to find what he said about it. But I caught some of it, but I didn't really lock into it.
Oh, I have it. I'll send it to you.
Because the thing is that I'm curious to see, because he's going to try to say, we're not letting, basically we're not going to fire nobody. We're not going to hang Pete. He just got here. It was a mistake that's made. It doesn't. They're trying their best to push against it. And like you said, the job of the Democrats across the board to see. And again, let me tell you why I have an issue with Democrats, so you can understand what I'm talking about. The Democratic Party is so split that, unfortunately, and the type of people that support them is not the right people. I wish the Democratic Party, like, the more you really look at it, the Democratic Party, I know they can't do it, because I would argue that they probably lost the election because the progressives turned off because of Biden's and Kamala's position on Palestine and Israel. That's a mistake, and she couldn't do anything about it because she wasn't in charge. She was being ran by his campaign out of Delaware, so that's a different conversation. But the thing is that because of this situation, I don't know how much can Trump hold this position, right? I'd be very curious to see will he be able to try to spin his way out of it and can maintain that without starting to look weak, and it starts to leak into, some of his supporters, not necessarily the hardcore base supporters, but some of the peripheral supporters. I wonder. Because what one argument they've been making is that if you look at him in 2016, it's much better than right now. And the market has crashed more because of the inflation numbers that came. The core inflation numbers have came out and they're up. And so the market sold off another $1 trillion or whatever. But anyway, so I'll be curious to see how much can happen before he has to capitulate at some point, right? That's what I'm really waiting for. Is that where is that breaking point at, or is there one? And would this be the beginning of something, or would they be able to kind of squash this? So,
General Cruz, are you familiar with this system?
I'm not wearing my glasses at the moment, but
Well, I'll help you out. This is an SA-3 anti-aircraft system. Correct. Are you familiar with this next system?
I am.
What is it?
I'm going to have to ask you.
It's an SA-6.
I'm going to guess that
This is also an advanced anti-aircraft system, is it not?
it is. It was used widely in the Balkans in the 90s. Correct.
And the Houthis also have this system.
now who supplied these pajama wearing people? Who supplied it with these fancy weapons? Is what I already know where it comes from. But it's kind of by the way, that's what we were talking about before. Remember we were talking about how you can keep pretending America first. You can keep pretending that we're just not going to be something that we're not. And I'm like, but you're doing the exact. You understand what I'm saying? It's always a funny contrast that you're satisfying how people feel, right, by doing certain things. But the other things you're not going to stop doing, in my opinion, right? Because if you really was about certain things, you would actually allow some other things to take place around the world and sort of move on, right? But you can't do it. It's very interesting that the pressures of reality is on you, not your ideology. It's very interesting.
Don't they?
They certainly do.
And they've employed it against our aircraft, have they not?
They have attempted to. Correct.
I spent my life in service to this country. I deployed 3 times to combat in service to this nation. I learned in that time in service that responsibility is core to leadership. You accept responsibility when things go wrong. You admit mistakes. You set the standard from the very top.
See the push? But that's what I was talking about. That's the push, right?
Yeah.
They're structuring it. It's such a funny thing because Trump can generally swallow mistakes, unlike any other politician that we've probably seen in our lifetime.
It's a talent.
Right?
That's his talent right there. That's a talent that he has. I got to give it to him. He's good at doing, especially in front of the media. He can sit up there and say, "This is a witch hunt," and everybody will eat it up.
Yeah. The question is, when it starts to be more serious things like this, I wonder, does that actually erode? Because you can swallow making jokes about people or saying whatever you're saying about whoever and talking about people, but when it comes to this is our wheelhouse. We're talking about physical, real things, not ideology, not talking, not making somebody upset, not making them emotional. People feel bad on the left and on the right because he says whatever he says or does whatever he does. He's writing executive orders. Yeah, right. But this to me is where the rubber kind of meets the road. Is that can you swallow this? Or can your cabinet swallow it? Because Trump would be fine. Trump is fine either way, in my opinion, right? Like he's good either way.
Fine either way. Yeah.
Like you said, he's leaving it on you.
Over to him. Right.
Well, no, he did the same thing with what's the guy named who quit down in Florida, who he was trying to get in, but he had the allegations coming out, and Trump basically said it's on you. You need to hold your nuts, and he folded because you know why? Because something else was getting ready to drop. By the way, because he likes underage girls. He needs to go to prison, really.
Yeah,
so the thing is that
he can't stop. He cannot stop.
Right, he can't stop.
Control it. Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Pete, on the other hand, was able to maintain and fight through it.
Yeah, he was to fight through it. Yeah. Yeah.
But Trump has his, in my opinion, Trump, even though he may support you, he
likes
feel
Pete
like
too. He do like Pete.
Of course,
he likes Pete a lot.
But I think that Trump leaves you on your own, meaning that I will provide some level of protection, but
I'm
ultimately I
Right.
have to protect myself. You need to be able to hold your own
Absolutely.
and don't give up.
You're right.
But on the other, but this is the problem, and I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why I say it's always funny, right? That's why a lot of his friends get locked up, because they're thinking somehow that no, he's not really. That's why even his boy Bannon went to prison. I can't do but this. So you
Yeah.
need to make sure if you're gonna roll with me, there's potential of X, Y, and Z happening. You know, the power is addictive, but can you hold? And so we'll be curious to see does Pete crack. Because that to me may be the weak link here, because they're looking the Democrats, they're looking for it. It's somewhere. Somebody is worried about their career, their future, their life after Trump, yada yada yada.
Yeah, I'm leaving here with something. Yeah, absolutely.
It is completely outrageous to me. Completely outrageous to me that administration officials come before us today with impunity, no acceptance of responsibility, excuse after excuse after excuse, while we send our men and women downrange to do incredibly difficult, incredibly dangerous things on our behalf. And yet, nobody is willing to come to us and say this was wrong. This was a breach of security and we won't do it again. It is outrageous and it is a leadership failure, and that's why Secretary Hegseth, who undoubtedly transmitted classified, sensitive operational information via this chain, must
I won't lie to you, bro. It's been 90 days, bro, and you are just. I will give you that, by the way. I'm just saying again. I'm coming from a position of how the way like the way they're framing is kind of like, dude, you just got here. You already leaking out information.
Yeah, you can't. Come on, man. Not right now, bro.
It's too soon. You just got confirmed.
And not only
Resign
that, people there that you're over, they don't think you deserve to be there. They think you skipped the line.
That's what I'm saying. Right.
So yeah,
it can cause some dissension because of that. Yeah, it can cause some dissension because it's like, okay, we do believe in you. We believe in Trump.
Right.
You do this. Now the question I already had before, it was just a month ago. You know, a couple months ago, whatever. That starts to, like I said, erode his trust.
You're proving these people right. You're proving these folks right.
That's what I'm saying, which is what you don't want to do. Right.
That's what you want. Yeah. You proving these people right. You know.
Immediately. There can be no fixes. There can be no corrections until there is accountability. And I'm calling on the administration to move forward with accountability.
So I want to make a few things clear before we move on to other questions regarding the Signal chat. Director Gabbard, yesterday before the Senate Intelligence Committee, specifically when answering Senator Kelly, you repeatedly said you did not recall any discussion in the Houthi PC small group discussing operational details, strike targets, the type of vehicles and military units involved, or the timing and order of strikes. Do you stand by your testimony from yesterday that you do not recall any of the discussions regarding this type of classified information? Yes or no?
My response in the Senate yesterday, yes, I stand by that response. Obviously, the release of the screenshots that came from that chat group today were a refresher on what happened. As I said earlier, I was not involved with that part.
I thought she was tough.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed right now. Okay,
I thought she was tougher than this.
I
thought she was tougher than this.
I don't know why she's running from it. You're the director. You're not. You're the director. That's all I have to say. You're the director.
You exactly. You're not a congresswoman anymore.
I miss the old school. I miss the old school Senate committee. I miss the Senate committees and the House committees. The ones who they've already retired. You know, they used to be on a different level, but you can definitely tell we got a bunch of new people in charge, boy.
And you can say whatever you want, man. Hillary like point all your guns at me. Hey, ain't nobody else. Yeah, point them all at me. Yeah, I'm your Huckleberry. Come at me.
Well, I'm just surprised that she's not more
none of that type of stuff.
Right.
But she does
I'm
that.
surprised that she's not pushing back. Right.
But
she's not pushing.
What I'm saying. Because she did not tell the truth from the beginning, and
so now she don't remember her text. She don't remember seeing it until I saw the screenshot, and I'm refreshed now. What are you talking about? It's your first strike, at least as far as that we know of, since y'all been in charge.
And she's been the queen of transparency. She said there needs to be more transparency in the government, especially when it comes down to the national agency. So that's why I'm glad I'm here. That's what she said.
Right. But you know what's so funny though? You have to dismantle national security and get out and us disconnect from the world. It's off on. There is no in between. There is no
I know that.
winding in it. It's all, it ain't no.
Know that.
Yeah.
I know that. You know that. But if you do that, then you're gonna look like this, and they're gonna sit there and say, "Well, I still got to uphold. I can still have my public." You're not. No, you're the director of the. Not.
It's crazy,
you are
bro.
the director.
This is crazy. She doesn't look strong. I'll give you that. I'll let you have that.
What
She
are
doesn't
you
look strong.
talking about? I can still have my First Amendment. What?
I don't know what she
When
thinks
you
she's
sit
still a civilian.
when you sit there and raise your right, you're not a civilian. You're not one.
It's weird, bro.
There are completely different rules.
And like you
for
said,
you.
you know what it is though.
Information,
Is that
the information that you know alone doesn't allow you to basically even say yes or nay when you're on the so-called Twitter thread. That is a breach. That is a breach. That's why people like them.
It's a breach.
You don't do that.
No.
You don't do that.
Well,
you can't even put your opinion on it. What are you talking about, lady? Me and you be trying to kind of go, and we're nobodies. That's what I'm saying. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you doing?
Oh, trust me, bro. Let me tell you, I don't even want to go down that road, but trust and believe me, you don't supposed to say nothing about nothing. You know what's so funny from a security perspective? Just so you know, as you know, obviously you know already, but like being in spaces where you're around people who are like this, what's interesting is that they don't talk about nothing. Does that make sense? I'm talking about what time we open, what time we close, who's doing what kind of food they got in the cabinet. They're telling you nothing, bro. You hear me?
Absolutely.
Nothing.
And for you
for
to
decades.
not be prepared, this seems like you're not prepared. You got ahead of your skis. The job is too big for you. Point blank. Period. The job is too big.
You can't talk about anything. I've said things. I've asked questions like about certain things, right? Basic stuff about like stuff that's out here, like things that are out in the world, technology, and different things. Crickets, bro. They don't even want to. So that's why it's so funny to be watching it, because this is the level
I still have a right. I still have a right to my public opinion. Well, get out of here, lady.
You know why she said that, right? Is that her and Pete and them, because like you said, they're still living sort of in that internet, Twitter.
I know.
Alex Jones.
Undisciplined.
My rights.
It's undisciplined.
It's like, yeah, that's fine as a regular person living your life, but when you get this particular job, you're gonna learn a very hard. Really, you're gonna learn a very hard lesson. That all that talking about freedoms and all that nonsense and all these, the ideologies and stuff that you have, it doesn't really mean anything when you're actually there, unless you're there to get rid of it, and you're not there to get rid of it, obviously, right? So it's so funny. You have to take that level. You have to take that next step, which will change. By the way, which will change you, which will contradict your beliefs. Right. It will go against all the things that you were saying. Dude, how many presidents, bro, have we watched get into that White House, get that national security briefing, and the next day, the person that you thought that got elected is gone. Where he at? What happened to him? Yeah. And even Trump has to hide what we're talking about. Yeah. So he can hide because he's the president. So he can worry about decorating the White House. They can focus on decorating the White House, or focus on this, or focus on that. So he doesn't really have to.
He's like, how did I put you guys in office to create diversions? And now, basically, we have got turned in on us. And this is within 90 days. So we basically gave them something to feed off of for at least 6 months, for at least as long as
No. DC, we will be talking about this for 10 years.
But
this been God's level. I'm saying, it's gonna this is gonna be around for a long time, bro. Trust me. The next election in 2 years and in 4 years, we'll be talking about this still. I'm telling you.
So now this becomes part of your legacy. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it does.
This becomes part of your legacy now.
Yeah.
You're not even 100 days in office.
Yeah, it's enough meat. It's enough meat
all
here,
your directors
to be on it.
All your directors, because when he said, these missiles, everybody knows. That's what I'm saying. Like, dude, that right there.
No. Imagine the pilots. Imagine all your agents who was getting the information and gathering it and saying this got leaked to you know what I mean? So it's not even about them per se. It's really about the infrastructure more than it's just about the individual. Does that make sense? Yeah. So
that portion of the chat. So it did not.
Say what?
No, exactly. No, you're right. No,
And I'm gonna tell
we
you, even as a Republican in Congress, I know they're playing the game a little bit, but behind closed doors, they're not playing with this. By the way,
no,
so
they
they're
do not.
they're
Nobody
playing with
plays.
them on stage, but you
Right.
can't, because the
On
thing is
stage.
that, like, as you know, the only thing that matters, again, this is just my opinion, the only thing that matters is global security. Everything else pales in comparison.
Yeah.
Economies,
Overall, it's us against them. We
trading,
can deal with the domestic.
this,
We can
that,
argue
blah,
about the
blah,
domestic
blah.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
I
once
don't
we
militia
leave the
groups,
board,
whatever.
it's us. Once we leave the board, it's literally us against them.
No,
Literally
if
us
you do,
against
if you do not have strong national security as what we are on this planet, it changes everything. To keep it simple, right? It literally changes. I can't even express it enough, right? That you have to be extremely careful. This is nothing to play with, like, on no
This is
level.
nothing to play with,
And
bro.
even though they can talk what they talk, in these hearings and stuff, a lot of it is dog and pony. But behind the scenes, if you're concerned about information leaking out, like I said, they can clean it up by saying the strike went well and it was a mistake and yada yada yada. But it is so serious, right? And I haven't even talked to my folks about this, by the way. I plan on reaching out to some people and I'm curious to see what they're gonna say about it. But I haven't even talked to them about it. I've been trying to let it plan a little bit more to see what we find out. But when you it puts more confidence in Russia. Obviously, it puts more confidence in other adversaries around the world if they even see you. I almost feel like you really cannot. It can't be any holes. It can't be any crack. Like, it's not. It is like right. It is such a fine line when it comes to security and making sure that everyone has that level of trust and confidence in the system. Because if you have cracks, that's how your economy gets destroyed. That's how people internally gets turned on one another. That's how information gets into environments, and that's how a lot of spies, agents, everybody else comes in here, and you think you support something, don't realize that it's an operation. You don't even realize it. You out here marching for something. It don't have anything to do with America. You don't. So you have to be very careful with it.
And now that I think that she's been kind of like turned a little bit, and she don't know, like, you can be an operative and not know it by propaganda that gets pushed. Like and like I said, we talked about this. If you think that Putin is not a master manipulator politically on a world stage, man, you are fooling yourself, man. Like, this is just gravy. It is. It's straight gravy, man. To have people here in this country that's confused about what he is, no matter how friendly or justified you think he is as far as what he does or what he doesn't do, not to see that man for who he truly is, it's almost amazing to me, because I have had like discussions with people and they like, well, that's not true. This is what it. I'm like, what? And I'm just like, okay, all right, man. So I but at the end of the day, I think that she's been kind of compromised to a degree intellectually. And I think it came off a real grievance, but I think that me seeing her now, I think some of the information that she's received and how she thought it was one way, but it's really the other way for her. So now she's kind of like, what do you do when you got an audience basically catered to you or basically supporting you that's based off something that you cannot basically fulfill while you're in that office or while you're sitting down in that seat right now? Like, there's some things that she's never going to be able to talk about. She's going to be held accountable for the rest of her life. So you're not civilian on that type of time. It doesn't work that way. Most people go away and just, don't even speak about certain things unless they're asked. As far as an interview, you ask some questions about me, it clears, but some things I just can't talk about, period. And everybody understands that.
No, there's many operations. You can hear military guys tell stories all day long, but they're not gonna tell you about everything, of course, right?
No.
They just can't. And the thing is that we're already living this history, and so like I said, ideology sounds good. Tell everything, transparency, show everything. It's like, when you want to do that, then you need to start to dismantle this stuff, and we have to not be what we are anymore to get to where you want to get to. You can't have it both ways. That's all I'm saying. That's
You
all I'm saying.
cannot have it. Yeah,
I
you
would
can't
love,
have it
I
both
would
ways.
love to dismantle DNI, dismantle all of it, get rid of FBI, get rid of everything, open the country up, and unplug from the rest of the world, and let them do whatever they. And you can try that, and they can give you, they run scenarios to show you what
Yeah,
all of that
they
looks
do.
like, and so you can make the
Exactly.
decision. Say, well, do you want to get rid of this?
Is this the world you
Do you
want?
want to
Yeah, is this the
disconnect?
world
Do
you
you want to
want?
live in this world? Right.
Exactly. Is this the world that you
And the
want?
thing is that it's
Yeah.
like I told you before, it's so ridiculous. It is so ignorant, and it does make me question, even though I'm a fan of Steve Bannon, it does make me question some of their logic, because I said that's fine to implement some of what you're talking about. But if you want to go to the level that you think that y'all want to go to, not just him, but a lot of people, I'm like, just do your history. Like, do you really want this all to go? I mean, are you willing to take that level of risk based off your ideology? You know, bring everything back to America, shut down all the military bases, you know, close down connections with the United Nations,
deglobalize.
yeah, deglobalize, you know, shut down the NSA, shut down the CIA. We're going to unplug. We're going to just focus on America and just live our lives and have a military to protect our borders. But I said it don't even, but it don't even work that. But it don't work that way.
It doesn't work that way. Absolutely
Because
not.
you need to know what's going on. And
Exactly.
if you're truly trying to protect yourself and you have the ability to do it, you need to pretty much know what's going on around the world all the time.
You gotta
Like
know.
it's no other way around.
There's no other way
Because
around
the thing
it.
is that when you unplug from it, that means that other places will organize, take over, collect, set up, and you won't be able to stop them. It doesn't matter how much weaponry you have, you won't be able to stop it.
Facts.
They'll be building up military in South America, Central America, Mexico. Those places become a whole other place. Like it's just so funny, right? Like you said, we do our history, and you learn about the different empires and what land they controlled and what they controlled, etc. If you isolate out the Western world, we'll say about 1,000 years of history, right, roughly, and let's say the last 600 years, the formation of the Americas, right, and then integrated. I would argue integrated with Europe, and the agreements that have been made and everything that's been set up leads us up to today. And regardless of poverty, regardless of immigration or whatever, you don't get to just ignore that, which is the argument that people are making, that all the historians are already making, is that you just can't ignore history. Trump is trying to do that on some level, and that's fine. But I think because of how history's already been set up, you're going to be bound and forced into certain pockets that you can't get out of. You're going to put yourself in a position where when you make those attempts, the amount of blowback that comes from it, you won't be able to sustain your presidency, even though you may think you'll be able to do it. You won't realize that it's natural forces at play that's been structured over 1,000 years. I just don't know how you can just turn it off. But again, that's just my opinion about that. But anyway, I don't want to get off topic. I'm sorry about that, bro.
Not come to my recollection yesterday.
Thank you. So I take that as you stand by your do not recall yesterday stance when you're asked those questions. You've been in office 43 days. Director Ratcliffe has been in office 62 days. This was considered the first major military operation using lethal force of the Trump administration. Was this the first? This was probably the first time that you've been involved with a discussion like this on a threat. It was not discussing, you were not on a group chat discussing where we're going to go for lunch. You're discussing putting men and women of the armed services in harm's way. That's a major decision.
Oh.
We just said that, by the way.
Yeah,
it's like, well, look here, sweetheart. Yeah. This is your first one.
Yeah.
You're not looking at the messages. Are you serious? The messages are lasered in your brain, bro.
You got note taking.
Your first strike. It's ridiculous.
Let alone the notes you taking. Get out of here, man.
It's ridiculous.
Stop it.
Yeah, she got. If I was her, I would put it like I told you. She should have a stronger position to respond to it. I'm sort of disappointed that
she's not
they're
prepared.
not as prepared as they should be. Even if they had to delay the hearing, say, look, we can't have the hearings now. We're going to delay these for another week or two, and be really prepared to respond and say, what we did receive it. I did see it. I know what's. I'm gonna tell you another trick that they do in these committees, right? You're thinking by not answering questions or being like what do you call it? Not divisive, but like you know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to say pleading the fifth. Yeah, I'm just right. You're thinking that is something, and it can be initially, but as you keep doing
It
it,
won't hold up,
actually
though.
it works reverse,
Yeah,
and
it
you
works
literally
against
start looking, and then they know you're looking like that. You don't
Mhm.
realize that it's happening to you because you're going against 8 people or whatever that's talking to you. You
Right.
don't realize that it can work in reverse as well, to where you can look feckless. You can look like, okay, you're not responding to the question. Are you prepared? What do you mean you don't know what? So you don't know what's going. That's a natural progression of the conversation as well. Like, you
Yeah,
don't know what's
and
going on then, but you're the
to the
DNI, but you don't know. Well, I don't really know. I didn't see. That doesn't make any sense. You're the DNI. You don't get to say that. Like, that's
right.
even.
Exactly.
That's why you have to be very careful with it.
Exactly. That is
Yeah.
the
Yeah, you gotta be
point.
careful.
Your position alone doesn't allow you to
It
even
doesn't allow.
act
Yeah.
obtuse. You cannot do that
You
when there are
can
people under
if you
Hold on. But what I'm saying is you're not
you
even
can if
prepared
you're a
to answer these
civilian.
questions. That's what I'm saying. But you're not even prepared to answer these questions to the high level.
You're not
So
prepared.
you even making comments on a public
Yeah.
chain,
Weird.
and then
Yeah.
about some of what musings of your job, and then coming here telling us that you're trying to protect your First Amendment. That is insanity. That's
Yeah,
insane.
Trump can do
bro.
that. I don't know if she can do it.
Does she look like she holding frame to you?
Not yet. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for her to strike, because the way they're leveraging it, it doesn't look good for her. It's not even. It's not like you said. I mean, like me and you both know. It's not really about necessarily this particular situation. It's really going forward, right? So it comes in two different ways, right? So you'll get hit here. It'll structure your character of how you deal with things, and then the next event that happens, it gives them leverage against you. That's why you have to be very careful about how you handle stuff like this, especially when you just got started. Then you can also play on "I just started," but you can't do that in this type of job, right? You can get away with that maybe as a manager somewhere at a Walmart.
Absolutely.
And the Walmart truck didn't make it on time, and you don't have some product. That's one thing, right? But at this level, unlike the president, you have less room for error, because technically speaking, the president is supposed to hire people with experience in this stuff for this exact reason, by the way. Not only if you make a mistake, but the ability to handle the mistake in a certain type of way to project something, or it makes the whole presidency look weak. So it's a lot of little, like you said, it's a lot of little moving things that can happen from this that we've seen in the past happen, by the way. And if they hang it on you, you may feel like you're still effective, right? You know how you notice that, or you hear a president or you hear some of the cabinet, they still be pushing things, and it's like, nobody, bro, it's over. I hear you, but it's over though. Like, it doesn't.
You
It's
lost
like,
this one.
it's done. Yeah, it's over.
It's an L.
Right? You
gotta-
can
you gotta
ride this
swallow
out.
that.
We can ride this out until the 28th. You can ride it out, but no one is listening anymore.
Yeah.
This is
They
all.
run the
This
tape,
is,
because the thing is,
Yeah.
the reason why they do confirmation is because they got you on record. That's the only thing, and it's forever. It's logged in.
and you're
It's
affecting,
submitted in concrete, and that's it.
and
That's it.
even more so, you're affecting votes in all the elections from the county all the way up, right? So you're affecting all of those. You will affect,
which
especially
is already proven
especially
already
moderate.
effective.
Yeah.
What was the seat that they just lost? I think it was that Wisconsin, or it was somewhere where they was, it was a surprise loss where they just lost the seat in the House. That's what I'm saying. So your majority is shrinking.
He had the yeah, that's why he put the lady back. The lady was going to be his
you had to put her back. Yeah.
And he said, "Oh shoot, we got to put her back." Now,
exactly, yeah.
like you said, what they will show certain people is that, well, hold up now. You said you had a mandate. You said that you have all of Congress, but you really don't. You got 3 seats. Like, it's like, so that exposure will start to happen. It's too soon, because you're trying to sell an idea. But remember, like I keep going, people don't understand. I mean, anyway, we don't get to the election stuff, but you ran it, and you can only run it until you can't run it no more, right? And so once you start looking nervous about seat counts, then the whole mandate and the whole argument about the America Wants X starts to fade. So you can be Steve Bannon and them, you can yell as loud as you want to try to sell it, but it just won't. No one's going to buy it. So very, 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 very careful, and it's so early. That's the crazy part, right?
Yeah.
And when did that happen? 10 days ago?
10 days.
Okay, I'll answer that. It happened 10 days ago. Here's the point. like something of this magnitude. It's something that you would not forget. It's something that most people, if you're taking this job so seriously, that you would not forget.
We just said this, though.
I mean, since I've been on this committee, there's been days that I have woken up in the middle of the night from the things I've learned in SCIF.
Yep.
So deciding to use military
In
force
SCIF.
is something hard to
So
imagine.
pause it.
So that do not recall.
So SCIF is like when they totally lock down the room and nobody gets to know this information. SCIF is what this particular meeting should have been under, basically.
Yep.
Total lockdown.
Doesn't pass the smell test. It makes it, it's unbelievable that was the case. So that's what the American people don't understand. And I know a lot of folks in this administration were saying that they're going to take on the establishment and drain the swamp, but you have become that swamp in a matter of days, not weeks or months, days. So one of the things we're going to look into.
Steph Curry, my man, Mr. Gomez with the trailer. With Steph, Steph shooting that joint full court and just turn around, bro. You remember when Steph was like, you remember when we walked there one day, we was watching Golden State. It was like one day at the job. He was just going off. It was that, what was that, 2016, 2017 or something like that, where it wasn't nothing you could do with Steph that year. It was just crazy work. Like he dribbling, and he was just playing with folks, and he was just anything he shot. It was like a jump. It was just like, damn. You got to rewind that one time for me, dog. I'm not going to even say anything. Just rewind that one more time for me. He hit that one from the deep corner. God damn. Woo.
And I think they asked Pam Bondi, and they asked the press secretary. I forget her name right now. I watch her every day and still don't remember her name for some reason. I don't know why Pam Bondi always sticks in my head though. Two blondes, but they both tried to use the Benghazi. No, I'm sorry. They tried to use the email of Hillary. I said, why are y'all talking about Hillary Clinton? That's what I kept thinking to myself. I don't think that dog's gonna hunt. No, I don't know if that's gonna. I mean, I get it within the base. I do get it, but like telling the media to worry about something that happened. I don't take 10 years now. I don't know how long ago it was.
15 years ago. That's about like 15 years ago now.
Yeah, to try to use. But that's by the way, that's what I was telling you. This is going to hold for a minute, I think. But my point is that you're trying to use. If that's all you have, that makes me nervous. If that's all you got to go off of is Hillary Clinton, then I mean, what are we doing right now? It's interesting.
So that's what the American people don't understand. And I know a lot of folks in this administration were saying that they're going to take on the establishment and drain the swamp, but you have become that swamp in a matter of days, not weeks or months, days. So one of the things we're going to look into is what actually occurred, because the American people deserve a full accounting. Additionally, the main person who was involved in this thread that a lot of people want to talk to is Secretary of Defense Hegseth. And
so that's what I was thinking. They haven't talked to. That's what I thought. They haven't.
That's the head. Yeah, that's the head they want. Right. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. Why you dodging
they're
the
clearing,
smoke?
They're doing a clearing right now. They're clearing them out. Okay, so it's not you. Okay, it's not you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
you out. You out. You out. Who's left?
Don't get it twisted. You're gonna get smoke the rest of the way. You're gonna get this smoke. But we need a head.
Well, I would say this though.
And we need a big head too. We need Stark. We need King of the North.
I would say this. It only depends on, and I will agree with you on one thing. The more I think, the more I'm processing what you keep saying. Is does the Democratic Party have the proper apparatus? And see, the issue is, if it was just the Republican Party, this would be a little bit more black and white. Because Trump is an anomaly, quote unquote, a populist, sort of, not really, but based off his category. And their rhetoric, right? It's much more effective right now if this was happening in the reverse. And why I say that is because of how the Democratic Party is structured, which like I told you, it's just not. I never really thought it was as bad as it maybe has become this. It wasn't this in the past, but because the party is so divided with ideology, they can't lock in the messaging because Trump structure things to pretty much say the Democrats are the deep state instead of saying, no, the Republicans and Democrats, the Republicans,
Yep.
Democrats, and the bureaucracy
Yep.
is the deep state.
Yeah.
If you're watching politics, just naturally is going to feel like he's
Yeah.
targeting Democrats, not the whole thing, but he is talking about the whole thing, of course.
Which is the Ingrams of the world, the McConnells of the world.
Right.
That's all included. They've
Right.
been there
It's
for
all included,
years,
technically,
bro.
right? All
They've
included,
been there
right?
for years.
Yeah, decades.
Since we
And
was
so I
since we,
think
since we was in elementary school, they've been there,
so.
bro.
Now watch this though. This is I'm gonna tell you what the difference is. It seems like in the Republican Party, it's broad enough that, but until you get to the far right, they're all going to be pretty much in lockstep, right? Which makes them effective on some level.
Very effective.
On the Democratic side, because the Progressive Party, I know you don't like this, because they're so anti-American, they cannot. There's not enough of them, in my opinion, that can align with the moderates and the centrist Democrats and others to say we're going to message this and say protect national security. The problem is they're against national security, and so it makes the Democrats. It puts Democrats in such a weird position, and I don't know why they just don't cut ties with the progressives and just try to expand the party in a different type of way, but sort of move the progressives into like the Green Party, the Libertarian Party, and just cut them out altogether. Because the Libertarians have pretty much, in my opinion, pretty much no influence, but they're there and they support Democrats generally speaking, but they're, in my opinion, they're pretty much irrelevant on some level. Some of their ideologies obviously is at play, but they're nothing like the progressives. The progressives is considered really a part of the Democrats, in my opinion. And they play with that, of course, depending on the time in the season. But they're so anti so much stuff that like it disrupts the flow for the Democrats to truly target this mistake, right? So the centrists can do it, and the moderates can do it.
Yeah, the
Then you sort
centrists
of
are
have
the
to stop.
policymakers
Right.
of the country. Yeah, no doubt.
But you sort of have to stop there. The left and the far left is attacking the left. So they can't really say, you know what, we're gonna pause here. For like I told you before, I have no sympathy for anybody talking crazy about Trump. You know why? Because Kamala in those swing states, I don't know what nefarious stuff was going on with the elections. We'll leave that to the side. For her to lose all 7 swing states is telling me that progressives on the left did not support her. But these are the same MFers that are whining and crying the most. But you didn't vote. She didn't lose by 20 million votes. This wasn't Reagan. Who did Reagan lose? Who did Reagan beat the first time and won all the states except for what? Who was that guy? I can't think of his name right now.
Reagan
But my point is that
I want to say
point is that-
Mondale. Walter Mondale, I
Mondale.
think is who it was.
But my point is that clearly Kamala was a viable candidate even in 100 days using Biden's policies coming off of Biden's 4 years, which, like you said, isn't ineffective. He got the economy under control. He got inflation down, blah, blah, blah. He implemented policies, et cetera, et cetera. We can just go down a list of those things, right? It's just that the feelings and the emotions of America was somewhere that you sabotage her to put Trump in power, but they don't see it that way. So, like I told you, I'm in the comments constantly on far left people online, and every day I put in there, you could, because I know they didn't vote for her. By the way, they don't even like her. They don't even like Joe Biden.
I know.
And so
I
I'm
know.
looking at them like, what exactly are you complaining about from the left? How are you calling yourself on the left when most of y'all, when you look at the numbers, if you look at the numbers in those swing states specifically, if you look at all the states, it's crazy, by the way. But if you look at those numbers, you're like, well, if the progressive would have just showed up a little bit, Trump doesn't. He may have won maybe 2 states. He may have won the other 5. But if you look at some of the numbers I've been looking at, I'm like, huh. So, you know, she did what she could do in 100 days. You guys did not support her. Even if you had to support her like they supported Biden to go against Trump, you cannot have that short of a memory. She's putting it out there. You guys are setting him up as a fascist, but you still didn't vote for her. You had a problem. You had a problem with her at the end of the day. You didn't have a problem with Trump. So your issue with Trump and what he's doing, I think, like I told you, I think it's hilarious. Because I'm like, well, if he's what you claim he is, and you knew what he was going to do. By the way, he said everything he's doing. He said he's going to do it. So it wasn't like it wasn't like he doing something that you don't know. You don't know. So to not support her and to be mad, I just find it funny, and then to kind of use it as an excuse. Well, she wasn't X, Y, and Z, but look at what Trump is doing. right? You think these 200,000 government workers would not have a
this was
job
the
if she was in
alternative.
charge? Of course they would have a.
Yeah.
Of course they would have a
This
job.
was-
If we
Yeah,
can't,
this was
you
the alternative.
you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
people who are protesting, the people who are protesting in the universities,
I
getting
I
fired.
still
They're trying to
and I'm gonna tell you something, Paradox. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna
hilarious, man.
Oh, so here's the total numbers, just so people can understand. Donald Trump got 302,580 votes. She got 75,017,613. So what? That's roughly
And I think she
around
lost
2
the
million
swing states
votes.
by 500,000, by the way.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
yeah.
about 2 million votes. I think she lost the swing states by maybe 500,000 votes. The votes were there, by the way.
Right.
The votes was there. And if she probably would have had, like I said, eight or 9 months, maybe it's a different election. Who knows? But people can make mistakes. I just think my point is, I just think it's funny that
I don't think
regardless of
it
her
changes though, to be honest
let
with
me
you.
let me say it this way. Regardless of her moving to the right, moving to the center, regardless of her, everything. You know what's so funny about it? Every time I think about that window of time, I said, Trump's gonna win this election. You're gonna put Trump in office, and you're gonna complain for 4 years, and you had the opportunity for whatever you're thinking, you had the opportunity to stop it, and you chose not to vote for her.
I agree.
Or not to vote at all, right? Like
Which means
like
that
I said,
why
it's
would
such
you do
a
that?
funny thing to me.
Yeah. And that's why I say that
So I
race.
can't hear them. That's why I told you I watch it, but I can't hear them because you know what I'm saying. You're not in reality if Trump is campaigning 24/7 and he's telling you his list of things he's going to do. You're calling him a Hitler fascist X, Y, and Z, including Vance and Marco Rubio. The stuff Marco Rubio said about him is insane, by the way. And so you know what you're dealing with. You would have thought that the left would have came out even harder, not for her, and not even necessarily against Trump, but to protect democracy, to protect liberal democracy, to protect progressivism, like to protect all the things that you truly believe in.
And when
green
you still
energy,
have her in office,
immigration,
you
etc.
can still argue your points, but you're still
That's the
arguing
whole
your
point,
points
is
from
that
a point of power. Right. You're arguing your points from a point of power. You're in power, so you can make these things. So you hammer the left into doing these policies for you. You hammer it into legalizing these marriages. You hammer them into giving more subsidies. You hammer them to do these things. And then the thing is, you can't hammer somebody that was totally in opposition to those things. It just doesn't work. Especially when you chose that
on the
person.
left, right, DC. If I'm on the left, DC, think about this. If I'm on the left, right, and you lost the courts already, I would have voted for Kamala just on courts, nothing else, just on courts.
Dude, the
court should have been enough to vote for her. Forget who she is, what her gender is, what her race is, what she looks like. Like I told you, all that stuff is a distraction. All that racial stuff and gender is a distraction. We talking about power and control. And so
it worked.
I get the politics of it. I'm just making a point that a rational thinking person, if you're on the left and you understand the court systems, at bare minimum should have motivated you to vote for her just to get a liberal judge or two. Just on that alone, like nothing else. Forget all the other ramifications of not doing certain things, right? Just on that alone, because it's a lifetime appointment, of course. Just on that alone,
just a lifetime appointment
should have been enough. Forget everything else. Forget everything else. Just on that alone, because they had already passed. They've already struck down things. They're doing things actively. That for it not to be enough energy around that, well, it just shows me, voting patterns, what people are watching, how they feel. Like it's so emotional and not technical.
Literally, they can keep
crazy,
it.
Bro.
They can run it up because if you get, I think it's Roberts. If Roberts go, and Clarence Thomas goes,
and Clarence, of course,
you put somebody younger in. You put somebody younger in. Now you still have the majority up until like when we get old. Like
we'll be retired. We'll be in old folks' homes watching. Like, oh, finally.
That's what I'm saying.
Unless they can pack the court. But like you said, my thing is like you said.
I would like to get back to what I said initially. My reasoning for my concern for him being in office is what happened this week. Remember, I was saying like just having these people in charge of these
Yeah,
the
it's not
national.
tight.
Yeah, it's not tight. And these are people that was talking bad about it, but
By
now
the way,
you're
I'm
in charge,
okay with
and
that.
now it.
I'm okay.
Well,
I'm okay with
I get
I'm
it.
okay
I
with
get
that
it.
if your plan is to dismantle, but you're not. So like he said,
Exactly.
then you become the deep
Exactly.
state by default. By default, you become the deep state because you can do Trump's bidding and say, hey, let's find out why Trump was
Exactly.
investigated. That is 1%
Exactly.
of the job.
That is
by the
one
way.
exactly.
1%.
That ain't even
Release the documents, go after some people, blah blah. Go after a few lawyers, fire a few
paradox.
agents. What are you talking about? Who cares about
And
that?
80
That's
and
irrelevant in
80%
the
of
bigger
that,
picture.
and 80% of that was done by the time they got in office anyway.
Right. I know.
Literally 80% of that was already done and cleared by the time they got in office, bro.
A lot of questions were brought up regarding his drinking habits in his confirmation hearing. To your knowledge, do you know whether Pete Hegseth had been drinking before he leaked classified information?
See, remember I was telling you about Pete?
Hold up. Did he stop
Pistol
drinking?
Pete?
He does.
Dude.
Does he still drink?
Dude,
No, he said he's
Pete,
not
Pete
alcoholic.
gets it
Right?
in. Pete gets it in. Yeah, Pete said, I'm not alcoholic. I don't need to go. Remember, because they were trying to
Yeah, I
tell
remember.
discipline. He's like them Florida boys. That's them Florida dudes. They wild like that, man. And they like they weren't tossing it up with Andrew Gill and them out there. They all Andrew takes the fall. That's why I say it's all race, by the way. Andrew falls off and y'all rise, y'all raise up. Dude, it's used. I'm saying it's used as a barometer to kick somebody and make him the main casting. All these dudes are party guys. All these guys are party guys.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
You're
man.
confused.
Go ahead.
You're confusing. First of all, it's a convenient, kind of a convenient thing, right? A convenient truth almost, where because of how you're wired from a victim perspective, that's your default, right? But really, I would argue, and that this is looking at other black politicians that have been in office for decades, by the way, is that you have to protect yourself and understand where you are in a situation.
How much did
So
he lose?
I'm not going to give you a pass. I'm not going to allow race
How much
from a
did
black
he lose in
perspective.
Florida?
I'm not going to allow race
No. Forget
to
that,
offset
man.
your
How much
stupidity.
did he lose? How much
No,
did
but
he
that's
lose
what you want to do,
Florida
though.
by? How
Black people
much
in
did he
America
lose?
want to.
I'm saying
There's a
just
segment
because
of black
a thing
people
is a
who
thing, I'm
looking
gonna
for
call a
that
thing a
victimhood
thing. Nah, bro.
excuses for things.
I'm not giving that. No, when it's not prevalent, I don't do that. But this instance is viable. It's legit. It's legit, bro.
Let me ask you something, DC. Let me ask you something.
How much did he lose
Do you
Florida
think-
by? So you saying that
almost
scandal?
very little.
Did that scandal cost him the Florida governorship?
Listen to me.
I'm asking you a question, though, Paradox.
This is what I'm trying to tell you.
All right, go ahead, bro.
From a high level perspective, right? When you decide to engage anything in this country, you have to know who you are and where you are. I am not going to. You're
gonna make my point for me too. Come on, go ahead,
I'm
man.
gonna push you. I'm not gonna allow you to exploit black people, black culture, and black history conveniently whenever you want to.
I didn't do that. I don't do that.
I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about you right now. I'm not talking about you. I'm
Okay.
talking about you. Victimizing yourself to position yourself in a way to where it's because I'm X. No, you're a fucking idiot, and I'm not gonna allow you to work your way out of your mistakes because of what you look like, because you know it's convenient because it's there waiting to be used whenever you want to use it, instead of saying you're incompetent, right? So I'm not making Mayor Marion Barry smoke crack. I'm not doing that. I'm not making the county council in PG County that was stuffing money down the toilet. I'm not making them do that. And I'm not. And the thing is that if you know you're running for election and you got some skeletons, you can't indulge it. You got to chill out for a moment until you get into office. Then if they find out. You deal with it at that point. But I can't allow people have a very bad habit in this country, unfortunately because of the history of it, to try to lean into things instead of being accountable for who they are. So, and they can play that, and average, regular, everyday people will fall right in.
Why can it not be both, though, bro?
Say it again. If you know who you are and if you know where you are, I don't have to talk about
race. So don't
race.
dismiss it.
If it's
then.
already baked into the game.
But
if it's already in the game, that's the game that we're playing. So why am I highlighting it when I know that you're playing with it?
No,
Yes.
Andrew Gilliam.
You're
Andrew
making me
Gilliam is
emotional by
there.
using
Who
race
was on?
language.
Who
You're
was on?
making me emotional.
You know he was
To
not
then
the only
manipulate
government
me.
official. He wasn't the only government official on that particular boat with those two pony boys on that particular boat. He's not the only
Right.
person that was there, bro.
Right. Right.
These
I
people were
got you.
still in. I mean, come on, man.
But you're trying to
All of them.
assert
I'm saying,
that
dude,
that
I'm
he
not.
takes
No,
the
no,
fall
no,
because
no,
of
no,
his
no,
skin
no.
color is insane.
I'm
You
not
cannot
saying
prove that
that,
either.
bro.
But
I'm
it's
not saying.
convenient,
Well,
and most black folks will go
hold
with
on,
you because they're
hold on,
just the
hold
way
on,
they
hold on,
are.
hold on. No, 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 no. First and foremost, bro. Just because we're calling a thing, we got to allow that to be the case, bro. We have to allow that to be the case. If you're basically going to lambaste him for his moral failings, you have to keep the same energy across the board. You cannot treat people differently because you expect him, main casting. I'll call it main casting since you're so race sensitive, right? Main casting. And he takes all the sins, and then everybody else, these party boys, can become Secretary of State, right? Basically get appointed Attorney General of the US, stuff like that. And you taking a fall for it in your political career, you're on something called the native land. Are you kidding me, bro? It's not an equivalent, man. It's an observation.
Black people who speak up black people on the left
It's an
use
observation.
victimhood for everything. They base it in everything. It's not real.
Observation. It's an observation.
It's not real, bro. It's not even the way. It's not even the way you should be having your mind. Your mind should not even be allowed to be programmed that way unless you have some real hard evidence, in my opinion. I think you have to play the system within the game. You're playing the game. You're playing within the game.
You just
so the moment you try to throw,
you just admitted it, but then you're knocking it down in the same.
No. What I'm saying is that you already know what it is. So what are we talking about right now?
Okay,
what are we
then,
talking
but
about?
don't
So
say
if you
that
know
it
what it
don't
is,
exist.
operate accordingly.
Don't say that it don't exist. You're sitting up here saying that it's something that it's like a minor thing. It's not major.
I think it is minor.
Nah, bro. Well, we vehemently disagree on that point. But we can move on. I like this point that Mr. Gomez is making. Let him.
I'm gonna let it play, but I'm gonna say it again. Now I'm speaking from an individual perspective. Individual people operating, not collectively, not historically, not all that. I'm talking about you know where you are and you know what it is. You operate accordingly, Kitty. I mean, I can give you a list of people who are operating out of context, and then I have to eat that, and then protest, fight against it. It doesn't make any sense as an everyday person to have to do that. And I'm out here yelling for people. I'm thinking to myself, hold up now. And by the way, DC, this applies globally. That's why I'm trying to bring down the race part of it because it's global. Everybody around the world who live wherever they live at in any particular group, there's categories, you're placed in certain positions, and you have to operate a certain way. Life is not fair. Reality is not fair. History is not fair. I didn't conquer myself. I was conquered, right? I didn't put myself there. Those people weren't prepared. That's on them. So they had systems set up to produce what we are. That's on. You see what I'm saying? Like I can't. Anyway, I'm gonna leave that alone for now because you're gonna get me on another run.
Yeah, you swimming upstream on this one, bro. You swimming upstream.
It's just that you frame things in a way to where we're so deep in. We're just so deep into it. But
that's not our fault either, though.
But people, it's not our fault. But people have individual responsibilities within the system. What I don't like is this though.
But I'm not responsible for those people.
No, things have been structured. Things have put it this way: from a race perspective, the level of dysfunction, going to prison, getting locked up, losing their career, losing their jobs, losing everything. I can use white examples all day long. We just don't do that because of the situation and how we leverage race. But I'm trying not to do that, by the way, because I have examples for you real time where they have white skin and they got destroyed and they're out of here and you won't hear from them no more. Period. Point blank. But because because of how you're structured in your mind racially, you ignore all of that because they're white
True.
and they have everything. But that's ridiculous. But that's a collective conversation, not an individual conversation. Individually, when you have massive amount of white poverty and white ghettos all over America, you don't have to acknowledge that they exist. You can pretend that they don't. You can say X, Y, and Z, who's in charge, who's running this, who gets all the money, et cetera, yada, yada, yada. We're talking about 2% of the population. But the other 99% of those people have nothing, struggling, barely can make it, no jobs, no opportunities. Bro, come on, man. Let's not even do that, bro. So I don't even want to go down that road. It definitely causes confusion. So when you obtain some level of authority and power, you do have to operate a certain type of way because of who you are and your history. You know that.
Paradox. Continued on with the discussion. Yeah, they got ghettos, they got uneducation, they got lazy people, they got shiftless folks. And the reason why they don't align with other poor people of other particular races is what? Why they don't have the same politics is what? What is it?
It's not. I can't. It's not a black and white answer, so I can't.
All right, man. All right, go ahead.
This.
Yeah, please the flip on that one. Go ahead.
I don't have any knowledge of Secretary Hegseth's personal habits.
Director Radcliffe, same question. Yes or no?
No, I'm going to answer that. I think that's an offensive line of questioning. The answer is no. I find it interesting that you want to. No, I'm going to answer. You asked me a question.
You see how you ready? Hold on, pause.
This is how you answer questions, by the way. Shout out to the CIA director. This is what you suppose. This is what I be looking for. Is this? This is what you want.
Hold on.
Jesus Christ, protect yourself. Have some nuts.
John got him. But see, that's what I'm saying. When you're a master manipulator like these people,
next level, bro. Yeah, he's different.
You're supposed to be, and you could tell, like he was so ready for the night.
He over there, he been filming, bro. He been filming over there. Waiting.
Tag me in, coach.
Tag me
in, coach.
I don't want to focus on the good work that the CIA is doing, that the intelligence community.
Director, I reclaim my time. Director, I reclaim my time.
Now tell me you know everything without telling me you know everything. Go ahead, play it. Go ahead, play it.
I have huge respect for the CIA, huge respect for our men and women in uniform. But this was a question that's on the top of minds of every American, right? He stood in front of a podium in Europe holding a drink. So of course, we want to know if his.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's gonna make it now. I'm starting to think about that for a minute. He might be the one, bro. He might have to follow that story, bro. Because like you said, because you have, like you said, that's why when they do, like you said, the reason why they vet you so aggressively is to avoid this type of stuff. It's because it's a small thing on some level, but I'm gonna make it up. I can make it a big thing.
Yeah. Get a secretary of defense, bro.
He's the secretary of defense.
If you compare this man to the black man,
this is not a banana republic, right?
No, but Paradox. Listen, what I'm saying though. This is what I'm saying. This is why it's important.
I got you, bro.
Oh, right. All right. Yeah. I'm gonna run it up. I'm gonna run up the score on you.
I didn't really watch. I just watched a little bit of it. So I'm getting this all fresh. And like you said, it is making my security issue. It's making that security stuff kick in on me. Like, I'd rather not. That's why I didn't want to know. By the way, I didn't want to know.
You knew it was gonna be a tough. You said, "Oh shit."
I was trying to get to next week.
Performance is compromised. If people were asking if the General Austin was compromised because of a heart issue.
Hold on.
Performance compromised.
Pause it. Austin was the prior one. Now you compare these two. These two things are not the same. Now, Paradox, I want you, please, bro. Please, holding a drink, dog. I'm just listen to what I'm saying, though, bro.
I'm with it. I got you.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying not to have. That's why I wanted to get past all this, bro.
But no, you're right. I will say this though. I'm gonna tell you what it does expose. It is a fine line. You think about Fox News, you think about commentators, writers, etc. Right? It is a fine line between
no big
seriousness.
Deal. No big deal. No, that's
no
not
big deal. It's a fine line between seriousness and everything else, right? That's what I always love the contrast of when you talk all the time, where when you introduce seriousness, most everything else falls apart. So people bloviating on the internet, people think that there's something that they're not, people pretending to be these things, leader followers, and all that nonsense, right? But it's all within our system, so they'll let you play. And it feeds your ego. You think you're important, you're not, you're irrelevant, right? At the end of the day, you're fodder. And so just lines in the code, as I say. But it did show you the fine line where the media people like, look, we're just, they're default. We're just the media, we're just reporting,
Hey,
we just telling you. It's a fine line between making things not serious
a
to
4-star
making things
general.
serious. It's very
A 4-star
very
general,
interesting.
right? A 4-star general, right?
Yeah.
With a drinking problem, black man would drink on stage.
I'm gonna let
Go
you
ahead.
have the race thing. I'm good.
Yeah, all right, yeah, all right.
Because of a
I
successful
yield
strike?
back. Mr. I bring my,
You want to
I
know?
reclaim my
Just so you know, right?
He eating, by the way.
What you just did though is the crutch that I'm talking about. But I'm gonna let that be.
Yeah, let it
Want
be.
to talk about accepting
reclaim my
responsibility?
time.
Do you think
I
you should
reclaim
accept
my time.
responsibility
Chairman,
for a successful
ask-
strike to make Americans safer?
I
You want
reclaim
to
my
focus
time.
on,
I reclaim my time. So here's the thing. This is serious. As somebody, we've been briefed in this committee about using Signal. One of the things they basically said, the most secure phone call, the least secure text messaging. And we know that your people, are Russians, Chinese, are on your phone.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Uh-oh, boy. You got to keep
Gentleman
that
from
energy
James
high.
Klein.
See, pause it real
Thank you,
quick.
Mr.
Pause it real
Chairman. I'm going
quick.
to give the
See, this is what I'm saying. You can't be nice. That's
No,
why I like
but-
Jas. That's why I like Jasmine. See, we're gonna get into Jasmine a little bit later.
Well,
But that's
we'll
why
do
I
that,
like
but
Jasmine.
Ratcliffe-
That's why I like Jasmine, though.
The bad thing about
Ratcliffe a G.
but the bad thing about but he's making them look. He doesn't realize he's making them look bad.
I know that.
You know that, right?
I know that.
Because
I know
he
that.
looks experienced, prepared, effective, pushing back. He looks, and I'm looking at Gabby like, sweetheart, you look like a deer in headlights right now. Like, you gotta get with it.
Yeah.
You gotta get with it. Him and her
gotta be
and Pete,
prepared.
everybody is the
You
and
gotta be prepared.
RFK,
Yeah.
Patel.
Why you dodging?
You have to be.
Why is the Secretary of Defense dodging the
Well,
smoke?
Patel is probably more built for this than anybody. He likes confrontation, which I like that, but he just doesn't look qualified.
Patel, yeah, Patel haven't.
But he will fight.
Already,
He'll pick bull.
but see, his look is going to compromise. We're going to talk about that a little bit later. No, we're going to talk about that weeks later. I think he's going to have something that's going to come across the board. I'll talk to you offline on that one. But once he gets questioned, I think the way he looks is going to compromise him too. It's going to compromise. Paradox.
But like I said, I do expect.
Hold on, and we talked about this. Now, what did your girl? When she told this man in his face, what's the guy that had been banished to the Shadowlands? Rami Ramaswamy, been banished to the Shadowlands, right? Been banished to the Shadowlands. Like, boom, out of here. Thank you for your service.
Yep.
When what's her name? What's the white lady name to always be on there talking crazy? But she be telling the truth about what it is. You know, is it Amy? Amy, what's her name? I can't remember her name, man. You know, the white woman that talks to all of that does the little shows and stuff like that, and told him I would never vote for you. You remember when she told him that in his face? We're friends. I think you're smart. I think you articulate.
Is she a Democrat or Republican?
She Republican.
Oh, you talking about my girl? Yeah, you talking about what's her face? The book, she writes all the books. Bill Maher.
Yeah.
I can't catch her name. Yeah, I know you're talking about. Yeah, the one who said I'd never vote for you because you're Indian.
We're friends. Exactly. But at the end of the day, no. And he got ahead of his skis because we did a whole program about that, Paradox. And not just on this surface level thing. We went to the basics of it. You ahead of your skis, pimpin'. You think it's one way, but it's really the other way. You're going in speaking to people about American values and what American values need to be and stuff like that, and you're talking to people that look at you as somebody that's foreign, regardless of what you say. Period. You're born in this country, you still look like an immigrant to them. Period, bro. You're not an American. Not really. You're not an American. Not really, bro. Not really. Not really.
I don't. I think in some in some aspects, but not fully. I wouldn't say them. I would say her and maybe her following, but I'm not it's obvious that it's not everybody.
All right, go ahead.
Well, he
man.
wouldn't even exist here. Am I wrong?
Has he been banished to the Shadowlands?
I mean, he's running for governor, but I'm just saying, like,
Has he been banished to the Shadowlands? I'm asking.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, he's out of here.
Okay. He's on the state stage.
For
He's
now.
not on the national stage. For now.
Yeah, for now. Yeah,
For now. For
He
now.
just did an interview
We talked
after,
about it. We
after
talked about it.
Elon and the Doge team was on Fox being interviewed. It was a very, very interesting interview, and they I think he was up next. I didn't watch it yet though. But I know he was being interviewed next, but I think Brett Baer was going to interview him because Elon is in. He has to stay focused, so it's a lot of pressure. So we'll see if he can.
So we're gonna keep our eye on Honorable Director Josh Patel, but
Director, the ability to
something's
respond.
pretty soon coming down the board where he's going to be put up front and center, and then we're gonna have this discussion again, bro.
Yeah, I mean, things happen, and it'll be something possibly domestic. I mean, like you said, what happened? I mean, they bring you up when an event happens and it's a failure somewhere. So I mean, the job is to come in front of the committees and just explain what happened, try to be, say what you can say, and just get through it. Basically, it's the whole point. Me and you have been watching these things for 30 years, bro, and so the whole point is that you're really not going to get in trouble, of course, unless you just do something completely stupid. But the whole point is to present that you are knowledgeable, you're informed. I mean, you can, and really, you don't even have to do that necessarily, because it's still up to the president, obviously. But as long as you deliver the information, go through the process, generally speaking, you're fine, right? And things just move. We move on to the next event, move on to the next story.
Without being interrupted by his questioner.
I appreciate that, Congressman. I guess, just a general reflection here, again, that for the last 2 days, members of the intelligence community have been asking questions about a signal messaging group and not asking questions from Democrats either in the Senate or the House on China, Russia, Iran, and the real threats that are going on to the United States. And you can say that you care about the good work that agencies are doing like the CIA and that you care about 140 stars on the wall. But no one's asked me about my second day on the job here, where I lit the fuse that led to a foreign government participating with us to capture one of the senior planners of the Abbey bombing that killed 13 Americans. And in the process, we worked with a government that previously hadn't, that hadn't cooperated with us on counterterrorism matters. Or the fact no one has focused on that within an hour of that taking place, I was on the phone with Director Patel, and a few hours later with Attorney General Bondi, working together, the IC and the FBI working together to bring this person home in less than a week. Unprecedented success for the intelligence community and the law enforcement community. Exactly representative of the kind of work that we should be doing and the kind of work that an oversight committee should be asking about. But instead, we're getting questions about whether or not someone has drinking habits. I just wish in an annual threats hearing where the American people want to hear about threats, that's what we would be talking about. Thanks for the opportunity to clarify.
If I may, Congressman, I'd just like to address Congressman Gomez's maligning of my reputation and not giving me the opportunity even to respond to his accusations. What occurred in that signal chat was an update to national security cabinet members that was also issued around the same time as updates to our foreign partners and allies in the region. There were no sources, methods, locations, or names of targets that were included in that chat. The decision to conduct this operation had been made long before that conversation took place. I do take my responsibility very seriously and played an integral role in providing the intelligence community's assessments that led to the ultimate decision by the president to conduct an operation, which, by the way, was very successful and continues to be very successful. I was traveling at the time, and I was not playing a very specific role, as these chats reflect, in much of the conversation that took place there. Secretary Hegseth, in my experience, has continued to operate in the way that President Trump's confidence in him inspires, which is in the best interest of the American people and our warfighters and ensuring our national security. I think it's wrong to impugn him especially at a point where he is not here to defend his own honor.
I find it offensive for you to accuse me as a Democrat of not caring about national threats. I very much wanted to talk about those. In fact, had prepared questions in advance of this hearing about those threats, specifically about biosecurity and bioterrorism.
Can you pause it for me?
But I don't
Pause
have
for me.
time to ask.
See, this is what I don't like, bro. See, this is what I dislike this to the T. Where are these women? That's what I'm saying. Like, I just, it's irritating, bro. It
Right,
makes
because
me.
your
It
people
gives
are doing
me,
all the work. That's why. That's why it's irritating, because we see it. The code is broke.
yeah, exactly,
Really.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
'Cause
So
it's
you
insane.
want to come out, and this is the person you want to come out at her? What? And it's just what are you doing? That's what I'm saying. Like it just grinds me, bro.
But that's your people.
Hold on, no. See this one. See,
You're trying to separate yourself from something like Roland
that.
Martin. Though.
No,
you can't do
no,
this, bro.
no.
Either go all the way in and full throat, or don't go in.
Yeah, no.
I'm trying not to do it. I've been doing a good job. How long has it been? A couple hours here. I've been doing a good job. I'm letting y'all ride right now. I'm just saying, like,
it's a critique. I'm the one to stop the video. I'm the one to stop the video. I'm the one to stop the video and basically recognize the error here. This is negligence, bruh. When you go silent the way that they do,
it's just strategy, bro. It's just strategy.
No, I know that, but I'm saying, Paradox,
and we're clearly not good at it yet. But I'm trying to fix that.
Who's the we?
POCs, BIPOCs. What other bullshit categories y'all make up over there on the left? Negro, black, colored. I mean, I don't know. Pick one. African. I don't know. Brown people. Oh, y'all racial categories and racializing, yeah. Being played, man. I'm telling you.
I'm saying these people need to be kicked out. They need to go over to your side. That's where they belong. These people belong over there with y'all because that's who they align with overall. At the end of the day,
moderates, really, is all it is. They're just moderates.
So
they're playing their role.
No. It's deeper than that, dog. It's deeper than rap because see, at the end of the day, at the forefront, that takes all the slings and the arrows. And it's just really one. It's just really one person. She's like the whole squad by herself.
But you have made that choice. You're not going to get covered. You already know that. Just do your research.
Why though? Why though? Paradox. Why?
Because of your positioning in the society. That's the reality of it.
Man. All right, bro. All right, man.
So you're telling me.
Let's have it. Go ahead. Let's go.
No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna play this.
Go.
I'm just gonna.
Let's
I'm
go.
just not doing it.
Because this is gonna make me mad. This is just gonna this is gonna trigger me. So you got me here. I can't defend this. I'm not gonna defend this. I can't do that. I can't defend when somebody's gonna come out. Oh no, excuse me. No. What? Excuse you. We've been sitting up here fighting bloody on the ground, getting mud stumped by your people. And you going to talk about, excuse me? I got some cookies. I got something, I got something to say. No. Ain't no obfuscation for that. No, you belong over there with them. That's how I look at it. You belong over there with these people. I know it don't. But the reason why I don't is because you have you can let this person hide. Hide, bro. Quiet as a church mouse. Quiet as a church mouse. And you start to look down these votes and be like, well, why is there so many? Why on the Republic? Anything that goes from the Republican, all 218 or 17 of them, all lock in step. Boom, we're all in line. But you look on Democrats, it's always like these. Hold on now, like 150.
It's too much dissent. Yeah.
What is going on here? What's this?
Well, now they did put pressure on your boy though.
10
people?
Schumer. Al Green.
They put pressure on Schumer.
No, Paradox.
Even though he voted for the continue.
Al Green got silenced by his own party. Hold on.
Exactly.
You made me,
I was
you
going
made
to
me
tell you
pull
that.
out. You
Exactly.
made me pull out. You made me pull out the big. I was trying to save this for you, but you're triggering me with this late. I can't do it. And I know you want to play it, but Penn, by his own party, censored him, bro. And you telling me that Margaret Taylor Greene can do the shenanigans that she do on a
Two different parties, though, bro. Two different rules, man.
she told this person that was in it, that's a citizen in this country, you need to go back. You need to go back to where you're from. Person like I'm from here, ma'am. No, you're not. I'm from here. No, you're not. It's just I can't, bro. Like for you to just for you to act like there's no difference.
No. I'm not a victim. You're not gonna do it. I'm not Dusty Renegade. I'm not a victim. Look, what I'm trying to say
Shout out
is
to
this.
Gus T, dog. Don't do that, bro. Don't do that.
You live in a time. I mean, Mr. Fuller too. It doesn't really matter. My point is this.
I'm saying,
we
are
live in a time.
Students of them though? Are we students of Mr. Fuller and Dr. Wellesley? Does the logic hold? Does the logic holds up? Even though you don't see yourself as a victim, does the logic hold?
Philosophically, I understand the examples they're using to make you understand something. I'm not going to transmute that on top of this reality, though. But I can leverage it when I need to. You cannot. These parties operate the way they operate, and you live in a time where, and again, I could be wrong, DC. Again, the future will prove it.
I would say this again.
He could have said, "All right."
10 Democrats censored him.
Hold on. I want to focus on what you said about the Marjorie Taylor Greene thing, and she asked, "Why are you from this country?" And again, it could be my own mind. I could have a broken mind. I don't know. But in my understanding is, I live in a time where, one, I should be qualified. I should understand where I'm at. To default things to a white society that they're from here, that's on you as an individual or you as a culture to accept what they're doing. They're not forcing that reality on you. You can respond back to it. So you can choose to say, "Oh, the Western world, oh, Britain, oh, France, oh, America, oh, we're not part of the country." You can play into that if you want to play into it, but you can also take the opposite position and say, "When did you get here? How long your people been here? What are you talking about?" I mean, you have the option to respond to it. You don't have to accept something like, "Oh, well, I can't believe that she asked it." You can ask it right back. It's not that heavy. As a matter of fact, it's a great opportunity for you to respond that way. They need to feel people to default them as something is there. It's ridiculous.
I'm glad you say that.
You can respond to all of those things. People choose not to for some reason.
And that's why, as ridiculous as Jasmine Crockett can be sometimes, I am full support of her going full anti-MAGA, using the same shenanigans and the ridiculousness that they use against her, that they use against them. So if they had a talent like that, they will weaponize her to the fullest, bro.
But
she will be weaponized to the fullest if they could turn her dark side, bro. Come on now. That's true.
This country has been struggling.
They wish Candace Owens was as smart as she was. They wish she was. It's
that's
a fact,
another
bro.
conversation. But I will say that's a whole other thing to contrast that. But we can do that. But I will just say this: we live in a time, I think, that you have the information. You can take ownership of your. Remember, people, and it happens all over the races and different groups or whatever. You can take full and we do it subconsciously, but you can take full responsibility for America. But you have the option not to do that. You have the option to play victim. You have the option to say, well, they control everything, they do everything, it's all on. You can play that and say it's on them and let them do. But we're integrated into the system. You're telling me that people cannot respond in a way to where, I'll put it this way, right? It's fascinating to me when you think about it. Barack Obama or any other black politician, right? They have the choice to get on national TV and say, we built it, it's ours, we own it, we're responsible for it, we take all the bad and we take all the good. We just don't have leadership that would do that, and many individuals won't do it. Now, certain people obviously will do it, but generally speaking, we don't take a pro-America responsibility position in things. We take the victim side of things, which is you did everything wrong. Oh, woe is me. You did everything. We didn't do anything. We're not responsible for anything. You know, you keep telling me that I don't belong here. Go back to Africa, and that's fine. And of course, there's people who know better who will respond to go back to Europe. I feel like collectively we're just not on that page still. Not yet, anyway. We're not on the page where we. Let me tell you why.
If you're going to simplify the reaction to that level, you're simplifying the reaction to that level, bro, and you're looking over all the other things that transpire.
Absolutely, I sure am.
You cannot do that in real time. You cannot do that. But that's not reality. That's false. That's a false premise. That's a false premise. That's not even a human condition. That's not even humans. Humans don't do that. Humans don't forget like that. Humans don't forget 30 years of so-called being in the clear. They don't remember that,
it's
bro.
Upgrading. It's not forgetting. It's upgrading.
So give me that Jewish package. Then give us the Jewish package there. Give us the Jewish package.
That's 5,000 years of history. That's impossible.
You're gonna have to make amends for it. If you're gonna integrate us then. Integrate us then. Do the hard stuff.
We're here.
Do the hard stuff.
Dude,
do the hard stuff, Paradox. Do the hard stuff.
No, the responsibility is on us. You have been a victim for so long
it's
that you
not
can't
on
even
us.
grasp what I'm trying to tell you right now.
It's not. No, I do grasp it, but things are still happening in real time, bro. I'm not going to allow that to just be not. Well, so what? Then
suck it up.
You have the right. Then you have the right to react to it. That's what. Then you have the right to react to it, and then they have the right to do whatever they're gonna do. Period. If you want to keep it separate, let's keep it separate. We're gonna so-called do what we're gonna do. That's why that Roland Martin thing. I see why the Roland Martin thing bothers you so much, because he tends to live in that lane too. Because he's gonna say, "I'm not a victim." He's gonna say the same things you're gonna say, but you know what he's gonna do though? He's gonna obfuscate it, and he's gonna catapult himself. He's going to catapult.
He can't hold it though.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying, though, Paradox. Listen what I'm saying.
Listening. Go ahead.
It's an inverse of what you're saying, bro.
Yeah.
It's an inverse. So what he's going to say is that what I'm going to do, I'm going to stay on their head. I'm going to do this, and we're going to keep it black on. We're going to there's going to be two separate things running at the same time in the same system, which we know is ridiculous. That doesn't exist. Hold on. That doesn't exist though. Okay, bro. What I'm trying to say, man, is that there is both. There's both.
So it sounds good. It looks good.
No, he's not a fraud. He's not a fraud. You know that. He's not a fraud. He uses his leverage in media to try to sway minds to his side to get into more of a power position in his eyes. Because I guarantee you, bro.
No,
and you know this. And you know this.
He's doing the same thing Charlemagne is doing. He's trying to appeal to kind of a pro-blackness ideology. He doesn't believe that. He doesn't truly believe that.
I wouldn't put him in the Charlemagne category. No, I wouldn't put him in that kind of.
I'm gonna tell you why I'm doing that. I'm telling you why I'm doing that. As the country started to lean more towards race conscious, a lot of black people, not just black people, but just talking about them particularly right now, they started to lean more into certain things because that's maintaining their audience. And so they're saying certain things for that to happen. I just don't believe them. That's all I'm saying. And I put Roland Martin in the same category as a lot of people. I just have no choice because something's just not right. It's not consistent. It doesn't line up all the way. He will.
But isn't that the feeling that you get about him though? But can the same thing be said about anybody that has these kind of lingering points and you got that duality up in you where you're going to contradict yourself on certain things, especially when you're dealing with power? You know that though, Paradox. Certain conversations are not for everybody. So I'm gonna move around and maneuver until I can get what I want. He's playing. He's doing what you're talking about. It's just the inverse. It's just you opposing it. It's an opposing way of getting to the same destination.
I'll put it this way. He is. I will agree with you. He is doing some of it. I don't think his execution is that great, and it's more of that than anything. By the way,
who is the other black person that runs a channel and has the opportunity to get the same kind of reach.
Bro, he's running
Everybody
different
black,
talking points.
listen what I'm
He's
saying.
masking
Please,
it.
please.
He's a fraud,
Even from the dude, I understand your political leanings,
and he's
but
chasing
let's just
power.
speak. Let's just exactly, but let's just speak. Let's just speak to the facts,
And he
bro.
wants to be included.
Regardless,
He wants to be a part of.
absolutely,
He's
what you just said is that that's exactly correct. He wants to be a part of.
which
He's
makes
himself
him
American.
vulnerable to being manipulated. It puts him in a weak position at the end of the day.
If I
And
could
he's
see,
talking
if
the-
I could
he-
see
and
your
by the way,
point,
and he's
but
talking
why
the
you
right
can't see,
talk.
why you can't see what I'm talking about, man? Because like I
I
said,
do
like
see it.
I understand, but what I'm saying, you're making it seem like this is something that is not being leveraged from the right as a weapon to keep things the way that they are, bro. And you cannot say that that is not the case. Yeah, keeping things the way that they are, as far as letting somebody like this woman on the screen. You see, the first thing she said was what? Oh, I can't believe that you would come for me, even though I'm a Democrat, and say that I'm not about country first. And but come on, man. Like it's just
That shit Republican.
no. Listen. What I'm
Shitty
trying,
Democrats.
what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is this, bro, is that there are plenty of people that have been opposing and coming out opposing. There are a lot of white women that are in Congress, bro. A lot of them. And you don't hear from them unless they get called out, and they don't talk.
And it's a whisper.
And that's what I'm saying. Like it's irritating, bro.
They won't.
Because,
They're not going to
like,
sell. They're
see
not
what-
going to sell themselves. And this is the issue, though.
But we talk about it. Who's on code? Who's on code the most in this country, though? Who's on code the most in this country?
White women collectively have a plan, and they've been executing for over 200 years. So I got you.
Exactly right. Since we can go back to okay then, bro. So let's just they know what this is.
I would think naturally though that you would take notes. You would observe the environment. You're acting like something is poking. You're acting like something is making people do things. It's not true.
You just said that somebody
Take
got to understand. Hold on.
responsibility.
No. Pause, bro. You just said that people got to understand what first and foremost, their environment, and then the environment that they're in, and how the environment, who they are in the environment, and how people react to you in that environment.
Which applies to every single thing in life, period.
Absolutely.
So I don't get the problem here. What am I not saying that's crazy? That literally is how you operate. And for some reason, you're supposed to get a victim pass when you get turned up on. Well, what did you expect?
No. Pause for a second. Pause. When I tell you that race is the main progenitor of this, and it drives everything in this country. It drives everything in this country, in my opinion. And we can reference books, we can reference the laws, we can reference things that are being done on a regular basis. And like I said, man, all of those things you said are true. White men are killed at a higher rate than black men. So why they're not walking on cops just like all of us do? Why? Why is there a separation on the poor when it comes out in this country?
It's not true, man. It's just how you
but
see
they
things.
are, but it's characterized. I'm saying that's not something that's done between us, bro.
You're not.
If it's
Remember something.
If you're just
From
talking about poor
a
people,
black.
this should just be poor people, bro.
No,
right?
We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that.
Okay.
I'm gonna just say this. I told you, I already understand it through a black lens. I got you. I know how you feel. I got you. But if you can make space, I know you can't because you're not allowed to, but if you can make space and look at the other side of it, I'm not sure you would be so, well, maybe you would be. You wouldn't be so absolutist about it. But I understand as black people, as black Americans, as far as our history goes, how we feel about everything, how we see everything, how we understand everything. I know you're not allowed.
Give me an example
I know that you are not allowed.
Give me an example of the other side, Paradox. Just give me an example of the other side, man.
So I
Give me
do
the equivalent.
That's what I've been doing. See, no, I'm not. Again, you're looking. That's the problem with it, bro. It's not going to be the same. It's
I'm gonna
not
prove my
going
point.
to be the
I'm gonna
same
prove my
way
point. I'm gonna
because
prove
of
my
how
point
things
through
have
this
been
white
set up in
woman.
your mind in
I'm
this
gonna
society.
prove my point through this white woman. It ain't gonna be no black thing. Nobody even knows who she is. Go ahead and play her. Go ahead and play her.
Ask those questions because the threat is in the house. The threat is across the dais, and I need to ask these questions. It's my job to ask these questions of you. Because when I served in the military and I served in classified environments, had this happened to me, I would have walked my resignation in immediately. This is not okay. Communicating these sorts of things in Signal is not okay. Targets, times, those kinds of things are absolutely classified, and we all know it. I know it. These people know it, you all know it. And the fact that we're having to have these conversations now means that I can't ask the questions that I need to ask about things like bioterrorism and biosecurity. And so I'd like to put you in check as well, sir, because you can't assume who I am any more than I can assume who you are, sir. I would like to move my questions, however, over to Director Gabbard, because you are the DNI. You do have an obligation and a responsibility. I'm going to speak to you specifically about the fact that you have spent much of your 40 days talking about the importance of making sure that we don't reveal classified information, making sure that we don't leak information. You're a former battalion commander in the Army. I don't think that you would have necessarily appreciated the kind of leaking of information that I believe absolutely did happen in the Signal channel.
Yeah.
I know you just said that, basically.
Yeah.
She set it up. But it feels like I don't know if you watched this already. I haven't watched it. We're kind of predicting what they're going to say. It's
I
kind of
didn't
funny.
see her. No, I didn't see that. But I don't
Yeah, I
have
got
to
you.
do that.
So-
I don't have to.
I know.
I don't
It's
have
just funny
to.
though, right? Yeah.
So that's the smoke. Is Tulsi Gabbard classified as white? Paradox.
I don't know what that means, but no.
I'm asking you a question, bro. See, that's
well,
what I'm saying. Like,
obviously
you know what's so your name, dog. He's like you want to fire me up. You knew that's also say that's like this dude did this on purpose. I'm running up the score, and you want to interrupt my celebration? My celebration. I had
I'm
fun.
just forcing me to do
I
it.
had fun with Gomez. I did not have to see this woman. Harpo, who is this woman? Who is this woman, bruh? Like, yo, served in the military. You should be on the front. You should be all over the place.
I know. And like I keep telling you, if we take cues from the environment, right? Because the moment I use racial words, it triggers. So right, so I just say
no,
in
you
the environment,
don't. No,
take
full stop. You don't like that white people took white supremacy and they leveraged it against us. You don't like them using black people as the cover. I get it. I get it.
It's not that I don't like it. I don't. The effectiveness of it isn't what you think it is, and we have leverage. That's just my position on it. We have leverage. You exploit the environment that you're in. You find your ways and your avenues to get it done. Everything else is victimhood. Everything else is explaining and blaming and complaining. You didn't conquer. You don't have an empire. You didn't take nothing. You were taken. This is the environment. Hard stop. Anything else out there is confusion, of being upset, being lost, being depressed.
I want you to understand
You
this.
have to live in reality. All this other stuff is fantasy.
Forget that. I want you to understand this, bro. That whole rise of the Tea Party and all that kind of stuff, and all those white men complaining about not what kind of power they don't have, and this and that other, what's been taken away from them. That has been leveraged, and that is respected, bro. That has been leveraged, dude. And like I said,
it's worthy of a further investigation.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear my bad. I was on mute. My bad.
No,
I heard what you said, but this is what I'm trying. This is my counter to that. And like, by the way, I'm taking positions that are probably 100% wrong. Just letting you know that. Put that out there. I'm just taking a position. This is what I'm trying to say. What you're making a point about the Tea Party, right? White man complaining, leveraging something.
But we talked about you said who's the big complainers in this country? Who's the biggest complainers in this country, bro? Period.
I got you.
Okay,
White men all day. No, I mean they have the numbers, they have the apparatuses to express. I got you. It's all good. I'm just giving an option here. This is an option. The Tea Party is created. What you're telling me is that we have to feed it. Your argument is leverage. My argument is response. Does that make sense?
Why can't it
So
be
the
both?
ba- so so
Why
so
can
so
it not
the
be
so
both?
so let me give you. I'm gonna give you the baked-in response. The baked-in response is what? Tea Party, white men complaining. Okay, non-whites getting something, making them upset. It's their fault, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah,
Right?
and I know you hate
That
that news cycle. I know you
it's,
don't.
it's the reality, though. No, it's the reality of it.
Okay, go ahead.
So
go ahead.
I'm trying to understand it. And is there a counter to it? And is the pre-baked, pre-programmed one that's been sitting here all the time? Is that the right answer? Does that make the most sense? Because also in their group, they also have pre-programmed, pre-planned, everything is already kind of at play. And we're sort of playing the game, in circles, basically, right? And I wanted to disrupt that. Should the response be in a way to where that's how they are, that's what they are, that's what they is, they're using this, they put us at the bottom, they leverage us to be able to let them say what they say, make them feel a certain way. We don't have to accept any of that. We don't have to accept the narrative. We don't have to regurgitate the narrative. We don't have to talk to each other reciting that narrative. We don't have to do that. You do know that, right? We don't have to do it. We can break from that. We can have a different response regardless of how they're trying to position it. It only works, in my opinion, because of how we respond to it. Now they may make an adjustment or a shift if we counter that.
I get
Go
you.
ahead.
You study psychology, right?
Yes.
So we doing base models here. Base
Yeah.
models, human beings, bro.
Yeah.
When you set enough traps, enough obstacles, and most of the time, there's going to be your strivers. There's going to be the people that's going to push through it. That's what you're talking about. And then there's going to be the ones that's going to be the fallout. That's just going to basically go the normal route, man, which is going to be the failure rate. Your failure rate is going to remain fairly consistent.
Bruh, you're not catching on what. Look,
I am getting it.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Is Donald Trump a racist?
Do I think Donald Trump? Do I think Donald Trump is
Yes,
racist?
cut and dry. Is he a racist?
Yes,
Yes,
I do
right?
believe
Yes.
that Donald Trump is a racist.
Is,
Yes,
is,
absolutely.
is Joe Biden a racist?
Yes, absolutely.
So if that's the baseline, by the way, that's my baseline. You understand that, right? That's the baseline.
Okay.
If I'm operating from that position, the way we respond as a group. So I'm giving an example of what I mean. We supported Joe Biden. Anybody that's non-white that supports Trump is supporting a racist. That's ridiculous.
No,
That's
see, no,
the
hold on.
pre-programming that's
No,
already
see,
set
no,
in place that we're being manipulated by, and instead of taking a particular type of position that we should be.
Yeah, you're pushing it far left though. That's what I'm saying. Like how many?
I'm not doing it. My
that is,
baseline
you're
is my
pushing it there,
baseline.
though. No. What
Dr.
I'm
Wells
saying
and
is,
Mr. Fuller, this is a fact.
no.
Across the
Listen,
board, no
listen,
one
I'm
gets a pass. You have this skin color, you
saying,
operate
bro.
X, Y, and Z, right? Period.
That's
Hard
what I'm
stop.
saying.
If
Fair
that's the baseline, we don't got to keep talking about that. That's the base. Okay, I now understand the base. How do I respond at that point to the stimuli?
Paradox.
Do I respond this common, basic, kind of pre-programmed way of just reciting the same nonsense about this group of people? That doesn't make any sense.
It's not.
If they're all on if they're already on the same page together, and now I'm being managed.
If you
Okay,
don't
cool.
upgrade, if you don't upgrade the sophistication of this thing, and you got to still set on easy, it makes
can
it
get you
easier to
there,
still be managed.
But I gotta
bro.
walk you there.
But they still are being managed because it's still on simple mode. Period. It's still blatantly obvious what's going on. That's not something that we're
I don't
doing.
know what
They're
you're.
making-
I don't know what you're
What I'm
talking
saying is-
about.
what
I'm
I'm
talking
saying
about
is
something
for-
different. I think.
No. Hold on.
Let me ask you this before
if
you go there. Let me ask you this. Let me
No,
ask you.
but
Do you think
let
you're?
me say this. Let me say this to make it clear for you. If you don't give people the simple reasons that they can point to that makes it obvious that there's some kind of shenanigans going on racially, then the sophistication that you're talking about to kind of reach to where we can kind of reach and elevate to another level, because we're not dealing with some of the simple things we can reach to. But if you're still dealing with the blatancy of it all, and you still give the Roland Martins of the world, or those people that's on MSNBC, those little things that they can chew on and kind of be like, see what they're doing, and it becomes talking points. You're giving it to them. There are things still being done. That's what I'm trying to tell you. These are active things going on. Present time. So because you're talking about moving past it, people don't have to deal with it the way that you deal with it.
I didn't say move past
No,
it. I'm talking about
you said
observing
you said that about 15 minutes ago. We should be past it.
But you're ignoring the other part of me making that statement though. It's not really about getting past something. It's about understanding where we are and are we going to keep doing the same thing.
Well,
that's
with
all
that
I'm saying.
we
So we do need to get past that part for sure.
On that part, I'm saying on that part we agree. But I cannot deny the current things that are going on, though, Paradox.
Yeah, but the narrative is that we're still living in Jim Crow. We're still living in apartheid. We're still living in slavery. We're still in chains. Your brain's in chains. Your mind's in chains. You're this, you're that. You're backwards. This is ridiculous stuff, though.
Well, how are they not? Are they using it?
You know why? Because it doesn't.
Things are still going on, bro. That's all I'm trying to ask you. I'm asking you a specific
They're
question.
not. They haven't stopped us. So what are we talking about right now?
I want to make sure that you understand what I'm saying.
Laws
are still laws in Louisiana that are still being passed. Hold on.
Fine.
They still got Jim Crow laws in Louisiana and Mississippi, bro. That they have depressed the black vote in those areas.
You have to live there.
Paradox, please.
You have to be there. What are we talking about right now?
Why are black people still
standing there? Do you have choices? Are you thinking? Do you have a brain? Do you understand?
Still there? Why are our
you're having a different conversation.
I'm asking you a question though, from your point of view. Why are we still there?
That's like me going into a white space and saying, "Why are y'all poor?" But you're white. What are you asking me right now? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's that talk.
You're the one talk.
You doing that talk. That's that talk.
No.
Oh well, Louisiana, Mississippi, they still got the laws and they suppressing the. What are you talking about right now?
It's on the books. It's on the books though, bro. They can point to Jim Crow when it's still on the books. When you got somebody like what's my man name I was telling you about, the guy that's from Louisiana, right? The black dude that's still trying to remove voting blocks on black people there. That's stuff that's still being done presently, bro. And when you talk to the raw numbers in Louisiana, hold on. They got some of the lowest. They got some of the lowest.
And that's white folks' fault.
In the
country. I'm just asking you, who fought it? You blaming the white race?
I did not say that. I did not say that. But there are
responsibility.
I just said when roadblocks are put into place.
By the way, the person that you're talking about. And the person you're talking about, Louisiana, the way he's talking, are you sure you want to use him? Because the way he's talking, he ain't blaming the others. He's trying to understand what's wrong with his own, as if that means something. And he thinks it does, maybe, but he's trying to understand what's wrong with it. I'm thinking to myself, stop playing stop playing whatever game you're trying to play, and understand how they, because you're basically trying to make people politically active, right? Only half the country votes. So when you have to understand, you're trying to move things to get people more interactive with the system, right? I don't know. Is your argument that interaction is because of slavery or Jim Crow? Is that what you're telling me that's the excuse for them?
That's where it stems from.
But no responsibility though, right?
No, they got responsibility.
Just blaming the past.
I'm speaking to the responsibility of them getting out and voting. Yeah, we're talking about that.
Because what's weird is that they have no responsibility of slaying drugs, joining gangs, divorcing, getting married, having sex, going to clubs and parties. So they can make those decisions, but they can't make a decision to get on the internet and look at politics locally. What are we talking about right now? Are these people ass backwards and retarded? Like, what are we doing right now? What you're doing is exactly how the left drives those ideas in people's minds, which puts them in the situation they put them in. Actually, you're using.
I am telling you.
Doing Jim Crow. What are we doing? Fighting to get things done. So the
I'm
Jim Crow
telling
ain't
you,
the
I'm
excuse.
telling you very, listen,
During slavery, what were we doing?
telling
We
you
were
very
fighting,
succinctly,
right?
bro.
All up and down the Americas. Weren't we fighting? Weren't we rebelling? We had rebellions up and down. That slavery doesn't
Paradox.
stop anything. Jim Crow doesn't stop. It's your choice
Paradox.
as an individual, as a group, to make those decisions. Are you willing to put your life on the line? Are you willing to take these risks? What are you trying? Huh? What are we talking? I mean, I
Your
can take
point,
the victim position if you want me to, because it does feel better. It is
no,
easier.
this
I
is not
will
about
get
feeling
support.
better.
I will get
It's
more
not
support
easy.
on the
It
call,
doesn't
right? I will
change
get.
anything at the
It
end of
does
the day.
feed into your
It doesn't
psychological
change
narrative,
anything.
right?
No, we're just spitting
I
facts.
think
I'm just telling you facts. Either that's real or it's not real. Why are those laws still on the books? Why are they depressing voting rolls? Why? Why are they expelling voting rolls? Why are they still doing?
Doesn't
Why are they
matter.
still?
That's
Dude,
my
I'm
point.
asking you a
You
question.
gotta get to work.
I'm
I don't know what
asking you
conversation
a
we're trying to
question
have.
though.
Are we talking about an actions conversation? You just telling me about some laws.
Listen, listen,
What is? Oh,
no,
so what?
No, you
So
asking
what?
you're asking a question about something about what people can
Go
do.
ahead.
I'm talking about getting active. If you're talking about black people getting active in this country, it
But if
demands
they
us
choose
being more.
not to get
It
active, so
demands
be
us
it.
being more
I'm not going to
participant.
set a narrative based off of it. That's what you're doing, right? Do you know what you're doing? That's what you're doing right
Race
now.
doesn't exist, then that would be the proper way of doing it. If it was class structure,
It would still be
that
the
would be the
same
proper way.
conversation. It doesn't matter if it's race,
not the
class,
same.
gender. It
It's
doesn't
not the
matter.
same. It's not the same because it doesn't drive the same, bro. It doesn't drive the same. It doesn't automatically put these people in different categories due to a certain thing that they don't have any control over. Class has a little bit of distinction where you can have a little bit of control over. You can go up and down in class. You can go up and down as far as where you want to move and things of that nature. If you want to do that, if you want to get educated, that's your choice to a degree. But when you talk about things that are like baked in, your family history, what y'all been through, what the trauma that you've experienced, and how that has passed down the line, and how that has had an adverse effect on how you view the world, by the way.
Do you
That is
think black
great.
people have low IQs?
That is no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I would
So we're
never say
functional.
that.
So we're functional.
Absolutely, we're functional, but that still doesn't take away from the human condition. You study psychology like I have. You know when you run a mouse, when you run traps on people. Listen, what I'm saying, Paradox. I just want you to understand what I'm saying. I don't care about me doing that thing. If it's accurate, it's accurate. If it's not, then you prove the counterpoint. You can't just talk about the counterpoint and not prove it, because the fact that I don't believe that we're basically mentally incapable, because the next best thing that you're going to say is
I come from sharecroppers in Jim Crow. So I have proof.
That.
I'm living proof of it, actually.
But hold on, Paradox. No, hold on, man. Now hold on. Now just like I told you. Proving the exception is not the rule, bro. Most people that haven't left those conditions, they tend not to participate in voting. They tend not to be politically literate. Those are just the facts. Not to say that they cannot be, and not to say that they don't have the ability to be mentally. That is nothing against them. That is the culture. That is the place that they live in. And that's the people that take advantage of those particular people to remain ignorant and not vote their interests. That's just a fact, bro. That's a fact. And that's a collective thing. That's not an individual thing, man. You're trying to talk about individual success or individual responsibility outside of the group. If we're part of an actual group that is basically being put on as main casting, then okay, I'm understanding the environment, I'm understanding what it is. But if you're giving them this particular lane to fight this way and they can use it, and they can point to legitimate things and say, well, we need to get these things passed. We need to get this thing passed. And yeah, we do need your participation. So they're basically saying the same thing that you're saying. They're just being motivated by the inverse.
I apologize. I went anti-black. I will fall back in line. My bad. Sorry.
You don't have to do that, bro. You disagree.
No, I will get back in line. I got you. I won't even make it. I won't even make any statements outside of that. I just get back in line. That's where you want me to be at. I
did not say that. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's where you want me. That's where you want me to be at, right?
I'm not.
You want me to live in a space to where feckless, useless, backwards.
I'm forcing you into a trap. No,
I know what you're doing. It's fine.
Nope.
I take it.
Nope. I'm not doing any of that, bro. See, that's what I'm saying. You push it all the way left. I am left of center.
I mean,
I'm not all the way left. You're pushing me all the way
since
there.
I won't go any more anti-black than I already have, I won't say the rest of what I was going to say to counter your argument because it just gets worse. So I'm going to stop talking about it and let this white person start talking.
But see, that would be you doing it, not me. You would have to hold that. I wouldn't have to hold that because I don't live in that space. See, that's what I'm saying. You're pivoting. Think about it. You're pivoting from a point of individual responsibility. I never lived in that space. Once this country became what it became, once it became the empire, and that states became what they are, and they fall under national rule, and then you have U.S. departments, U.S. Department of so-and-so, or Eastern Louisiana, U.S. Department of Eastern, whatever locale you're talking about. All these people are federal people that work in these jurisdictions locally, and they don't leave their particular area, but they are federal workers, right? They're pretty much tied to D.C. Once it's on that kind of level, no, I look at it as the collective being responsible. Now, individually, when you get the set of responsibilities, the responsibilities are local. I agree with that. But when we get to big systemic problems, things that need to be handled systemically, that's a national issue, bro. That's a collective issue. And race is a collective issue, more so than an individual issue.
Do you believe that capitalism produces poverty?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Absolutely it does. 1,000%. 1,000%.
Which supersedes race.
Not only no. Hold on. Before you close that door. Before you close that door.
Be careful now. Be careful.
No, you be careful. Before you close that door on what you think capitalism is and how it, whatever, that this and that other, they made the decision in this country a long time ago. We went to it. If what you said is going to hold up, before you go into that, we need to go back and go detail by detail. Do we need to go and do another program on the Bacon's Rebellion and what that was all about? Because if that holds, we're not here. You know that, Paradise. All this narrative and all this dreaming about what could have been and what we're going to do and what it should have been and blah blah blah. Because you're talking about what should be.
I'm not doing any of that. I keep saying,
come on, bro.
Dude,
Play this lady,
I'm not talking about what I'm not doing what it should have. I told you what the baseline was, right? We established under Mr. Fuller and Dr. Welsing, we have a baseline. I don't have to live there. I accept what the baseline is. This is the rules of the game. If they change, if there's pressure put to change it and to move in certain directions, I will adapt, which we have, and adjust, which we have. And unfortunately, the way we have been set up to think about things, I just think it's unfortunate because I don't think chasing whiteness, I think it's actually retarded, to be honest with you, even doing comparisons. I know why. I get why they're doing it because they're trying to obviously develop systems to make things happen. Not sure that's good or bad for us, actually, but it's our reality. I understand that base is there. I'm working from that position. And so how you operate and how you move, understanding the current reality, to me, is more effective than sort of living in past times and making statements about what things were and what they used to be. I just don't know how I know that those things are less important. And when you're studying the society, and particularly the white race, deeply the white race, and that's all of Europe and the Americas, Australia, etc., right? And just their impact around the world in nations that are predominantly non-white, and still their impact they have there, right? I got you on that. That's not I'm not lost in any of those things. I just think you have to, I think on some level you have to be careful about some of these things and how it affects the mind. If people in certain places, I will say this, not because I don't want to bash anybody per se, but if there's people who aren't voting or aren't supporting for various reasons, I will make an argument to you that I'm going to say, I can't say this enough. We do not live in the past. We live in the future. We have access to everything. If the system responds to it, so be it. We deal with the response at the time. At least we know what it looks like and how it's coming. But we got to engage it on some level to get that to get a reaction from it, right? We have access to everything we need, period. Hard stop. So if people who look like us, if we are a group, if we are together, if they're in certain spaces in this country and need whatever they need, we should be doing what we're doing. Like, however whatever that should look like, however we should interact with it. I know people who are doing things that are like it's like the 1960s still, the way they're interacting with the system, right? Instead of saying, well, I have access to X technology, I can do this, this, and this, I'm going to structure what I'm trying to actually implement through technology. But they don't do that. They're still living in some other time frame. And so to tell me with the advanced technology that we have, that we collectively cannot reach out and interact with certain people to get them to think a certain way, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And then you're trying to tell me, oh no, let's just default. Are we going to just default and say, well, this is the standard operating procedures, this is how everything sort of runs, and that's the excuse? I just have a problem with that. I should be able to have that. I should have that opinion, I would think, right? We're in a free country the last time I checked. So I mean, you're saying that so there's obstacles there. What does that even mean? So what? There's obstacles. You think my grandfather didn't have obstacals? What are we talking about right now? It just sounds so man, I don't even want to do it. It's just, bro, come on, bro.
It sounds like what?
The stuff my family went
What does it
through,
sound like?
and their friend. No, not you. I'm saying is that if you sat down with, and I told you, everybody has. I know, like you said, everybody got different experiences, but we are a group.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've sat down with people who are in their 80s and 90s. I've had long conversations with them over many years, and I'm gonna tell you something. If you just analyze what they're talking about and what they had to, and what they was able to accomplish in those circumstances, when I moved to this time frame, the way we're thinking, acting, and talking doesn't match what they're talking about in their time frame. So it's almost like instead of us being more of a certain way of thinking, somebody or groups of people or the environment keeps pushing us back into some space that's not really there anymore. And there seems to be, to me, a contradiction there, if that makes any sense. Now, you may disagree with that because people live in certain pockets and they don't have access to certain information, yada, yada, yada. But that's not true because everything is globalized. Everything is interconnected. The world is much smaller now. So that means that people in this country is even smaller than it used to be. And if you're telling me that we can't communicate and access, that's nonsense. It's just excuses. It's not real. That means you don't want to do the work. So, okay, I've established it. Oh, you don't want to do the work. You don't want to do certain things. So then what's the default? Victimhood. The default, excuses. The default, it's the system. It's the environment. It's the past. It's this. It's just nonsense, bro. Psychological babble, left-wing ridiculousness, Russian propaganda, communist socialist nonsense. It becomes this other thing.
You're conflating different things.
It's coming from that, especially the 60s and 70s and 80s. A lot of it is coming from that.
Let's talk about the Black condition in this country specifically, because that's what we're talking about, right? I want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing.
I'm just talking. That is a part of it, but I'm just talking about observing the entire Western civilization and where we are right now, and then how we're operating, and the language that we're using. Some people are in the right pocket and are speaking the correct way and moving in a certain way, and I'm seeing how effective it is. But on a whole, it seems like we're constantly being pulled back to something that's really not there. But it does work. People do respond to it, but I think overall it's not effective. And Kamala not being president, to me, is a very key example of what I'm talking about, by the way, from the left's perspective.
The reason why, and this is my biggest thing. The reason why I wish that the
racist right did not stop Kamala from becoming president. So say what you want to say, but you know that.
That's what I'm about to say.
Okay.
Just before you go into your protectionism or whatever. I wasn't going to even talk from that perspective. But what I was going to say was that the reason why I wanted her to win was because if you have this issue where people can still so-called point at one side or the other and still divide themselves based off these narratives of legislation, voting rolls, getting down to gerrymandering, still doing hard caste systems in certain parts of the country, and limiting Black involvement in voting. And that is something that can be linked and it can be tracked. You're going to get people that's going to use it as an excuse for non-movement. You gotta allow me to talk, though, Paradox.
That's a narrative.
You gotta allow,
That's
you gotta allow me.
bro.
You gotta allow me to talk, though,
Okay,
bro.
my bad.
I didn't interrupt you.
Sounds so crazy. All right, go ahead.
I didn't interrupt you. The stuff that you said, I get, man. But you're so focused. You're so focused on the left that you cannot see what the right openly do on a regular basis, man, to limit voting.
Yeah, but I think you're talking about emotional. It's all emotional, bro.
This is not emotional, bro.
Nothing is stopping you. You live in a free country. That's not true. You're telling that's that left wing nonsense. I keep telling you about that you're spewing. You don't even realize.
No. See, because the only reason why I push back so
hard. Did black folks fight the vote? Did black folks fight to free themselves out of slavery? What are we talking about right now? What do you sound like right now? Spoiled Americans. We're so spoiled as Black Americans that we won't even vote to fight for ourselves because we're spoiled and we're comfortable. What are we talking about? How do you want me to spin this? I can spin how you want me to do it. What are we talking about right now?
I'm trying to get to that particular point on where I think maybe we can meet. We just going at it at two different levels, bro. If you don't think that to keep people voting depressed in these certain places in southern states, man, where there's
white
a large
people's vote is the most suppressed vote in the country. I don't know what you're talking about right now.
Hold on. Listen what I'm saying.
We're a very small number of people, bro. You're moving. You're trying to. You're selling something within a black space to make it sound like it's more. That's that ego I was talking about. You're making something that's small.
This is not ego. If
the most suppressed vote in America is white, it's the white poverty vote.
40. Listen what I'm saying. If 40% of Mississippi, or 45 to 40%, if I'm not mistaken, I think Mississippi is either close to 45 to 40-something% of being African American. Louisiana is very close also. If you have that many black people in those states, we're just talking about raw numbers. We're not talking about nationwide, because I would argue that most of the white people stay in liberal states. Most white people don't stay in the South. That's my argument. So most of the red states, that's where most of the black people live. In fact, no, that is a fact. Most of the red states in this country have the most black people. So to make your point in inverse, most of these places that we're talking about, which is the Rust Belt, which is the only 7 that people care about, but all these other areas of the country, man, are mostly white people. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about from Maryland on down to Texas, that's mostly black people. That's where most black people stay in this country. Would you agree with that?
Of course.
Okay, so if that is the case, though, Paradox,
go ahead.
There are laws that are effectively basically ran in certain places, going from Texas to Oklahoma, to Louisiana, to Mississippi, to Alabama, and those particular populations are depressed, bro, voting wise. Now, as far as the white populations in those particular areas, more of the white populations in those areas vote than the black populations, bro. That's a fact. That's a fact. And they're more evenly split than any other states in the union. So that's the lopsidedness of it all. So that's all I'm saying, bro. Just because somebody is asking for these, you're basically asking for the participation to get some of these things basically updated in these areas. Black people can vote, but there is a reason why they're not voting.
We're still in slavery based off of your logic. And the left
that is not what I said, bro. That is not what I said. If people are still gerrymandering laws and you're not basically activated to vote to get these people up out of here,
gerrymandering happens all the time. So what?
I know that. I am talking about doing it in reverse to where it works in your advantage instead of your disadvantage, right? Instead of making a county.
No, you are assuming that black people care. You're making assumptions, and then you're trying to apply
Right.
historical situations to
If-
put them in their
if-
mindset they're put in. No,
If
no,
there
no,
are-
no,
if
no,
there
no.
are- if there
No,
are
no,
laws-
no.
if there are
No,
things
no,
that are
no,
being
no.
done
First
to
of all,
black people in these counties,
do
bro,
people
you
say
can't-
do,
you cannot deny that, bro. If people are still are making the argument that there are still racial issues in these particular areas, you cannot make that argument, man. It doesn't hold.
did it stop Obama from becoming president?
Roland Martin.
Did Obama become president twice?
That's a one-off. You cannot
Oh.
you
Okay.
cannot use
Bruh,
you cannot
gotta let
use
them
black
Democrats go,
you
man.
cannot use black exceptionalism as the standard, bro. You cannot use that.
That's what you just said is insane. What you just said is insane. That's what I mean about the victim stuff. It's washed. You're washed in it. This ain't even about right wing, but I do trust and believe me. I understand as a socialist or as a Democrat or whatever you are, progressive. I understand it. Trust me, and a part of me connects with it because I grasp my limit of power and how powerful corporations are and how powerful governments are and how having social programs and things of that nature. I trust me. I understand it. But at the same time, I understand warfare. You have to be very careful about making your society a certain way. Different conversation. I'm just making a point that you have to be very careful.
That's not
You have to
the
be very
conversation
careful.
I'm having.
I'm just thinking. I'm just using it as a point.
I'm speaking to a specific cultural, national issue.
If
that
we
this
live
country
in
has
a,
never
I'm just
gotten
gonna say
over,
this again.
period.
If when
And that's racism.
I'm gonna tell you something, bro.
It's racism, Paradox.
On
Say it with
many
me.
levels, it doesn't
Racism.
matter.
Racism.
On many levels, it doesn't matter.
It matters on everything. Name something where it doesn't matter. Name
Did
something.
it stop our rebellions to break from slavery around the Americas? No.
No. But
Did
it
it stop?
helped
Did it stop? Did it stop us from?
It helped curtail it. It helped
But
curtail
that's
it.
the reality. You want to live in fantasy. I'm telling you where it's coming
I'm
from.
not living in fantasy.
This is what you're thinking. I'm
not
no.
living in fantasy.
I'm gonna tell you what you're thinking. I'm gonna
saying it's
tell
all
you
race.
what you're thinking.
I'm saying it's all
I'm gonna
race.
tell you.
And you saying
So
that
be
it's
it.
not.
The Western Empire is the
That it's
Western
not.
Empire. So be it. The Western
Okay,
Empire. No,
okay
I'm not
then.
saying that. I told you what my base was. So I mean, I don't need to have to keep saying. If I have to keep saying it, then something's wrong. Something's wrong if I have to keep saying it. I know what the base is. I don't have to keep expressing that to get a check. Right? I'm not. If I have to keep checking by expressing the base, it's a problem here. Something's off. The Western Empire is what the Western Empire is. The history is what it is. You're operating right now. So I can't. I'm not here to forgive the past. I'm not here to. It just doesn't make any sense. Many of us are not even operating based off of that. We're operating based off of the game that's being played right now. You're trying to force something, I think, on some
No, I'm
level.
not. No, I'm not.
You
I'm not
have to
forcing
be.
it. No, I'm not. If it's not there, then it don't
No, if the
exist.
black people in Louisiana free,
No,
they're
I'm
not
saying,
free. Are they
if
in
it's
prison?
not
We're gonna give them an excuse. Say, oh, they're in prison. Or, it's still slavery.
You could be suppressed though.
You
You could be
understand.
suppressed in
You
open arena.
understand the Confederacy. You
Can you be
understand that
suppressed,
history is
Paradox?
living.
Paradox.
Huh?
Can a group be suppressed? Can a group be suppressed?
Of course,
Specifically,
obviously.
can they be
It's in the
pointed out?
game.
Can they be
It's a
targeted?
part of the
Can
game.
they be
It's in the
targeted?
game. It's in
Can
the
they
game.
be targeted? Can they be targeted?
It
I'm
is
asking
regardless
you a
of race.
question, bro.
It is
Bro,
regardless of race.
that's not what this. That's not the history of this country, bro.
Everybody's being
That's not the
targeted.
history of this
What?
country. Well, you can
Bro,
say
come on,
that.
man.
You can say that.
Come on, you're not
You
being.
can
You're not
say
being.
that. But there's different. There's different.
You're not
There's
being
different.
intellectually
There is
honest.
different. Oh,
You know that, right?
Wow,
You like that?
really?
I'm
That was a
joking.
good
I'm
one.
just messing with
That
you.
was a good one. But I'm gonna tell you, bro, is that don't give them the out. And what I'm saying is that this gives them the out to still point to things that are done in the past that are still going on today. That's all I'm saying to you, Paradox. And if you can, as long as you could use that as leverage, you keep hearing this is Jim Crow 2.0. This is you have. But I guarantee you, if Roland was on the line with us right now, if Roland was on the line, he would go crazy on
Go
both
read
of
some
them.
books, study these
He would-
things.
I wrote a whole book.
Read this, read that.
He would hammer me. he would hammer me. And you calling me all kinds of progressive, liberal, this, liberal, that, and he will
See,
go
we
ham.
know it's
And
we
guess,
know there's some
but guess,
complexities here,
but guess,
right?
no, listen what I'm saying. No, I get it, but listen, I'm giving you room. But what I'm saying is, bro, is that you have to
America was
understand. You
DC.
have to
How was
understand
America?
that
How
it's
was America?
still
Who established it?
being
Who set this up?
used as leverage,
Who said this?
bro.
Hold on. Let's walk me through this process. And I understand it. We're going to use the word white. I got it. It's going to come up in this point. Because I got what you're saying. But the people who established this country, who established our country, was the British people, right? Am I wrong about that?
Yes.
It was the British
No,
people,
the
not
British
the Spaniards,
Empire.
not the Portuguese,
Yeah.
not the French, right? It
They
was
fought.
the
They
British.
fought or
This
bought
is
the
a
rest of the
British
country. Yeah.
colony, right? This is a British colony.
Yes.
Hard stop. Hard stop.
From sea to shining sea. Yes, absolutely.
The British blood, turned on the Queen and got their independence, right? Hard
Right.
stop.
Right.
Right?
Fought 2 wars about it. Yeah, fought
Okay.
2 of them about it. Yeah.
All right.
War
As-
1812,
as-
1776.
Right. As African slaves that came here and dark-skinned people who were already here, those people being
Right.
together and coming through chattel slavery, right? And interacting in this nation as it was being developed. What's
Right.
interesting to me is that former British people who now become American, I think it would have been more interesting if America was just that. But the issue that I have from our perspective, and again, I wish we were taught this better, understanding as people come over here, no matter, I know we're going to classify them as white. I got you. But the people that we're really dealing with that's in this country today, especially today, but I would say the last maybe even 50, 60 years, are really a lot of European immigrants and their children and grandchildren. So I just think that and I've always had an issue with this, because we do have in the South is the example that is where me and you align in my, from my perspective, which is the South on some level. We know a lot of immigrants moved that are European. The South still has some old American Revolution, Civil War energy, right?
Mm-hmm.
But generally speaking, America is a lot of European immigrants, not really British blood, not really people who've been here since the American Revolution, right? So
all over there. A lot of mixed European nuts, mutts here in this country.
And so,
excuse my French. Yeah.
So using the word white coalesces, organizes, etc., creates a class structure, yada yada yada. But we know what this is. We can talk about it. We don't. It's almost as if we've giving something over, but they really didn't take anything. They're just immigrants. They came here, and I know that me and you would disagree, of course. Unfortunately, because of the pressure of the system, you just maybe not have the space to do it. But to be able to even put a little bit of a divide in there as a group, when we have conversations, especially with them or out loud in public, but to default and just automatically give something over, I find it unusual when we have such a great documented history in this country. And just to default to people talking about Charlie Kirk bragging about the founding father, but you're not English, so you're a mutt from Poland somewhere. You're an Eastern European mutt.
But he's white.
Does that make sense to me?
But he's white though, Paradox.
It doesn't matter what he thinks.
You know that.
Hold up though. But we're talking about ideology. So just because they may think that, if I don't believe it, it doesn't work. It loses something as I express that in my own self and outward to them. You do understand it, right? But conceding is insanity to me.
You're talking
conceding, not recognizing history is insane to me. When I have a dirty Italian who just got here a generation ago and is trying to take a position, if you as an American that's been here for 500 years, my energy should be different. I don't care what we went through.
You're doing that again, bro.
I can't help
because,
myself.
like I
keep
said,
going back to that.
you keep doing it.
I know.
And you keep telling me the environment is what it is, this, and that, other, and like, yeah, it doesn't hold up in the public square. It doesn't hold. The reality holds.
We don't say things like this. Hold up. Where are you from? Where are you from again? Oh, you from Alabama? Oh, we don't even have the energy, and I know why. So don't get it twisted.
Okay.
abuse, lynchings, abuse, rape. I do get, but we have the energy. We're not docile people, so that's where I get again conflicted. If we were like the Chinese, then me and you wouldn't be talking right now. We would just be accepting the reality and just living it, right? Head down. But because we had this, but because we fought the revolutions, we fought the wars, we had the rebellion, we broke apartheid. We was an example to the entire planet about what a slave class can really do in the world, especially through a democracy. To just act like we didn't, just to have this weird energy of kind of picking and choosing when we want to turn up and when we want to be kind of docile. I just think it's strange when we have the information. We're readers, we're literate, we have everything.
You know what's even stranger?
To make the
You know what's
excuse
even
to me
stranger though, Paradox? Paradox. You know what's even stranger is to have a white woman like this, which means that she probably is a blue blood or been here for a long period of time, not sit up here and make that same argument that you just made for black people that are foundational Americans here. That's the problem. And see, like I told you, when you can't see white people that's like this, that's what holds race. And at the end of the day, that's what holds it, bro. Because that, to me, that's the problem. Because the silence, because if you have more people to say, you know what, that's true, it goes away. It falls back. And then something else becomes the problem that we can really deal with, which is probably the problem all together anyway. It was more of a class issue, more of an educational issue, more dealing with the overall environment of what we put these people through, because these people are going through the same thing, but we declassified them and we separated them and made their experiences different in these depressed areas by race. Think about that. You're already in a depressed area already, an area that's being manipulated by the so-called oligarchs. Let me use that word, the oligarchy, right? Which is what they weaponize for the right to be the big boogeyman, right? Instead of white supremacy is the oligarchy. And what ends up happening is that these viewpoints are running congruent to each other, but they're split based off race. So we're not aligned on dealing with the problem. So even as Americans, we have separate factions of realities.
True.
Because my life is different than yours. And my viewpoint is different than yours. And that's okay, but we're not aligned up. We're not aligned. So even though we've been here for 400 to 500 years, we can't align because we see things totally different based off something as simple as not letting class be the distinguishing factor. So we have to divide these people.
I'm over my skis. I'm over my skis. I'm conceding. I want to say more, but I'm going to sound more ridiculous. The more you push me, the more ridiculous I'm going to sound.
But you pushed me.
I'm going to get back in my pocket.
I just couldn't allow it. Not this time, man. Not this time. Because you put this woman on here. You know when you put that on, I said it a long time ago.
Back. That's the whole point.
I'm saying one of our first shows, man, I said it from the very beginning. I talked about Rachel Maddow. I talked about it was all about the left, bro. I went harder on the left than you did. It's that white dude. We knew he was a problem even when people were still showing him love. The white dude, you know, I'm talking about Charlamagne's homeboy.
Yeah.
Andrew
Oh, he doing
it.
He all over. He's promoting the book. He's everywhere right now.
But we're talking about 10 years ago when we talked about him. Stuff that they see now, like, dude, that's Bill Maher. Come on, man. No, you belong over there with them. That's where you belong. But you want to be over here to play with the food. And I'm saying that I know based off history, and I know that people are being traumatized and they're being used for whatever they're being used for. And this goes for white people too. And I say more of them are being basically leveraged with this kind of like propaganda than it is black people. At the end of the day, we have a more informed propaganda base. I believe so. I think our propaganda machine is more informed because we're working from the oppositional side. So Roland always has that kind of high ground where he can leverage history against them. You see what I'm saying? He can always leverage that.
For sure.
But it doesn't make it the right or the most effective way. But where we at is where we at. It's the same. It's the same reason why when we went to Dr. Wells and then we was asking her, well, why we got to still talk about just this, this the same thing. You know what I mean? Like why we? It was repetitive. You know what I'm saying? And when she explained it to us, it was just like, and I think she made that. I mean, she made that example about police coming in, and then guys were like, no, I'm, we're gonna die for the revolution. We're like, what? You know what I'm saying? It all made sense to us after that. And it's just like people are where they are. Not to say that they're less mentally, capable or mentally capable of doing these great things, this, and that, other. I don't believe there's any inhabitants or things that are bringing down our people outside of the things that are currently being used, which has been used since the very beginning as props to divide this country into two segments, to view this country as two separate ways. And politically, you can leverage that. I do believe that is done purposely, no matter what side of the aisle you're on. And the fact that is not acknowledged from the higher ups, that's what frustrates me. So I'm looking upward. I don't look downward to people that are being manipulated and they're basically just living their daily lives and they don't have the interest like me and you do, or they haven't been in the same spaces that me and you have been in. You know what I'm saying? So what you don't know, you don't know. So I'll leave that at that.
But the other complexity in America, this is my whole point, is that once they cut off, once Europe stops sending people over here, right? You sort of form something at a certain time in history. Same with us, stop coming over here on some scale. But then you deal with other people that are here. So you're talking about what, maybe 100 million non-black, non-white people in this country. 100 million, maybe 90, somewhere around there, maybe 100. Of 15 million Asians, and a few million of these people, a few million of those people, 60, 70 million Latino people who've been in this country before it was a country. Those realities aren't even included. Those realities aren't necessarily, in my opinion, being highlighted where it needs to be, where we can sort of disconnect a little bit, if that makes any sense, and allow other people to interact and to argue and fight over things and stuff like that. So I think there's a lot of other things happening. I feel like we're sort of being distracted on some level. We're being put in these weird traps. And I was like, well, we're like the third quote unquote minority in the country. You have all this complexity with these people. They've been here for a long time. That's a whole nother thing that sort of gets, not in the conversation, in my opinion. I wish it was more in the conversation. The Asian community,
right,
especially the Latino community, more than anything, the Spanish community should be much more. And so I think that even adding that into the conversation will free us a little bit, I think, from we kind of lock horns with white folks in this country. And I don't know, like I said, if it's good or bad, right? It's just something's not right with it, I would think, in the time frame that we're living in right now. And I feel like a lot of other groups of people in this country are able to get away with a lot of things and do a lot of things because of that distraction. If that makes any sense. And dealing with white poverty, which wasn't outside of immigration from Europe, really wasn't, at least in that window of time of the 40, 50s, 60s, 70s time frame. You had much lower white poverty, of course, right? You had much more access, even if you were poor, to do things. All that's been wiped out. So you got tens and tens and tens of millions of people who have nothing. And the question is, as Black people, are we aware, which being are we aware of how we're being used now? Historically, I understand it, but we're living in a different time right now. We can choose to make that point. We live in a different time now. And that, is this the best moves for us when there's other things that are happening in the society? That makes any sense. So I understand we focus on ourselves, but at the same time, how we engage things. So I'm just really fighting that part. Like how we engage things in the time frame we're living in right now. I'm not 100% sure if using race the way we're using it now and not trying to pull in other things and expressing other things, especially other groups that are taking advantage, other groups that are taking positions, other groups that are able to hide and get more things. Because we're the tip of the spear, like you said, we're the front people, and my problem is while certain groups of whites and the entire Black race is fighting in some way, some shape, form, or another, Everything else is sort of just being able to happen.
Yeah, it's constant.
And I wonder how much of an impact it is. Now, if it was just white America and black people who were here trying to integrate, that would be much easier, by the way. But I feel like when you have 60, 70, 80 million other people that are here, some that have been here for hundreds of years, by the way, that was here before, that, with the Mexican-American War, the Spanish-American War, they was here. Because this one brother was like, bro, they showed up, these Europeans showed up to California, like, yeah, they're already here. I mean, millions. They're here. Right. And you could not force them to speak English. They've been here. Same with Florida. It's ridiculous. Historically, the whole thing is hilarious. But like I said, you have a lot of immigrants. But you have a lot of immigrants that come here, like a Bill O'Reilly, who come here telling people with Mexican flags not to be Mexican. It's like, bro, it was Mexico before it was America, Arizona, New Mexico, California. But that's his immigrant position, selling himself to the concept of America and American history. That's all I'm saying. So a lot of people who are talking aren't tied to the revolution. So, like I said before, because it's allowed to kind of cook, I would argue with you, there is a counter to that. And until I see that counter happen and then the response to that counter, I will feel better in the country if we're having more of a real conversation and less of a racial conversation. Racial conversations causes more confusion. I don't care what you say. Because if a Turkish person or Ethiopian is thinking that they're a white person and all this other weird shit, Arabs thinking they're white and we're not white, we're kind of white in Romania or in Italy, and then you come to America and then it's white ideology. I'm like, well, we're accepting a lot of this stuff that we don't really have to. Regardless of what they believe or think. Regardless of the pressures they can apply.
But Paradox, that's the main reason. When you have something that is clear as the French Revolution, when people are clearly know where side they're on, but where the lies, we're on this side, you're on that side. Racial classification was used as a deterrent. That's why I bring up Bacon's Rebellion. You go back to that. If you read it, if you read what took place, there's something that happened in New York during their turn, during their slave revolt, because they had a slave revolt up there too. And these are people that's from the Barbados, Jamaica, they're from the islands, right? That fought up there. His Crispus Attucks. So this been going on for a while. So like and they had very few class distinctions because a lot of the black people that was, if they wasn't slaves, they were indentured service, which means that they served their time and then they basically, got their free papers. But once it became solidified that race was the thing to divide people, it was more solidified to start kidnapping, all this kind of other stuff, whatever. But I'm trying to really, I'm trying to kind of.
Let me hold on. No, first thing you say. You're making a position. Tell me this. How does race impact Europeans that's been fighting for the last 1,000 years? So how effective has the idea of race stopped Europe from killing each other up until today?
That's
massacring each other, by the way, right now.
It makes them way more laser focused on colonialism. It made it more.
Say it again. It hasn't stopped them from doing anything. What are you telling me? They're killing each other right now. White on white violence.
It would be a lot worse. It would be a lot worse, right?
So that's the argument.
It would be a lot worse. Okay. Because it's been proven. It would be a lot worse, bro. Trust me on that.
I don't think so.
Yes, absolutely. We would have had way more world wars, man, if race was not the deterrent. Trust me on that one, bro. If they didn't all get along and say, well, we're going to call ourselves this around the globe, because whiteness was not a universal thing.
So it's all. You're really talking about like 3 places out of 40 countries. What are you saying? Because you're parroting something.
And those places dominated the globe. We're talking about Britain. We're talking about what became the U.S. And we're talking about basically what became the part of I would actually say the rest of the European kind of gathering into that kind of group, that piecemeal of people that make decisions there, which became known as the League of Nations, was defunct as the League of Nations. It transferred into the United Nations. That was the universal thing that, hey, we are in charge. There's a such thing. I have to bring it. I'm gonna bring it up the next time that we speak. There's a document basically that they did on the world stage, dividing the globe. they decided they made the Berlin Conference. The Berlin Conference,
Yeah, the
basically,
Berlin Conference.
how they broke down, you know, the so-called third world. What's going to be the third world? What's the first world country? That is that. If you look at that, that's specifically race-based, specifically. Anyway, bro, we didn't kind of we can delve into it. I was gonna see if you wanted to do some calls.
Lot of third world countries in Europe, but I hear you.
Okay.
I guess I hear what you're saying. I guess.
Okay. I mean, you're not gonna get no argument from me on that. Yeah. Okay.
And Russia
All right.
Russia said I'm good. We're not gonna be white. So you can explain that too, right?
Well, absolutely. Absolutely.
We can explain Germany. We can explain Germany conquering Europe.
Hence the aggressive.
But this is like 5 minutes. By the way, this is 5 minutes ago. This is 5 minutes ago. By the way, you know that, right? This is 5 minutes ago. So Germany is conquering and massacring all the European people. That was 5 minutes ago. I don't know what are you talking about? Race? Stop racing. What are you talking about?
I'm telling you, the decentralization of those particular countries.
Do you think Germany was conquering Europe because they was worried about Africa or Asia? What are we talking about right now?
No.
Or India? Like, no. What are you saying?
Once that became their focus, and those people became. This is what I'm saying, bro. Please, man. There's too much history documented, man, where they deemed those particular countries to be less than.
So what?
I'm telling you that they agreed upon that. European nations, when they called themselves white, they agreed on that. But you're sitting up here saying you're making an argument for something that's basically already been proven. They have documented this, bro. It's not something that I'm making. I'm not making this up. I'm not trying to make this up out of just nowhere. I'm not doing that. They wrote books about this. And then they did it. They manifest destiny. It's too much Magna Carta. It's too much stuff that they got documented that they did this.
I got you, bro. I know.
All right,
I understand.
bro.
I understand it. I understand it. I got you.
The pseudoscience that they created, man, to say that these people are basically, whatever.
I'm not gonna. No, look. We already we ran through it many times. I got all of those things. I totally understand you. I'm just looking at the reality of it. So you can claim that you're coming together. You can sign lots of treaties. You can proclaim things. You can even take things.
Oh yeah, you're talking about that part. Yeah.
But when you just really sit back and look at it, you had the Magna Carta. You had the a lot of the treaties that reshaped things. You had what the French and the British did to the Middle East after the Ottomans fell. You had the chopping up of. So what? What are we talking about right now? At the end of the day, if you sit back in 2025 and just look at the environment, look at how things actually played out. They can proclaim things. They can project certain ways. People can even mimic their behaviors around the world and look up to certain things and use that language. But I think if me and you both know, of course, if you sit back and sort of look at how it actually played, though, and who's posturing and who put themselves in certain positions, it's deeper than the race part. It's deeper than just saying the word white blanketly. Because there's more going on with Russia and Germany and Brexit and the issue that's going on in southern Italy and the issue that's going on in Spain. And I can keep playing you out all the issues that's going on in South America, quote unquote, how you want to frame them as a quasi-European, former European place or European place now, or how they sort of try to operate, at least anyway. I can look at a lot of defunct environments, empires that have fallen, the collapse of so many. I don't even know where you want to start at because that's the actual details. But if I just start using the word white and just doing a white blanket over across things, I can project it and make it presented a certain way, especially if you're non-white and you've already been pre-programmed with certain things. But when you dig into the German economy, when I want to dig into the Romanian economy, when I want to dig into the Georgian economy, these so-called Europeans, it's a different conversation I'm going to have with you. We're going to have a different conversation when we actually dig into certain things.
Pre-programmed,
bro. You know how men you grow up, how men you grew up.
Right.
And people would say a blanket thing like white folks got everything, or white folks is this, and white folks is that, or you may go overseas somewhere, over in China, they say how great white people are, and we're trying to be like them, like, or we're chasing the white skin, we're bleaching our skin color, we're all dark skinned, but all the billboards in India are pale skinned people. Like, I can get into all of that shit, right? I got you. I get all of the copying, the mimicking, the influence of the Western world, etc. So who cares? I don't care. Doesn't mean anything to me. I want to really look at how these countries are operating, how they're functioning, because that gets a little bit more down to a reality of it. I can get into a lot of the broke, bankrupt nations in Europe. I can look at the failed empires of Europe. I can look at a lot of.
That's a different
what
level. That's a different level of understanding. You having a different viewpoint based off having more information and internalizing the information for what it truly is. You're
And
looking
the
beyond
pressures,
race.
and
You're
even
looking
though they want,
beyond race,
even though, hold up, even though they classified,
choosing to do
even
that.
though your so-called European people doing the treaties of Versailles classified places in second and third world, you think countries in Asia are third world? You think countries in Asia are backwards? You think countries in Asian countries aren't advanced or more advanced in certain avenues? I mean, I don't even know what like. Some of the things that we're saying it's not even matching in certain ways. So you can have this major empire, but
That's not.
you
But
have to
see,
be a
that's what
little
I'm
bit
saying. I didn't.
careful of making.
I'm not talking about the ridiculousness of it all. I'm saying that that's an
No,
acknowledgement
you're
of what took place.
accepting it and then saying, "Well, they
I'm not
did that."
accepting it.
I said, "Okay, so what?
I'm not
So
accepting
what?
it.
They did that, and what?
They manifested
Oh
it.
well,
No,
you have to
I'm
accept
not
they
accepting
manifest.
it.
Right, they did
They
manifest.
manifested
They
it.
and they accomplished it, right? But you're talking about
Hold on.
individual situations, though, not
I'm
collectively.
not
You're
talking
not
about
talking about.
individually.
It's
I'm not
individual
talking about
situations
individual
that took
stuff.
place for things to happen.
How is that individual? How? How is that not
Did
a collective thing?
did America conquer Mexico and Canada and Central America and South America? What are you talking about?
But
It's
how is that not
limitations to every,
collective though?
it's limitations to everything. It's
I
limitations to everything,
understand.
right?
But how is that not
You
collective
can have
though, bro? That's
influence.
all I'm asking you. Paradox. I'm asking you again. How is that not collective? Whether it's
Russia's
by the
collective.
country itself.
Who's Russia? Who Russia with? Historically, who was Germany partnered with? Was it the
Well,
Americans?
Russia before, I'm about to say Russia before had a strong allyship with Japan and other places where they called them the axis of evil, remember? So yeah, Russia was allied. Russia didn't fight World War II by themselves.
There's other moving parts when you're dealing with India, Pakistan, Iran, Iraq at the time,
Yeah.
China, Japan, South Korea, North Korea. I
So
mean,
I
Taiwan. I mean, it's just endless
I
stuff
don't
moving on
understand.
here.
But you
So some of this blanket language,
something.
doesn't clarify what we're talking about. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm just talking about
Okay.
certain limitations and certain framings and certain thoughts. So if I'm talking to a Canadian person who happens to have pale skin, they're not going to get the default. I'm not defaulting to anything. That's what I'm just talking about personally speaking. I'm not just going to be defaulting to things because they look a certain way. And when I know their history, I know where you're from, I know what you are, and so you can't express something that doesn't exist unless I capitulate to it. That's what I'm telling you. America has power. We can have that conversation. But once we start moving out of America, then it's something else. We can look at that a little bit differently. So you can come here and front how you want to front. But our information, our knowledge should give us much more leverage against those things instead of just saying, "Oh, well, you're a white person, so it is what it is." I just don't like that stuff. I never have liked it, by the way. It's weird to me on some
Yeah,
level.
I think
And
it's just,
the
it's just
reason
a
why
way
is that the level of poverty and struggle and issue that they have, you don't just get that and say, "Well, we're at the bottom. I just accept that," and then they're at the top, and then that shit is retarded, bro. It's retarded, bro. I don't care
Come
what
on
nobody
now.
says.
I think you're
Weird,
kind
bro.
of simplifying.
Weird.
You kind of now you awashed in that other kind of deal. Like I'm not. Yeah, that's an awash. You washing that. You got all kinds of stuff in there. You got
I'm
colors.
just trying to fight my way out of it. I got over my skis. I sound ridiculous, crazy. So I'm trying to fight my way out of the hole that I've dug for myself. When you start dropping Manifest Destiny, I'm just having to make it up at that point to fight against that. You see what I'm trying to fight?
That's wild, man.
I'm just kind of funny.
Did you want to you wanted to close it down, and you want to open up for calls, or what? You want people to call in?
It's whatever. I don't care. I'm good. I said my piece. I mean, did you want to pull this down, or do you want this video to play and let her finish doing her little thing? We can finish her out.
You can finish her out. You can play her
See
real
what she's
quick.
saying. We'll let her play a few minutes, see what else she got.
In fact, this committee established something called 50 USC 3235A, and this committee, on a bipartisan, apartisan basis, requires you, the DNI, to swiftly notify Congress and the Intelligence Committee if you're aware of any sort of significant unauthorized disclosure or compromise of classified information, which I would argue this has all of the markings of being that. And so if you, as the DNI, see such a thing anywhere within your organization's purview, you have the obligation to begin an investigation to report back to us on that. Would this seem to qualify to you as something worthy of that investigation?
Thank you for your question, Congresswoman. In this situation, Secretary Hegseth has the
Yes or no?
classification and
You are the
declassification
DNI.
authority over DOD information.
This chat did not have the auspice of being a DOD chat. There's no such thing as labeling it as DOD. This was a chat amongst a great variety of people, and you, according to our law that we passed here bipartisanly, have an obligation when you think there has been a tangible, significant leak of information to instigate an investigation. Do you not think it's important to do such a thing?
The National Security Council is investigating
no?
this inadvertent leak. And again, I point to Secretary Hegseth as having the classification.
I would argue that
classification
Secretary
authority.
Hegseth, if he had the dignity that he needs to have, should be walking his resignation in, because I believe that his probably is heading toward being relieved of his duty based on what I think are significant and illegal leaks, most likely. I would like it if you would please commit to this organization that you will follow the law. And I would like it if you would also investigate what is likely to be more than just this chat. Because if there's one, there's more than one. If there's smoke, there's fire. Would you please obligate yourself and your organization to that investigation?
Yeah, Congresswoman, yes, I will follow the law.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And Director Patel, I
Can
learned
you
just
pause it
recently
real
that you
quick?
only heard about this
Please
yesterday,
pause-
which
pause
blows
it real
my
quick.
mind since I heard about it 2 days ago. And
Pause it real quick. Pause it real quick. The almighty white woman has spoken. She capitulated even more so than when she ever did to anybody else. And see, because I don't have to argue with you, Paradox, on this. We can just play congressional hearings and just see it play out day by day. People that have way more significant information, power, access than me or you or anybody that's basically listening on these airways. And I don't have to make the argument. It's right there. If you don't see the power dynamic of what that was, she's a director, right? Isn't she the director?
Yeah. Yep.
Right. Okay. All right. She got her toe, right? I mean, she said, yes, I would do it. Yeah. I sure will. Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. You know what I like? You know what I like though? You know what's so good though about things like this? You remember a few good men, right? If you look at A Few Good Men, it kind of gives up something, right? Like it's almost like when somebody don't want to kind of like, you got to kind of put people in this like kind of like this ideological trap, right? You know what I'm saying? And sometimes we do it to each other sometimes, right? And it's just like, once you force it out, and then you just force that negative side, like, you got that right idea. When he said that, remember when he said that, Colonel Jessup, because basically, like, forget all of this. Don't think you are a general. You know everything that goes on. It's the same thing. Did you order the code red? Did you order the code red? Oh, you in charge. You the big boss. You know everything that's going on. You telling me you don't know about you start to scream. You know what I'm saying?
That's all he had to do was hold his tongue. That's all he had to do. A moment of weakness.
You got that right, I did. So that's it. You know what I'm saying? So
as corrupt as our system is, I still thank God we have civilians and, they can check people in the military or in companies and stuff. I'm glad. I know it's all kind of corrupt at this point, but still, it does bring some balance, even at that level. Because he felt like he was more than what he's living up to, which is our document, the Constitution. Right. You know what I mean? And he's trying to now be something else. And I know it's hard. It's a check at the end of the day, right?
And that's why it's so hard to get laws passed. That's why you got to go through so many channels. You got to go through so many people so it can get challenged and people can look at it. You don't just have one people just going, you just can't have it where just one person's look at it and just all of a sudden just sign it into law and then we all good with it because we're loyal to this person. No, we're not in, we're not. So that's what I'm. Okay, glad we got there, bro. You know what, man? I got to roll out. I got to roll.
But paralysis by analysis. How you say you got to go?
Yeah, I got to go now. I got called to do something, so I got to roll out. So.
Cool.
Yeah, so maybe we can take calls the next time on do some calls the next time.
Yeah, cool.
Hope it wasn't too bad. Hope you suffered through it. You know, I know you it was rough, man. It was a rough one. I got you, bro. I got you. Had to
say what now? Say what now?
I said I know this one was a little bit rough on the right here. They were culpable this week though. This week was a bad week. This week was a bad week for the right.
Yeah. They'll muddle through it, and we're going through the next cycle, and a lot of this stuff will get put in the background, and they'll kind of do it quietly. People will lose. They won't get so much attention from the regular folks. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It'll start to kind of fall back into just standard, investigations and stuff like that. But unless something big drops and somebody quits or gets indicted or investigated or something, of course. All right. Well, that's all I got, man. We can shut it down. This is the Code Breaker. This is Paradox.
And this is DC. Until next time. Peace.